Along with them, can I please have on stage Dr. Bhatt and Dr. Venu. Both of them are residents of Blessed Retirement Living. എല്ലാവർക്കും നല്ലൊരു കയ്യടി കൊടുക്കാം. So ആദ്യമായി തന്നെ for the welcome speech, Babu sir, I request you to please address the gathering for the welcome speech.
Good morning. I shall conclude the welcome speech as short as possible because we are already late. Dear friends, this is the second day of our international conclave on healthy aging. I am glad that yesterday all the sessions were really content-packed, active, and good deliberations were there. I think all of you are enjoyed these sessions well. Today we are having the formal inaugural session of our conclave. Our Industries Minister, Sri P. Rajiv, is supposed to inaugurate this function. He is attending a program in a nearby place and he is expected any time. And our opposition leader, Advocate V.D. Sadishan, in fact, he was supposed to deliver the keynote address. He was asked to reach Bangalore yesterday night. There was an urgent message from AICC and he left. So another MLA, Mr. Srinijan, is having severe fever last night. So he is also taking rest. He is unable to attend this function. So we will be having Professor K.V. Thomas. There is a coincidence. In 2014, Bless has decided to soft launch the project. We don't have the building or anything like that. We decided to soft launch the project in order to get the pulse of our public. So that time, Professor K.V. Thomas was the central minister. We invited him. There was a good gathering. So he only launched the project in 2014. So it's a surprise coincidence that he is our guest today. I welcome Professor Thomas, a long-time friend. So I met him during my college days in Sacred College. He was a chemistry professor there during 74. From 1974 onwards, we have been different occasions to meet, and he's always been an inspiration and a good friend of Bless. So I welcome Thomas Marshine എല്ലാ സ്നേഹ ആദരവോടും കൂടി ഈ ചടങ്ങിലേക്ക് ക്ഷണിക്കുകയാണ്. Dr. Mansoor Dalal, he was the founder chairman of ASLI. ASLI is the national organization of organizations having spread across the country. It was founded in 2011. That time there were not much institutions in India. Now he is the chairman emeritus of ASLI and the co-chairman of Common Age. Common Age is a Commonwealth Association of Senior Living Organizations. I welcome dear Mansoor ji to this august audience. Dr. Chandana, Chief Scientific Officer of Lifeguard Digital Health, Canada. In fact, the whole team is here. At least Bless members would know that we have a MOU with Lifeguard to develop different digital solutions to contain old age, like wearables. So Chandana is here. She is a loving daughter of one of our residents, Dr. Rajakumari. ഡോക്ടർ ചന്ദനയെ എല്ലാ സ്നേഹത്തോടു കൂടി ഈ ചടങ്ങിലേക്ക് ക്ഷണിക്കുന്നു. ഒരുപാട് സന്ദർഭങ്ങളിൽ ആവർത്തിക്കപ്പെട്ടിട്ടുള്ള രണ്ട് പേരുകളാണ്. ദോസ് നെയിംസ് ആർ സിനോണിമസ് വിത്ത് ബ്ലസ്, ഡോക്ടർ വേണു ആൻഡ് ഡോക്ടർ ഭട്ട്. ബ്ലസ്സിലേക്ക് ആദ്യമായി കടന്നു വന്ന രണ്ട് റെസിഡൻസ്. വി സ്റ്റാർട്ടഡ് എ ഹംബിൾ ബിഗിനിങ് വിത്ത് 2 റെസിഡൻസ്, ഡോക്ടർ വേണു ആൻഡ് ഡോക്ടർ ഭട്ട്. യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ ഒരു ഗെയിം ചേഞ്ചർ ആയിരുന്നു അവരുടെ വരവ്. സോ നമ്മൾ കോൺസെപ്ച്വലി ഒരു ആക്റ്റീവ് റിട്ടയർമെൻറ്റ് കോൺസെപ്റ്റ് ഒക്കെ വെച്ചിരുന്നെങ്കിൽ പോലും ആദ്യം വരുന്ന റെസിഡൻസിൻ്റെ പ്രത്യേകതകളും അവരുടെ രീതികളുമൊക്കെയാണ് ഒരു പ്രോജക്റ്റിനെ ഡെസ്റ്റിനി തീരുമാനിക്കുന്നത്. സോ വി ആർ സോ മച്ച് താങ്ക്ഫുൾ. ഇപ്പോഴും രണ്ടുപേരും എല്ലാ ആക്ടിവിറ്റീസിലും വളരെ സജീവമായി, വളരെ ഡൈനാമിക്കായി, എപ്പോഴും ഒരു അഡ്വൈസറുടെ റോളുകളിൽ തന്നെ ഡോക്ടർ വേണുവും ഡോക്ടർ ഭട്ടും ബ്ലസ്സിന് വേണ്ടി പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അവർ രണ്ടുപേരെയും വളരെ സ്നേഹ ആദരപൂർവം ഈ ഒരു കോൺക്ലേവിൻ്റെ ഫോർമൽ ഇനോഗ്രൽ ചടങ്ങിലേക്ക് സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. ബ്ലസ് മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റിൻ്റെ പ്രതികരിച്ച് മാനേജിംഗ് ഡയറക്ടർ ജിജോ ആൻ്റണി ഉണ്ട്. ഈസ് ക്വൈറ്റ് നോൺ എമംഗ് അസ്. ബ്ലസ്സിനെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് ബ്ലസ്സിൻ്റെ ഒരു വിജയം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് വളരെ ചെറിയ ഒരു മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റ് ടീം, ഓൺലി 4 of us, വളരെ ഹാൻഡി ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഇൻടാക്റ്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ദിസ് എ സ്മോൾ മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റ് ടീം. അത് ഓൺ എ ഡെയിലി ബേസിസ് വി മീറ്റ്, വി ഡിസ്കസ്, ഡെലിബറേറ്റ്, ഡ്രീം പ്രോജക്ട്സ്. ഇങ്ങനെ പെട്ടെന്ന് തീരുമാനങ്ങളെടുത്ത് മുന്നോട്ട് പോകാൻ പറ്റുന്ന സമാന മനസ്കരായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റ് ടീമാണ്. പലപ്പോഴും എല്ലാ ദിവസവും I am unable to go to Bless, but Jijo is a regular presence over there on a day-to-day activities. ജിജോ ആൻ്റണിയെ സ്നേഹപൂർവ്വം ഈ ചടങ്ങിലേക്ക് സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. അല്പസമയത്തിനകം ഇൻഡസ്ട്രീസ് മിനിസ്റ്റർ പി രാജീവ് എത്തിച്ചേരുമെന്നാണ് അറിയിച്ചിട്ടുള്ളത്. അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ അസാന്നിധ്യത്തിൽ അദ്ദേഹത്തെ സ്നേഹപൂർവ്വം സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. അദ്ദേഹം വരുമ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് മറ്റു കാര്യങ്ങൾ സംസാരിക്കാം. I don't want to explain more because from yesterday onwards we are getting the flavor of this conclave. What all subjects we have discussed, what all practical demonstrations we had yesterday. So we know how to progress further. യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ ഇത്തരത്തിലൊരു കോൺക്ലേവ് ഗവൺമെൻറ്റുകളോ വലിയ ഓർഗനൈസേഷനുകളുടെ കൺസോർഷ്യമൊക്കെ നടത്തേണ്ടതാണ്. ബട്ട് അൺഫോർച്ചുനേറ്റ്ലി അങ്ങനെയൊന്നും നടക്കുന്നില്ലായിരുന്നു. ആ ഒരു ഘട്ടത്തിലാണ് ബ്ലസ് ഹസ് ഡിസൈഡഡ് ടു വെഞ്ചർ ഇൻ ടു ഇറ്റ്. ദോ ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് എ സ്ട്രഗിൾ ടു മൊബിലൈസ് റിസോഴ്സസ് ഫോർ ഇറ്റ്, ടു മൊബിലൈസ് പാർട്ടിസിപ്പൻസ്, ടു മൊബിലൈസ് about 50 to 60 keynote speakers. Definitely it is a struggle. But we all know the geriatric care, the elderly living is still invisible. നമുക്ക് ആകെ പരിചയമുള്ള വെരി ലിമിറ്റഡ് സോഴ്സുകൾ മാത്രമാണ് നമുക്കറിയാവുന്നത്. പ്രായമായവരും ഓൾഡ് ഏജ് ഹോമുകളും ഒക്കെ മാത്രമാണ് അറിയുന്നത്. സോ വി നീഡ് ടു ഇൻട്രൊഡ്യൂസ്, articulate about the scope of elderly living and its institutional care and all related activities. So right now you can identify various exhibition stalls are here. They are all stakeholders of this elderly living industry. That industry is coming up. Now it is getting more visibility. The other day our MP Mr. Benny Behanan, അദ്ദേഹം പറയുകയുണ്ടായി, പാർലമെൻറ്റിൽ പുതിയൊരു ബില്ല് വരുന്നുണ്ട്. ആ ബില്ല് വരുമ്പോൾ എൽഡർലി ആയിട്ടുള്ള ആളുകളുടെ ക്ഷേമവും ഐശ്വര്യവും അവരുടെ ഹെൽത്തും അതുപോലെയുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളും പ്രൊട്ടക്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള പല കാര്യങ്ങളും അതിലേക്ക് ഉൾപ്പെടുത്താൻ സാധിക്കും. സോ സ്ലോലി, ഗ്രാജ്വലി, the decision makers, politicians, public figures are thinking about that. So the very purpose of this conclave is like that. ആളുകളിലേക്ക് ആ അവയർനെസ് എത്തിക്കുക. നമുക്കറിയാം, ഡെമോഗ്രാഫിക്സ് നമുക്കറിയാം. കേരളം ബൈ 2030 or 35, almost 20% of the population will be elders, crossing 60 plus. Our youngsters are, നമുക്കറിയാം, +2 കഴിയുമ്പോൾ മുതലേ അവർ ഉന്നത വിദ്യാഭ്യാസത്തിനും വിദേശങ്ങളിൽ താമസത്തിനുമൊക്കെ ആയിട്ട് പോവുകയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഒരു സ്റ്റേജിൽ കേരളം ഏജ്ഡ് ആയിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. അവർ പോപ്പുലേഷൻ ഈസ് ഗെറ്റിംഗ് ഓൾഡർ. ലൈഫ് എക്സ്പെക്റ്റൻസി കൂടുന്ന ഒരു വശത്ത്, കോവിഡ് പോലെയുള്ള പാൻഡമിക്കിൻ്റെ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടുകൾ ഒരു വശത്ത്, കുട്ടികളും മക്കളും ബന്ധുക്കളുമായിട്ടുള്ള ഡിസ്കണക്റ്റ് വേറൊരു വശത്ത്, ഇങ്ങനെ അതുപോലെ വീടുകളിൽ മെയ്ഡ് സർവൻസിനെയോ ഹോം നഴ്സസിനെയോ പൂർണ്ണമായും ധൈര്യപൂർവ്വം നമുക്ക് ഏൽപ്പിച്ച് മുന്നോട്ട് പോകാൻ പറ്റാത്ത അനുഭവങ്ങൾ ഉണ്ടാകുന്നു. സോ ഒരുപാട് മാറ്റങ്ങൾ സാമൂഹികമായിട്ട് വന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന ഒരു സമയത്ത് നമ്മുടെ ജീവിതകാലം മുഴുവൻ സമൂഹത്തിന് വേണ്ടിയും കുടുംബത്തിന് വേണ്ടിയും രാജ്യത്തിന് വേണ്ടിയൊക്കെ ഒരുപാട് പ്രയത്നിച്ച് റിട്ടയർ ചെയ്ത് കഴിയുമ്പോൾ അവർക്ക് സെൽഫ് എസ്റ്റീമോടുകൂടി ജീവിതത്തിൽ മുന്നോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോകുവാനും ജീവിതത്തിൻ്റെ പ്രാരാബ്ധങ്ങൾക്കിടയിൽ അവരുടെ ഓട്ട പാച്ചിലിനിടയിൽ മാറ്റിവെക്കപ്പെട്ടിട്ടുള്ള പല താല്പര്യങ്ങളും വീണ്ടും കണ്ടെത്താനും അവയെ പരിപോഷിപ്പിക്കുവാനും അത്തരത്തിൽ ഒരു സാഹചര്യം സൃഷ്ടിക്കപ്പെടാനും തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും നമ്മുടെ എൽഡേഴ്സ് ഡിസർവ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. അങ്ങനെ ഒരു സാഹചര്യം വീടുകളിൽ, ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷൻസിൽ, പൊതു ഇടങ്ങളിൽ എല്ലാം അവർ ഡിസർവ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെ ഒരു എസ്റ്റീമോടുകൂടി അവരെ കാണാനും അവരർഹിക്കുന്ന സാഹചര്യങ്ങൾ അവർക്ക് വേണ്ടി സൃഷ്ടിച്ചു കൊടുക്കുവാനും ബ്ലസ് അടക്കമുള്ള നിരവധി സ്ഥാപനങ്ങൾ അവരുടേതായ നിലയിൽ ശ്രമിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ഇന്ന് കേരളത്തിൽ കഴിഞ്ഞ ഒരു വർഷത്തിനകം നമുക്കറിയാം, നമ്മളുടെ ഇടതുവശത്ത് കാണുന്ന സ്ലാക്ക് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഓർഗനൈസേഷൻ, സീനിയർ ലിവിങ് അസോസിയേഷൻ ഓഫ് കേരള, ലൈക്ക് മൈൻഡഡ് ആയിട്ട് 8-10 സ്ഥാപനങ്ങൾ ഇന്നുണ്ട്. ഏർലിയർ ഇറ്റ് വാസ് കിക്ക് സ്റ്റാർട്ടഡ് ബൈ ട്രാവൻകൂർ ഫൗണ്ടേഷൻ ഹെഡഡ് ബൈ ശ്രീ ജിജി ഫിലിപ്പ്. അന്ന് ചങ്ങനാശ്ശേരി എന്ന് പറയുന്ന സ്ഥലത്തെ കറുകച്ചാലിൽ ദാറ്റ് വാസ് ദി ഓൺലി ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷൻ. ഇന്ന് 10-12 സ്ഥാപനങ്ങളായി ഞങ്ങൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നു. കൂടുതൽ ആളുകൾ ആ രംഗത്തേക്ക് വന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നു. പാലക്കാടിൽ അനന്തയുണ്ട്, ഇന്നലെ ഡോക്ടർ സാറ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു, സിഗ്നേച്ചറിൻ്റെ അലക്സ് പങ്കെടുക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. സോ മോർ ആൻഡ് മോർ പീപ്പിൾ ആർ കമ്മിങ് ഇൻ ടു ദിസ് ഫീൽഡ്. It is not a lucrative business as such. I would say like that. It's not a lucrative business. It's a noble business, we could say. Definitely, നമ്മൾ അതിനുള്ള പേഷ്യൻസോടുകൂടി സാവകാശം മുന്നോട്ട് പോയെങ്കിൽ മാത്രമേ ഇത്തരം ഒരു മേഖല വികാസം പ്രാപിക്കുകയുള്ളൂ. We need a lot of stakeholders. We need to collaborate. We need to connect. അങ്ങനെ ഒരു കൊളാബറേറ്റീവ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ആറ്റിറ്റ്യൂഡോടുകൂടി, ഇപ്പോൾ സ്ലാക്കിലെ മെമ്പേഴ്സും തമ്മിൽ യാതൊരു മത്സരവും ഇല്ല. എവ്രി വൺ ഈസ് ഗെറ്റിംഗ് ദെയർ ഓൺ ഷെയർ. അപ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങൾ കോംപ്ലിമെൻ്റ് ചെയ്ത് സപ്ലിമെൻ്റ് ചെയ്താണ് കേരളത്തിലെ ഓരോ കാര്യങ്ങൾ. ഇപ്പോൾ ഉദാഹരണത്തിന് പാലക്കാട് നിന്നൊരു ഒരു 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 എൻക്വയറി വന്ന് നോർമലി വി വിൽ സജസ്റ്റ് ആനന്ദ. അത്തരത്തിലുള്ളൊരു കൊളാബറേറ്റീവ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ആ ഒരു കൊളാബറേഷൻ ഇപ്പോൾ കേരളത്തിൽ നടക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. വി ഹാവ് ടു എക്സ്റ്റെൻഡ് ഇറ്റ് ടു ദി നാഷണൽ ആൻഡ് ഇൻ്റർനാഷണൽ ലെവൽ. There are umpteen number of dementia cares, nursing homes and all these things working abroad. അപ്പോൾ ഇതെല്ലാം തമ്മിലുള്ളൊരു കണക്റ്റിംഗ്, നോളജ് ഷെയറിങ്, ഇതെല്ലാം ആവശ്യമാണ്. സോ ഐ ബിലീവ് ദാറ്റ് ദിസ് സോർട്ട് ഓഫ് കോൺക്ലേവ്സ് വിൽ ബ്രിങ് ഇൻ more space, more opportunities to put in more collaborative efforts. So I don't take much time. ഞാൻ കുറച്ച് നേരം കൂടുതൽ പറഞ്ഞത് മിനിസ്റ്ററും കൂടി എത്താൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ളൊരു സമയത്തിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ്, ഒരു ഗ്യാപ്പ് ഫില്ലറായിട്ട് ചെയ്തതാണ്. ഞാൻ ദീർഘിപ്പിക്കുന്നില്ല. ഈ കോൺക്ലേവിന് വേണ്ടി, ഈ കോൺക്ലേവിൻ്റെ ഞങ്ങളിങ്ങനെ ആലോചിച്ച് വന്നപ്പോൾ, സോ ദി primary question we came across was, who are our participants, who are going to be the delegates? There is no visible clientele for these sort of conclaves. സാധാരണ ആളുകൾക്ക് ഒരു എൽഡർലി കോൺഫറൻസ് എന്നൊക്കെ പറയുമ്പോൾ കുറച്ച് പ്രായമുള്ളവരൊക്കെ വന്നിരിക്കും, കുറച്ച് കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ പറയും, അങ്ങനെ പോകുന്നു എന്നുള്ള നിലയ്ക്കായിരിക്കും. സോ വി ആർ ട്രൈങ് ടു മൊബിലൈസ് ദാറ്റ് കാറ്റഗറി ഓഫ് ക്ലൈൻറ്റെയിൽ, ഇതിൽ പങ്കെടുക്കാനുള്ള ആളുകൾ. അപ്പോൾ ഡേ ബൈ ഡേ ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് മോർ വിസിബിൾ, മോർ പീപ്പിൾ ആർ ഗോയിങ് ടു ബി പാർട്ടിസിപ്പേറ്റിംഗ്. അടുത്ത വർഷം ഇങ്ങനൊരു സംഗതി നടത്തുമ്പോൾ കൂടുതൽ ആളുകൾക്ക്, കൂടുതൽ സ്റ്റേക്ക് ഹോൾഡേഴ്സിന് കൂടുതൽ നെറ്റ്വർക്ക് സാധിക്കുന്ന തരത്തിൽ, ഇന്നലെ UN-ൻ്റെ 4-5 ഏജൻസീസിൻ്റെ ആളുകൾ ഹൈബ്രിഡിൽ ഓൺലൈനായിട്ടൊക്കെ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. വി വിൽ എക്സ്പെക്റ്റിംഗ് മോർ. അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെ ഈ ഒരു എൽഡർലി ലിവിങ്ങിൻ്റെ, പ്രായമായവരുടെ ജീവിതം കുറേ കൂടി സുസ്ഥിരവും സസ്റ്റൈനബിളും സന്തോഷകരവുമൊക്കെ ആക്കുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള ശ്രമങ്ങൾ നമുക്ക് കൂട്ടായിട്ട് ശ്രമിക്കാം. അതിന് രാഷ്ട്രീയ രംഗത്തുള്ളവരും മന്ത്രിമാരും ഒക്കെ നമ്മുടെ സഹകരണത്തിനുണ്ടാവണം. അവരെല്ലാം നമ്മൾ ഓരോ തരത്തിലായിട്ട് മൊബിലൈസ് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നു, കാര്യങ്ങൾ അവരെ പറഞ്ഞ് ബോധ്യപ്പെടുത്തിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നു. തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും അവരുടെ എല്ലാം സഹകരണം നമുക്കുണ്ടാവുമെന്ന് വിശ്വസിക്കുകയും ചെയ്യുന്നു. ഞാൻ ദീർഘിപ്പിക്കുന്നില്ല. ഈ ചടങ്ങിൽ പങ്കെടുക്കുന്ന എല്ലാവർക്കും, ബ്ലസ്സിലെ മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റിനും, ബ്ലസ്സിലെ റെസിഡൻസിനും, ബ്ലസ്സിലെ സ്റ്റാഫ് പലരും നമുക്കറിയാം, 130 റെസിഡൻസ് ഉള്ള ബ്ലസ്, അതിൻ്റെ ഓരോ രാവിലെ ബെഡ് കോഫി മുതൽ രാത്രി ഉറങ്ങുന്നത് വരെയുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ ഒരു മുടക്കവും കൂടാതെ നടത്തിക്കൊണ്ടാണ് ഇന്ന് പല സ്റ്റാഫും ഇവിടെ ഇരിക്കുന്നത്. അവരുടെ അക്ഷീണമായ ഉറക്കം, ഭക്ഷണമില്ലാതെയുള്ള പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾ കുറേ നാളുകളായിട്ടുണ്ട്. അവരെല്ലാം വളരെ സ്നേഹപൂർവ്വം ഓർമ്മിക്കുന്നു. അതുപോലെ ബ്ലസ്സിൻ്റെ എക്സ്റ്റൻഡഡ് ആമായിട്ടുള്ള ശാന്തിഭവനിലെ ചേച്ചിമാരവിടെയുണ്ട്. ശാന്തിഭവനും നല്ലൊരു മോഡലാണ്, ഒരു ഹെൽത്തി ഏജിങ്ങിൻ്റെ ഒരു മോഡലാണ് പകൽ വീടെന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. സോ ആ മോഡൽ നന്നായിട്ട് വരുന്നു. വി നീഡ് ടു റിപ്ലിക്കേറ്റ് ദാറ്റ് മോഡൽ ടു അതർ പ്ലേസസ്. സോ താങ്ക് യു സോ മച്ച്. താങ്ക് യു.
Thank you, Babu sir, for your kind words. Now I invite Shri K.V. Thomas for the presidential address. നമ്മളുടെ ക്ഷണം സ്വീകരിച്ച് ഇന്നിവിടെ എത്തിയ KV തോമസ് സാറിനെ ഞാൻ പ്രസിഡൻഷ്യൽ അഡ്രസ്സിന് വേണ്ടി സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുകയാണ്.
My good old friend and veteran journalist Sri Babu Joseph, ladies and gentlemen, when I entered this Chittilappilly square, my thoughts went back to say about 70 years. Now I am 77 plus. So I came here at the age of 7, and my great-great-grandfather and grandmother were staying in Kannur. And during vacations, we used to walk this entire area. It was full of mango trees and cashew nut trees. Collect mangoes and cashew nuts and spend some time. From those days, there was a vast change. As Babu Joseph said, I was a student of Second Hand College, and the Bharatmata College, which is very nearby, it was started by the Cardinal Joseph Parakattil. All these institutions came late. There is a big change in Cochin city. Our Honorable Prime Minister is coming on 24th to attend the youth in the country, then to inaugurate the Vande Bharat train, then the prestigious project of Kochi, with which I was initiated for more than 50 years, is the water metro. You know, the metro project in Kerala has a unique nature. It is a combination of 3 transport systems: road, train, and water boats. So these 3 systems are combined together. You can take one ticket and travel in the metro train, travel in the road, buses, then use the metro boats. So it's a unique system which Honorable Prime Minister is going to inaugurate on 25th. When I see such change taking place around me, I saw Mr. Manavalan, one of my old friends here. His wife was a student of our college, was the daughter of one of our veteran teacher. I said, there's a change in the human system itself. When I was a young boy in Kumbalangi, it's one of the model tourism villages in the country, started at the time of the Prime Minister Vajpayee, and I was the tourism minister. There are a large number of homestays where people come and stay with the villages, spend some time. And those days, my younger days, my dream was that I should get a better education, I should get a better employment, I should have a good-looking, sweet girl, children, say live for 100 years. Now, when I reached 77, seeing whatever around me, now my prayer is, let me have a peaceful departure from this world. I see around my own colleagues, many of the colleagues are no more with me. They have done a good service to their family, to the country. But at the age of after 60, they are left alone. And now there is, you know, we have small families. In my life, we are 3 children. My eldest brother is 14 years older to me. He was a teacher. He had 12 children, and he have got about 30, 40 grandchildren. But I got only 3 children and only 4 grandchildren. And my younger brother, who was the Vice Chancellor of the Agricultural University, Dr. Peter, he had only 2 children. But now I find my brother is a blessed man because he is being looked after by 48 children. His own children, his own grandchildren. Now in this particular social setup, where you are alone, you feel left alone, nobody to look after you, this is the time we should think about how the elderly people should become a part of our society. You know, many people are, for example, in Kerala, many people are leaving Kerala. They are going to Europe, they are going to USA. And those who go to Europe and USA, they don't come back. But our friends who go to Gulf countries, naturally they come back. So this is a situation where how to take care of the elderly people. They are the people who have contributed much. I remember a story a few days back in one of the TV interviews with Mr. Johnny Lucas of Malayalam Manorama. You know, I have been a teacher for 20 years, head of the Department of Chemistry. I was a minister in the state government. I was a minister in the central government. I was an MLA, MP, so I have spent more than 50 years in various occupations I had. So Johnny Lucas asked me, Professor, what do you think of your next birth? if there is a next birth, what do you think of you should be? I said, I would like to be reborn in my village, Kumbalangi. I want to study in my own old school, St. Peter's. Then go back to Secretary College, be a student there. Then be a teacher. Then I knew that my wife, Shirley, is hearing me. She knows I am the TV channel. So then he asked me, Professor, that is all right. Then who should be your wife in the next life? I said, naturally, there is no problem. My present wife, Shirley, is enough. We can go together. So I think my wife will be very happy. So when I came out of the studio, she said, you have done very well. But only one point is, I don't want to be your wife in the next life. That is the situation now. Things are changing a lot. And I know in my village, there was a grandma who had children, grandchildren, all were abroad. So she told her servant, if I die, don't keep me in the fridge. She called it fridge, mortuary. You have my burial immediately. Don't wait for my children and grandchildren. I don't want to get cooled in a fridge. Our village, they consider mortuary as a fridge. So this is the overall situation. And I remember those days, my younger days, if somebody reaches the age of 60, it was a big celebration in the village. Now, aged people comes about 15% of the total population. India is going to be the highest populated country in the world. So we have to look after our youngsters, newborn children, youth, and we also have to do the elderly people. A time has come. These elderly people are a part of our society. They should not be left alone. They have contributed much in their life. A few days back in Delhi, I had a meeting with a group of doctors who have served in Christian Medical College in Vellore. They said, we have retired. Now we have to do something. Our service is there. Our experience is there. Our knowledge is there. How to make use of that? So I think a conclave like this should ponder on these points and how we can go ahead. Okay, you can get the help of the government, various organizations, but there should be a people's movement that these elderly people have contributed much for the society. So I think this conclave of 3 days, now this is the second day, and I think naturally Mr. P. Rajiv, representing the government, will come over here. And naturally he will also hear your reviews. I think this conclave has helped. And I'm happy I'm here with Chittilappilly. Chittilappilly, Avsep, is a good old friend of mine. He's a person who came from nothing. With the hard work of Chittilappilly and his wife, they have built up an empire. So persons I have seen how people like Chittilappilly, starting from small ventures, grow up into, I know Mr. Yusuf Ali is a good friend of mine. We have worked together. He started in a small way, and he have got an empire now. So I think you also have your own contribution to the society, and then congratulate Mr. Babu Joseph, who is a good friend of mine. He's a veteran journalist who has been able to organize this conclave, and my best wishes to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your very insightful, very wittily put words. I would like to request Mr. Mansoor Dayalal to please hand over a memento to Shri K.V. Thomas, sir, on behalf of the conclave. അതിന് പകരം ഒരു ചെടി തന്നാൽ മതി എന്നാണ് പറഞ്ഞത് കേട്ടോ. അവിടെ കേൾക്കാൻ പറ്റാത്തവർക്ക് ഞാൻ മൈക്കിലൂടെ ഒന്നുകൂടെ പറയാണ്. So for anybody Yeah, for anybody inviting KV Thomas sir the next time for an event, this is a hint to take home. I think we should be giving him plants moving forward. Now I would like to invite Mr. Mansur Dalal, who is the Conclave Chairman and the Vice Chairman of Common Age, for the felicitation.
Good morning, and greetings, Mr. Thomas, Dr. Venugopal, Dr. Bhatt, Mr. Babu Joseph, Dr. Uninathan, and Mr. Anthony. Greetings to you all. Needless to say, friends, I'm absolutely delighted to see you all here, and so gratified that we all together, our passion that we have for cares for senior citizens and for elders manifests itself in coming together like this. You have, I know, come from all over the state. I've come from another state. I know somebody who has come from another country. And she's not the only one. I've got other people around, I can see that. And there are 19 products and technology that's available in front of us at one venue, and to enrich us into our journey towards senior living and care. I heard Mr. Babu Joseph thank everybody. Half was in Malayalam, but I could guess the sense of it. And he thanked everybody to, this, something that we have done this and all that. But I think we must also thank him for coming and igniting this concept, taking the first step to make this conference, conclave, come together. When he approached me and he said that, look, I want to do this, and what do you suggest? I said, hey, we should do it. We must do it. And there were so many ideas running around, and believe me, it has been a job to bring it down to 3 days with only this much subjects. It could have stretched to 7 days. So what I'm trying to convey is the drive, the passion, the gravitas that is needed for this industry can only be created, the buzz can only be created by such sessions happening regularly across the country. And as usual, Kerala has taken the first step. Kerala has started this initiative now, so it's not stopping them. So, and Kerala, and as you know, today Kerala stands first in the country in terms of quality of senior care, in terms of the number of care homes that are there, in numbers of passionate people that are around to take care of the elders. As Mr. Thomas said in his inaugural speech here, everybody is not blessed to have so many children and grandchildren. And even if they have, they all go overseas and they travel and they relocate themselves in other parts of the world. So what happens to the loved ones that are behind? That's where communities like Bless Homes come into play. And that's what all of you are doing. And that's absolutely gratifying. I started this industry, I did not start the industry. I came into this industry, this sector of senior care and living 21 years back. And believe me, at that time, it was unimaginable that, 2 decades later, a day would come like this, that there are so much conferences happening. There's a conference happening in Bangalore on next Saturday, same time, on the same subject. So imagine the buzz that is being created around the country and the potential that we all have to care for our seniors and whom we love so much. So very, very gratifying. I cannot thank you, all of you, enough to spare your time, effort, money, and to come together for this conclave spread over 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. And while I thank Mr. Babu Joseph, I must also acknowledge the tremendous work that is being done behind the scenes by his team. a special shout out to Renee. I don't know, I can't see her. There she is. You must come here and be acknowledged that this young woman has done wonders, single-handedly, a bit, of course, with a team, but motivating, getting it done, and I must have been harsh at some times, Renee. You need to excuse me for that. But see the result. And thank you so much for all of you again. And I am hoping that this is not a one-off, Mr. Babu Joseph. Mr. Joseph, this is not a one-off. You're going to do this every year. This is going to be an every year affair, and it will get better and better and bigger, and more players are going to join in. And it's not only Babu Joseph and Bless Homes who's going to do it. All the other players in Kerala are going to do it once a year in their respective communities and bring this community together. The more we share, the more we interact, the more we collaborate, as again told by Mr. Babu Joseph in his speech, the more we learn, the more we grow, the more we can give back to society. And I am right on time. As I can see from here, the minister has just arrived. And I think he's, I think that's the minister, he's just arrived. That's my cue to leave the stage now and invite the minister who's just arrived. Please welcome. Friends, please welcome Mr. P. Rajiv, Honorary Minister for Law, Industries and COIR. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mansoor Dalal, sir, for your encouraging words. And we welcome Shri P. Rajiv, sir, to the event. ഏറെ തിരക്കുകളുടെ ഇടയിലും നമ്മളുടെ ക്ഷണം സ്വീകരിച്ചെന്ന് വന്നിട്ടുള്ള ഓണറബിൾ മിനിസ്റ്റർ ശ്രീ പി രാജീവ് സാറിനെ ഞങ്ങൾ സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുകയാണ്. And I also kindly request you to please come forward for the inaugural address. And with the lighting of the lamp, we officially inaugurate the International Conclave on Healthy Aging. And like Mr. Mansoor Dalal rightfully said, let this not be a one-off event, let this be a recurring event every year. Thank you to all the dignitaries. Inaugural address-നായി ഞാൻ ശ്രീ പി രാജീവ് സാറിനെ വേദിയിലേക്ക് സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യാണ്.
ഏറെ ബഹുമാനായ പ്രൊഫസർ കെ.വി. തോമസ്, ഫോർമർ സെൻട്രൽ മിനിസ്റ്റർ, പ്രിയപ്പെട്ട എൻ്റെ സുഹൃത്ത് ശ്രീ ബാബു ജോസഫ്, മിസ്റ്റർ ജിജോ ആൻ്റണി, ഡോക്ടർ ചന്ദന ഉണ്ണിത്താൻ, ഡോക്ടർ വേണുഗോപാൽ, ഡോക്ടർ ഭട്ട്, സഹോദരി സഹോദരന്മാരെ, സുഹൃത്തുക്കളെ, ആദ്യം തന്നെ ഇൻ്റർനാഷണൽ കോൺക്ലേവ് ഓൺ ഹെൽത്തി ഏജിങ് ഉദ്ഘാടനം ചെയ്തതായി പ്രഖ്യാപിക്കുകയാണ്. തീർത്തും നൂതനമായ ഒരു കാഴ്ചപ്പാടനുസരിച്ചാണ് ഇങ്ങനെയൊരു പരിപാടി സംഘടിപ്പിച്ചിട്ടുള്ളത്. കേരളത്തിൽ എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു ഈ സ്വഭാവത്തിലുള്ള ആദ്യത്തെ ഒരു ഇൻ്റർനാഷണൽ കോൺഫറൻസ് ആയിരിക്കും. എന്നാൽ ഇന്ത്യയിൽ ഇങ്ങനെയൊരു കോൺഫറൻസിന് ആതിഥേയത്വം വഹിക്കാൻ എന്തുകൊണ്ടും അർഹതയുള്ള ഇടം കേരളം തന്നെയാണ്. കേരളത്തിൽ ജനിച്ചാൽ ഇപ്പോൾ ആന്ധ്രയിലോ തമിഴ്നാട്ടിലോ, ഞാൻ മറ്റ് നോർത്തേൺ സ്റ്റേറ്റ് പോകുന്നില്ല, ആന്ധ്ര, തമിഴ്നാട് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ കർണാടക, തമിഴ്നാട് ഒഴിവാക്കിയാൽ ആന്ധ്ര, തെലുങ്കാന, കർണാടകയൊക്കെയാണ് ജനിക്കുന്നതെങ്കിൽ കേരളത്തിൽ ജനിക്കുന്ന ആളെക്കാളും 10 വർഷം മുമ്പ് മരിച്ചു പോകും. കേരളത്തിലാണ് ജനിക്കുന്നതെങ്കിൽ അവർക്ക് ഒരു 10 വർഷത്തെ കൂടുതൽ ആയുസ് കിട്ടും. ജനനത്തിൻ്റെ ഒരു പ്രശ്നം ആഗ്രഹിച്ചിട്ടാർക്കും ഇന്ന സ്ഥലത്ത് ജനിക്കണമെന്ന് നിശ്ചയിക്കാൻ കഴിയില്ല എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. നമ്മളാരും കേരളത്തിൽ ജനിക്കണം എന്നാഗ്രഹിച്ച് ജനിച്ചവരല്ല. യാദൃശ്ചികതയാണ്. വേണമെങ്കിൽ കേരളത്തിൽ ജനിക്കാം, വേണമെങ്കിൽ അമേരിക്ക ജനിക്കാം, വേണമെങ്കിൽ എവിടെയും ജനിക്കാം. മനുഷ്യൻ ഓരോ സ്ഥലങ്ങളിൽ ജനിക്കുക യാദൃശ്ചികതയാണ്. പക്ഷേ കേരളത്തിൽ ജനിച്ചാൽ ഈ ആയുർദൈർഘ്യം കിട്ടുന്നത് ഇവിടെ നല്ല വായു, നല്ല സൗന്ദര്യമുള്ള സ്ഥലമാണ്. അതിൻ്റെ അടിസ്ഥാനത്തിൽ മാത്രമല്ല, കേരള മോഡൽ അതിനകത്ത് സിഗ്നിഫിക്കൻറ്റ് ഫീച്ചർ ഈസ് അഡ്വാൻസ്മെൻറ്റ് ഇൻ ഹെൽത്ത് കെയർ ആൻഡ് എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ. അത് കോറിലേറ്റഡ് ആണ് രണ്ടും. ഇപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ ഞാൻ നോക്കി ജെറിയാട്രിക്സ്, അത് തീർത്തും അപരിചിതമായൊരു ടെർമിനോളജി ആയിരിക്കും മോസ്റ്റ് ഓഫ് ദ നോർത്തേൺ സ്റ്റേറ്റ്സ് ഓഫ് ഇന്ത്യ. പക്ഷെ കേരളത്തിൽ ഇത് വളരെ പരിചിതമായൊരു ടെർമിനോളജിയാണ് ജെറിയാട്രിക്സ്. ഏത് ഹോസ്പിറ്റലിലും ഗ്രാമങ്ങളിൽ പോലും ചിലപ്പോൾ ഒരു ജെറിയാട്രിക്സ് വിഭാഗം കാണാൻ കഴിയും. കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ മറ്റൊരു സവിശേഷത ഈ വിഭജനം കുറവാണ്. നഗര ഗ്രാമം, ഞങ്ങൾ പറയുക ഗ്രഗരം എന്നാണ്. ഗ്രാമത്തിൻ്റെ ഗ്രായും നഗരത്തിൻ്റെ ഗരവും. ഗ്രഗരമാണ് കേരളം. എവിടെയാണ് ഈ ഡിവിഷൻ എന്ന് പറയാൻ പറ്റില്ല. ഒരേപോലെയാണ് കേരളം കിടക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ഈ ആയുർദൈർഘ്യം വർദ്ധിക്കുന്നതിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ടുള്ള പ്രശ്നങ്ങളുണ്ട്. ഇവിടെ നിങ്ങൾ ഇതിനകത്ത് പറയുന്നുണ്ട് ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റീസ് ആൻഡ് ചാലഞ്ചസ് are going to be discussed separately. Honorable Minister for Higher Education and Social Justice, Dr. Bindu, will be going to inaugurate that session. അപ്പോൾ അതിൽ ഈ സെക്കൻഡ് ജനറേഷൻ ക്രൈസിസ് എന്നാണ് ഇതിനെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് സാധാരണ പറയുക. കേരള മോഡലിൻ്റെ സെക്കൻഡ് ജനറേഷൻ ക്രൈസിസ്. ഇപ്പോൾ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസത്തിൽ ഹയർ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ കൂടുതൽ അവസരങ്ങൾ ഉണ്ടാകേണ്ടത് കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ പ്രത്യേകതയാണ്. സ്കൂൾ എൻറോൾമെൻറ്റ് ഓൾമോസ്റ്റ് 100% ആണ്. അപ്പോൾ ക്വാളിറ്റി ഹയർ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ അത് ഇതിൻ്റെ ഒരു തുടർച്ചയാണ്. ഹെൽത്ത് കെയറിൽ അഡ്വാൻസ്മെൻറ്റിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായി ആയുർദൈർഘ്യം കൂടിയിരിക്കുന്നു. അതിൻ്റെ പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ അഡ്രസ്സ് ചെയ്യേണ്ട റെസ്പോൺസിബിലിറ്റി ഇന്ത്യയിൽ മറ്റൊരു സ്റ്റേറ്റിനും ഇല്ലാത്ത രൂപത്തിൽ കേരളത്തിനുണ്ട്. അതാണ് സെക്കൻഡ് ജനറേഷൻ പ്രോബ്ലംസ് ഓൺ ഹെൽത്ത് കെയർ. എന്നാൽ നമ്മുടെ ഒരു പരിമിതി കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ എന്താണെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ, ഞാനിവിടെ ഉള്ളവർ മിക്കവാറും മലയാളികൾ തന്നെ ആയതുകൊണ്ടാണ് അത്തരം കാര്യങ്ങൾ കൂടുതൽ പരാമർശിക്കുന്നത്. ഇപ്പം നമ്മുടെ ഡൽഹിയിലെ പ്രതിനിധി മാഷുണ്ടല്ലോ, നമ്മുടെ ഈ നേട്ടങ്ങളെല്ലാം നമുക്കൊരു തടസ്സമാണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ യൂണിയൻ ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിൻ്റെ ഫണ്ട് എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ, അപ്പോൾ അതിൻ്റെ ടാർഗറ്റ്സ് എല്ലാം കേരളം ഓൾറെഡി അച്ചീവ്ഡ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇനി അതിനകത്ത് ആ ഹെഡിൽ ഫണ്ടില്ല. ഹെൽത്ത് കെയറോ നിങ്ങളുടെ ലൈഫ് എക്സ്പെക്റ്റൻസി ഇങ്ങനെ ബാക്കിയെല്ലാം ഓക്കെ, നിങ്ങൾ ആ ഗോൾസ് എല്ലാം അച്ചീവ് ചെയ്തു, അതുകൊണ്ട് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ആ ഹെഡിൽ ഫണ്ടില്ല. യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ സാധാരണ ഇതിന് ഇൻസെൻറ്റീവാണ് തരേണ്ടത്. നിങ്ങൾ ഈ ഗോൾസൊക്കെ നേരത്തെ അച്ചീവ് ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നു, അതുകൊണ്ട് നെക്സ്റ്റ് സ്റ്റെപ്പിന് വേണ്ടിയുള്ള ഒരു ഇൻസെൻറ്റീവാണ് തരേണ്ടത്. പക്ഷേ യൂണിയൻ ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിൻ്റെ സമീപനം ഇതെല്ലാം കമ്മീഷൻ റിപ്പോർട്ടുകൾ പ്രകാരം അതിനകത്ത് പരിമിതപ്പെടുകയാണ്. അതൊരു റിസോഴ്സ് ക്രഞ്ച് കേരളം നേരിടുന്നത് പ്രധാനമായും ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ള ചില പാരാമീറ്റേഴ്സ് അവർ അപ്ലൈ ചെയ്യുന്നതിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിക്കൊണ്ടാണ്. എന്നാലും സ്റ്റേറ്റ് അതിനകത്ത് കേന്ദ്രീകരിക്കുന്നുണ്ട് ഇത്തരം പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ. ഇപ്പം ഞങ്ങൾ ഈ മീറ്റിങ്ങിൽ ഞാൻ പറയുകയാണ്, വി ആർ തിങ്കിങ് ടു കോൺസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ട് ഈ എൽഡർലി കമ്മീഷൻ, വയോജന കമ്മീഷൻ. ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഇപ്പോൾ കേരളത്തിൽ ആദ്യമായി രൂപീകരിക്കുന്ന കാര്യം ഗൗരവമായി ചർച്ച ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട് എന്നത് ഈ കോൺഫറൻസിൻ്റെ ശ്രദ്ധയിലേക്ക് ഞാൻ കൊണ്ടുവരികയാണ്. ഞങ്ങളുടെ നിയമവകുപ്പ് അതിന് ഗ്രീൻ സിഗ്നൽ കൊടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. അഡ്മിനിസ്ട്രേറ്റീവ് ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റ് ദേ വിൽ പ്രിപ്പയർ ദ ഡ്രാഫ്റ്റ് ബിൽ, ദെയർ ആഫ്റ്റർ ഇറ്റ് വിൽ കം ടു അവർ ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റ്. I think within this year itself we can pass that legislation. അത് സെൻട്രൽ ഗൈഡ് ലൈനിലുണ്ട്, പക്ഷേ സെൻട്രലും വന്നിട്ടില്ല, മറ്റ് സ്റ്റേറ്റുകളിലും ആ കമ്മീഷൻ വന്നിട്ടില്ല. ഞങ്ങളിപ്പോൾ അത് ഫോം ചെയ്യണം എന്നുള്ള വി ഹാവ് ടേക്കൺ ദാറ്റ് പോളിസി ഡിസിഷൻ. അതിൻ്റെ മറ്റ് പ്രാക്ടിക്കൽ ഇതിലേക്ക് കടന്നിരിക്കുകയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ അത് വരുമ്പോൾ ഇത്തരം പ്രശ്നങ്ങളെല്ലാം കുറേ കൂടി അഡ്രസ്സ് ചെയ്യാൻ കഴിയും. ആരോഗ്യമേഖലയിൽ ആയുർദൈർഘ്യത്തിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായി ജെറിയാട്രിക്സ് മാത്രമല്ല, മറ്റ് പല അസുഖങ്ങളും ഇതുമായി കണക്ട് ചെയ്ത് ജെറിയാട്രിക്സ് അതെല്ലാം കോംപ്രഹെൻസീവായി നോക്കുന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിലും മറ്റെല്ലാ തലങ്ങളിലും കൂടുതൽ ചികിത്സ ചെലവുകൾ കേരളത്തിൽ വരും. കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ പ്രത്യേകത ഇതെല്ലാം പബ്ലിക് സെക്ടറിലുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പോൾ എറണാകുളം ജനറൽ ആശുപത്രി ബൈപ്പാസ് സർജറി നടത്തിയ ഇന്ത്യയിലെ ഏക ജനറൽ ആശുപത്രിയാണ്. ഇന്ത്യയിൽ ഒരിടത്തും ജനറൽ ആശുപത്രിയിൽ ബൈപ്പാസ് സർജറി ഇല്ല. നമ്മുടെ മെഡിക്കൽ കോളേജിൽ ഓർഗൻ ട്രാൻസ്പ്ലാന്റേഷൻ ഉണ്ട്. ഇപ്പോൾ വി ആർ ഗോയിങ് ടു എസ്റ്റാബ്ലിഷ് എ ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ട് എക്സ്ക്ലൂസീവ്ലി ഫോർ ഓർഗൻ ട്രാൻസ്പ്ലാന്റേഷൻ ഇൻ കാലിക്കറ്റ്. ഒരു പബ്ലിക് സെക്ടറിൽ ഗവൺമെൻറ് കൺട്രോളിലുള്ള പൂർണ്ണമായിട്ടും ഗവൺമെൻറ്റായ ഒരു ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷൻ സ്ഥാപിക്കാൻ പോവുകയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഇവിടേക്കൊക്കെ ഉള്ള വരവിൽ അതിനകത്തുള്ള ഇൻടേക്കിലും ഈ ആയുർദൈർഘ്യത്തിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ടുള്ള പ്രശ്നങ്ങളെ നമ്മൾ അഡ്രസ്സ് ചെയ്യേണ്ടി വരും. എന്നാൽ കുറേ നമുക്ക് അഡ്വാൻറ്റേജ് ഉണ്ട്. ഇപ്പോൾ വേറൊരു കാര്യം കൂടി സാന്ദർഭികം സൂചിപ്പിക്കുക, ആയുർദൈർഘ്യം കേരളത്തിലാണ് ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതലെങ്കിലും ജാർഖണ്ഡ് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ പിന്നെ, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ജാർഖണ്ഡിനൊപ്പം ഇന്ത്യയിൽ ഏറ്റവും കുറഞ്ഞ പെൻഷൻ പ്രായമുള്ള സ്ഥലവും കേരളമാണ്. നമ്മുടെ പെൻഷൻ പ്രായമാണ് ജാർഖണ്ഡിൽ മാത്രമാണ് ഈ പെൻഷനുള്ളൂ, ബാക്കി എല്ലായിടത്തും ഇതിനേക്കാൾ ഉയർന്ന പെൻഷൻ പ്രായമാണ്. പക്ഷെ നമ്മുടെ പല കാരണങ്ങളാൽ അതങ്ങനെ തന്നെ തുടരുകയാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഇപ്പോൾ യാത്രയപ്പ് യോഗങ്ങളിലൊക്കെ പങ്കെടുക്കാൻ പോയാൽ യാത്ര അയക്കേണ്ട ആളാണോ ഇരിക്കണേ, ജോയിൻ ചെയ്യാൻ വന്ന ആളാണോ ഇരിക്കണ സംശയവും ഈ ആളെ കണ്ടു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ. മിക്കവാറും ഇനി ഒരു 10-30 കൊല്ലം എന്തിനും തയ്യാറായെന്ന് മട്ടിലായിരിക്കും ഈ ബൊക്കെ വാങ്ങാനുള്ള ആളുടെ ഇരിപ്പ്. ആ ഒരു പ്രൊഡക്ടിവിറ്റി അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അവരുടെ സാധ്യതകൾ നമ്മുടെ നാടിൻ്റെ സമ്പദ്ഘടനയെ മുന്നോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോകുന്നതിൽ എങ്ങനെ കൺസ്ട്രക്റ്റീവായിട്ട് നമുക്ക് യൂട്ടിലൈസ് ചെയ്യാൻ കഴിയും, അതും നമ്മൾ ചർച്ച ചെയ്യേണ്ട പ്രശ്നങ്ങളാണ്. ഇവിടെ ഒത്തിരിയേറെ വിദഗ്ധർ ഗോയിങ് ടു സ്പീക്ക് ഓൺ സ്പെസിഫിക് സബ്ജക്ട്സ്. ഐ വുഡ് നോട്ട് ലൈക്ക് ടു ടേക്ക് മോർ ടൈം. ഈ കോൺക്ലേവ് സംഘടിപ്പിച്ചതിന് ഇതിൻ്റെ നമ്മുടെ ശ്രീ ബാബു ജോസഫിനെയും അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ ടീമിനെയും പ്രത്യേകം അഭിനന്ദിക്കുന്നു. നിങ്ങളുടെ ഈ കോൺക്ലേവിൻ്റെ ഔട്ട്കം ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിന് കൂടി കൈമാറുകയാണെങ്കിൽ നമുക്കത് ഒരു ഡിസ്കഷന് വിധേയമാക്കാം. എല്ലാവരും ചേർന്നാണ്, ഇതെല്ലാം ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിനുള്ള ഇൻപുട്ടായിട്ടാണ് കാണുന്നത്. ഞങ്ങളെല്ലാം ഇതിൽ പങ്കെടുക്കുമ്പോൾ ഇതിൽ നിന്ന് കിട്ടുന്ന വിവരങ്ങൾ ഇസ് എ ലേണിംഗ് എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് ഫോർ അസ് ഓൾസോ ഫോർ ടേക്കിംഗ് ഡിസിഷൻസ് ബൈ റെക്കഗ്നൈസിങ് ദ ഒബ്ജക്റ്റീവ് റിയാലിറ്റീസ് പ്രിവെയിലിംഗ് ഇൻ ദിസ് സെക്ടർ. അപ്പോൾ അതുകൊണ്ട് അത്തരത്തിലുള്ള നിർദ്ദേശങ്ങൾ കൂടി നൽകുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ കൂട്ടായി തന്നെ അത്തരം ചർച്ചകളിൽ പങ്കെടുക്കാം. നമുക്കൊന്നിച്ച് ഈ പ്രായമായവരുടെ പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ അഭിസംബോധന ചെയ്യാൻ കുറെ കൂടി കൺസ്ട്രക്റ്റീവായിട്ടുള്ള സംവിധാനം രൂപപ്പെടുത്തുന്നതിന് ശ്രമിക്കാം എന്നുകൂടി സൂചിപ്പിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് എന്നെ ക്ഷണിച്ചതിനെ നന്ദി രേഖപ്പെടുത്തിക്കൊണ്ട് വാക്കുകൾ അവസാനിപ്പിക്കുന്നു. എല്ലാവർക്കും നന്ദി, നമസ്കാരം.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words and for extending your support. I would like to request Mr. Mansoor Dalal to please hand over the memento to Shri P. Rajiv as a token of our gratitude. Thank you, sir, for your time and your presence. Now, with that, we actually have a small surprise ready for all of you. And in order to show you the surprise, I request all the dignitaries to please take a seat on the couch down on the floor. I'm not going to give you too much information about what the surprise is because it will be shown to you through a small AV and then later explained to you by Mr. Mansoor Dalal. But the AV, the video that we're going to see now, the short film, is directed by Mr. Vijay Mohan, who is an international award-winning journalist. So on that note, just give everybody 2 minutes time to remove the couches and we shall jump right into the film. ഒരു 2 മിനിറ്റോടെ സമയം കൊടുക്കുക ആ കൗച്ചൊന്ന് മാറ്റിയിടുന്ന താമസം മാത്രമേ ഉള്ളൂ. Do any of you have any wild guesses on what the surprise could be? I know you have absolutely no direction to think in, but still, I'm just trying to see. No guesses at all? I can see those who know about it already smiling because it's really special to everybody involved.
Retirement living is a non-conventional home for retirees. This project was born from the conviction that the elders have the right to live their golden years in a safe and dignified environment. Bless provides suitable services and facilities to achieve this goal. Residents do not have to worry about preparing food, cleaning, or doing household chores. Housekeeping is taken care of. Waiters serve morning coffee, breakfast, and meals, and the residents get a comforting sense of routine, assurance, and relaxation. They can enjoy meals together in the communal dining space, fostering community feeling, bonding, and belonging as they share stories and experiences. 8 years ago, the founders of Bless embarked on this ambitious and pioneering project and created a stimulating and energizing community for retirees. But bringing this dream to fruition was far from easy. According to Babu Joseph, the chairman of Bless Retirement Living, the biggest challenge was changing the negative public perception of homes for the elderly. The promoters challenged negative stereotypes by establishing a new paradigm for senior living. They created an elder-friendly, aesthetically pleasing infrastructure in a picturesque hillock in Aluva, Ernakulam district. The best services and facilities, an energizing community, and a mix of independent living and need-based assisted living complement the aesthetically pleasing infrastructure. People of similar ages spend time together. Every resident has their property to spend time in. The promoters recruited a younger generation of staff and trained them to care for and support the seniors to live their lives to the fullest. The Bless began its operations with cautious baby steps. The confidence of its founders gradually attracted the attention of the community. One of the first individuals to respond positively was Dr. Venugopal, a highly respected pediatrician who ran a clinic in a suburban town. After retiring from medical service, he devoted his time to his private clinic, Shashu.
When I started my private clinic, I lost my wife, and for about 16 to 17 years, I was a widower. But just as a commitment to the service, to the society, I was working from, say, 8 o'clock in the morning till night 8:30. And it was going on like that. It was a routine work. But as time passes, I started thinking, can I continue like this?
When Dr. Venugopal moved in, he named his apartment Shashu, the name of his clinic. 3 of his friends soon joined him, spreading the reputation of Bless among the medical community. Dr. Madhavi Ramachandran, a retired principal of a medical college, was recommended by her friends and decided to move in with her husband Dr. Ramachandran.
Both of us are from Medical Education Service of Kerala, and I retired as a principal of one of the government medical colleges. Well, after a time we were thinking what to do. We have only one daughter and she is settled in the United States. And she and her family would have been very happy to have us with them after retirement. But what shall I say, I am a very 100% Malayali at heart, and so we wanted to be in Kerala. We were looking at various places. We happened to come here and we spoke to the owner Mrs. Lija. Well, that decided it. We didn't have any second thoughts.
More and more people from various walks of life started joining the community. Dr. V.B. Kartha, an award-winning retired scientist from the prestigious Barber Atomic Research Center and a widower, joined Bless on the recommendation of his family members. From Bless, he continues to work. The 90-year-old scientist says he got more than what he wanted. In his working life of about 30 years, he published 200 research papers. Since moving to Bless in 2018, he has published 50 papers in just about 4 years. He credits his increased productivity to Bless. He is free to pursue his passion without hindrance.
I couldn't ask for anything more, and I don't think I will get even this much anywhere else. I have here everything I want. I have good food, I have good friends.
Recently, he received the prestigious ICHA Sastra Tejas Award for his contributions to science. Molika Paul, an artist, and her husband, Paul Chirayath, a sound engineer, were on their way from the US to Kerala to attend a family function when Paul, during the flight, suffered a brain hemorrhage. Upon landing at Kochi airport, Paul was rushed to the hospital where he survived. But doctors cautioned that he was not fit for long-haul travel for the next 6 months. With the added challenges of COVID and isolation, Molika struggled to pay attention to her husband's needs and manage household chores. Then Bless appeared before them as a blessing. They moved into Bless. Paul received invaluable assistance and care at Bless. And Molika found time for herself to pursue her passion for painting. She now teaches art to fellow residents. The couple is happy with Bless and has decided not to return to their US home. According to Gijo Anthony, the managing director of the Bless, the uniqueness of Bless is that it does not rely on a marketing department to attract residents. The word-of-mouth reputation has been spreading fast with more people choosing to call it home. The Bless now has 130 residents spanning different walks of life. What sets Bless apart is its unwavering commitment to delivering more than it promises. Bless is building 3 more blocks at its present location, and there are plans to move to a new location in the coming years. Lija Gijo, Executive Director of Bless, says it is heartening to know that people have good things to say about Bless and its services.
When we started, it was quite a challenge to find experienced staff. Geriatric care is not a hot topic in schools or colleges, so we had to get creative. We recruited people with open minds. We trained them from the ground up.
Bless has been evolving through experience. There was no model for it to emulate. So, it recruited fresh employees and trained them to take care of the needs of the elderly. The employees learned as they worked. When people endorse the quality of service, the management bows down its head with gratitude and humility.
The staff here are so good, they behave so well towards us. I don't think even my children, when they came here, they said the same thing. Daddy, you are lucky.
And I'm so happy that we chose this place because the service, the apartment is beautiful, the furnishing is very good, but more than all that, the ambience, the service they provide is top class.
And we can get the nursing assistants, that's the best part, and all the girls or boys in the, overall the staff, they're excellent.
In the year 2016, we started with just 2 residents, and in the year 2023, we have about 130 residents. The figure is not an amazing figure, but once we think about the travel and the struggle and the pain we came across, it was an amazing journey.
Chittilappilly and Gijo, director, says, in Bless every day is planned and scheduled.
There is no single day we pass without celebrating. We celebrate all the festivals, be it Onam, Christmas, Holi, Diwali, any festival, we celebrate it here.
Many residents are rediscovering their hidden or forgotten talents. Residents can take advantage of plenty of opportunities and remain active or simply take in their surroundings and relax. There are music sessions, there is an 80-year-old resident who is learning the keyboard. Painting is popular. Yoga sessions are well attended. Chess, card, and board games help players to think ahead and plan. There is a brain gym for brain exercise. Plays are staged often. There is a theatre for watching movies. The community is always looking for celebrations. All the festivals including Onam, Christmas, Vishu and Holi are celebrated with great enthusiasm. elders are rediscovering their younger days and have no inhibitions about staging a group dance or a fashion show. In Bless, the residents do not have to live in a cocoon. They may invite their family members or friends to spend time with them. They can visit their family, take a day out, or go on excursions. Bless is a home away from home. It provides facilities and services the residents would have never thought of. Here, they discover or build a community of their own. Bless is a blessing.
What an incredible journey, what a heartwarming video. And I want to take a minute to thank Mr. Vijay Mohan, who actually created this short film once again. So tremendously beautifully done. Please give him a good round of applause. And now, to share with you what that little surprise is and give you a little bit more detail about it, I request Mr. Mansur Dalal on stage.
Well, friends, after that absolutely warm and exciting journey that we witnessed of Bless and the tremendous work that they are doing, it's no wonder, friends, that when the time came for standards and accreditation, Bless was there. We went through the whole process. I'll give you a small background on the standards. The Honorable Minister wants to leave. So we started this standards journey almost 20 years back. And when I formed USLI, it was my first item on the agenda that we should introduce standards in this country. Fortunately, I got this opportunity to write the standards for this country during a time of COVID. And Standardwise International, it's a global company based in Australia, helped us out with the templates and the accreditation program for India. It was rolled out last year. And in June 22, the first certificate was given by the minister at Delhi. And today, we have requested Mr. P. Rajiv to give the certificate which we have assessed and accredited Bless homes in the phase 1 program that you just saw on the screen today at platinum grade. And believe me, friends, it has been a tremendous journey on the part of all the team members here that they have been able to get this accreditation certificate, which is endorsed by USLI, by Common Age, and by SWII. So this is the certificate that has been given to Bless, platinum grade.
I think Mr. Mansur Dalal should also join. And I would also like to take a minute to say thank you to David Stevens from SWII for joining us.
And friend, that's the end of the surprise.
Okay, Dr. Venu would like to talk to you.
Dear friends, വളരെ സന്തോഷമുണ്ട്. ബ്ലസ് റിട്ടയർമെൻറ്റ് ലിവിങ്ങിലെ ഒരു റെസിഡൻ്റ് എന്ന നിലയ്ക്ക് നമ്മുടെ സ്ഥാപനത്തിന് ലഭിച്ച ഈ അംഗീകാരത്തിന് അവാർഡിനും അത് വാങ്ങിക്കുന്നതിനുള്ള ഒരവസരം തന്നതിൽ എൻ്റെ മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റിനോട് ഞാൻ നന്ദി പറഞ്ഞുകൊള്ളട്ടെ. വാസം പറഞ്ഞ എൻ്റെയൊക്കെ വന്ന് ആദ്യം അവാർഡ് വാങ്ങിക്കണം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ വിചാരിച്ചു ഇതൊരു വ്യക്തിക്കുള്ള അവാർഡല്ലല്ലോ, ഇതൊരു സ്ഥാപനത്തിനുള്ള അവാർഡല്ലേ, അത് മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റ് തന്നെ വാങ്ങിക്കണം, അല്ല റെസിഡൻസ് തന്നെ മേടിക്കണമെന്ന്. അതിലൊരു കാര്യം നമ്മൾ ഈ വീഡിയോ നിങ്ങൾ കണ്ടു കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് മനസ്സിലായി കാണും. കാര്യം അവർ ഈ സ്ഥാപനം വളരുന്നുണ്ട്, അത് ശരിയാണ്. പക്ഷേ അതിലെ ഓരോ റെസിഡൻറ്റിൻ്റെയും കംഫർട്ട്, അവരുടെ സുഖസൗകര്യങ്ങൾ, അവർക്ക് എന്തെങ്കിലും ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടുണ്ടോ എന്നുള്ളത് ദേ ആർ മോർ കൺസേൺഡ്. അതാണ് ആ വീഡിയോ നമ്മൾ കണ്ടത്. സുപ്രഭാതത്തിൽ നേരം വെളുത്തുമ്പോൾ മുതൽ രാത്രി വരെ നമുക്ക് വേണ്ടതെല്ലാം വളരെ ശ്രദ്ധയോടെ ഭംഗിയോടെ അവർ നമുക്ക് ചെയ്തു തരുന്നുണ്ട്. ഞാൻ ഇവിടെ വന്ന് ഈ ബ്ലസ്സിൽ ചേരുമ്പോഴേ അതൊരു പണിതീരാത്ത വീടായിരുന്നു. ഏതാനും മുറികൾ മാത്രമുള്ളൊരു ഒരു ചെറിയൊരു പ്രസ്ഥാനമായിരുന്നു. ഒരു 4 സ്റ്റാഫ് എൻ്റെ അടുക്ക ചോദിച്ചാൽ ഞാൻ പറയും ഒരു 3 ബിയും ഒരു ജെയും. 3 ബി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ബിയ, ബിബിന്, ബാലൻ, പിന്നെ ഒരു ജോയ്. ഇതാണ് ഈ സ്ഥാപനം. പിന്നെ ഒരു മനുഷ്യന് ജീവിക്കേണ്ട മിനിമം അടിസ്ഥാന സൗകര്യം, വെള്ളം, ഇലക്ട്രിസിറ്റി, ഫുഡ്, ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ള ഒരു സിറ്റുവേഷനിൽ നിന്നും നമ്മുടെ സ്ഥാപനം വളർന്ന് അത് ഈ കോൺക്രീറ്റ് സൗധങ്ങളുടെ എണ്ണത്തിലല്ല ഞാൻ പറയുന്നത്. അവിടെയുള്ള ഇപ്പോൾ ഏതാണ്ട് ഇതിൻ്റെ സ്ട്രെങ്ത് 130 പറയുന്നു. അവരുടെ സുഖസൗകര്യങ്ങളും അവർക്ക് വേണ്ടതായിട്ടുള്ള എല്ലാം അവർ ഒരു കുറവുമില്ലാത്ത വിധത്തിൽ, ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനം ഫുഡ് വളരെ സെൻസിറ്റീവാണ്, അത് വളരെയധികം അതിൽ ശ്രദ്ധിക്കുകയും ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ഇത് പോരാ, ഇനിയും അവാർഡ് ഇതിന് ധാരാളം ലഭിക്കട്ടെ, ഇത് ഇനിയും പുരോഗമിക്കട്ടെ, ഇനിയും വളരട്ടെ എന്ന് ആശംസിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ നിർത്തുന്നു.
Thank you, Dr. Venu, for your very, very kind and warm words. I think Mr. Mansur Dalal would like to address. Yeah, sure.
Friends, I just want to acknowledge, since Mr. David Stevens has joined us from Australia, Adelaide, I would like him to be acknowledged by all of us for contributing to the cause of standards in India and giving us so willingly his complete property rights and all that for us to move forward in this country for standards. So please acknowledge Mr. David Stevens of Standardwise International. Thank you, David. And please be there, because for your session that's going to start in a few minutes. Thank you so much. Thank you, friends.
Thank you, sir. Now I'd like to call Dr. Chandana, who is the Chief Scientific Officer, Lifeguard Digital Health, to felicitate the audience.
Hello, everyone who's present, and a warm welcome to the second day of the conference. I would like a few words to say about definitely felicitations and congratulations for to Bless and Mr. Babu and the team behind Bless, who's organized this healthy conclave on healthy aging. We at Lifeguard are proud to be the title sponsors, and we are honored to be here. We hope that this particular initiative will continue over time and for many years to come. And let's all work together for a healthy aging and all the initiatives that have started or put in motion today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chandana. And now I would like to call on stage Mr. Jiju Anthony, the Managing Director of Bless Retirement Living, for the vote of thanks.
ഗുഡ് മോർണിംഗ്. ഇന്നിവിടെ ക്ഷണിക്കപ്പെട്ട വിശിഷ്ട വ്യക്തികളെ, സുഹൃത്തുക്കളെ, 2014 ബ്ലസ് ഒരു ടീം 4 പേരിൽ തുടങ്ങിയതാണ്. നമ്മുടെ ചെയർമാൻ ബാബു ജോസഫ്, മൈസെൽഫ്, my wife Lija Jijo, Bibin Varghese, ചീഫ് അഡ്മിനിസ്ട്രേറ്റീവ് മാനേജറാണ് ഇപ്പോൾ. ഞങ്ങൾ 4 പേരിൽ നിന്നാണ് ഇത് തുടങ്ങിയത്. 2014 നമ്മളുടെ കൺസ്ട്രക്ഷൻ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്തത്. അതിൽ നിന്ന് ഞങ്ങളുടെ കൂടെ കൂടുതൽ ടീം ജോയിൻ ചെയ്തു. റെസിഡൻസ്, സ്റ്റാഫ്, ഗവൺമെൻറ് സെക്ടറിലുള്ളവർ, ഇപ്പോൾ ജനപ്രതിനിധികൾ, ഇവരെല്ലാവരും ഞങ്ങളുടെ കൂടെ ജോയിൻ ചെയ്തു. സോ ഇനി അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഇനിയുള്ള മുന്നോട്ടുള്ള യാത്ര വളരെ ഈസി ആയിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. കാരണം കൂടുതൽ ടീം വരുന്നു, സ്ട്രെങ്ത് കൂടുന്നു, ഞങ്ങളെ നന്നായിട്ട് എല്ലാവരും സപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നു. ഇനി ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ കർത്തവ്യത്തിലേക്ക് കടക്കുകയാണ്. ഇന്നിവിടെ ഉദ്ഘാടകനായിട്ട് എത്തിയ മിനിസ്റ്റർ പി രാജീവ്, അദ്ദേഹം ഇന്ന് നല്ല തിരക്കുള്ള ഒരു ദിവസമായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ഇതിനു മുമ്പ് സംസാരിച്ച് എന്തെങ്കിലും നിർത്തേണ്ടി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ എത്തുമെന്ന് ഉറപ്പ് പറഞ്ഞു. അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ വാക്ക് പാലിച്ചു. അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് ബ്ലിസോംസിൻ്റെ പേരിലും ഈ കോൺക്ലേവിൻ്റെ പേരിലും ഞാൻ നന്ദി രേഖപ്പെടുത്തുകയാണ്. അതുപോലെ ഇന്ന് എത്തിയ ശ്രീ പ്രൊഫസർ KV തോമസ്, അദ്ദേഹം ബ്ലിസോംസിൻ്റെ ഒരു വെൽവിഷറാണ്. എന്തെങ്കിലും പ്രോഗ്രാം ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ ക്ഷണിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അദ്ദേഹം എത്രയും ആത്മാർത്ഥതയോടുകൂടി ഇവിടെ എത്തിച്ചേരാറുണ്ട്. അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് ഞാൻ ബ്ലിസോംസിൻ്റെ പേരിൽ ഞാൻ നന്ദി രേഖപ്പെടുത്തുകയാണ്. കോൺക്ലേവിൻ്റെ ചെയർമാൻ മിസ്റ്റർ മൻസൂർ ദലാൽ, അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് എല്ലാവരുടെയും പേരിൽ ഞാൻ നന്ദി രേഖപ്പെടുത്തുന്നു. ഈ കോൺക്ലേവിൽ ബാബു ജോസഫ് ബ്ലിസോംസിൻ്റെ ചെയർമാൻ, അദ്ദേഹത്തിൽ നിന്നാണ് ഇതിൻ്റെ തുടക്കം. അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ ഒരു വലിയൊരു ആശയമായിരുന്നു ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരു ഇൻ്റർനാഷണൽ കോൺക്ലേവ് സംഘടിപ്പിക്കുക എന്നുള്ളത്. എല്ലാവരുടെയും പേരിലും സ്റ്റാഫിൻ്റെ പേരിലും ഞാൻ ബാബു ജോസഫ് സാറിന് പ്രത്യേകം നന്ദി അറിയിക്കുന്നു. പിന്നെ നമ്മളെ സപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്ന ചന്ദന ഉണ്ണിത്താൻ, പ്രത്യേകമായിട്ട് ഞാൻ ചന്ദന ഉണ്ണിത്താനിന് നന്ദി രേഖപ്പെടുത്തുക. നമ്മളോടൊപ്പം ജോയിൻ ചെയ്ത ഡോക്ടർ വേണു സാർ, ഡോക്ടർ ഭട്ട്, ഇവർ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ബ്ലസ് എത്ര നാളുണ്ടോ അത്രയും നാൾ മറക്കാൻ പറ്റാത്ത രണ്ട് വ്യക്തിത്വങ്ങളാണ്. അവരെ ഞാൻ ബ്ലിസോംസിൻ്റെ പേരിൽ അവർക്ക് ഞാൻ പ്രത്യേകം നന്ദി അറിയിക്കുകയാണ്. ഇന്നിവിടെ ക്ഷണിക്കപ്പെട്ട ഞങ്ങളെ ക്ഷണം സ്വീകരിച്ചെത്തിയ എല്ലാവർക്കും, റെസിഡൻസ്, സ്റ്റാഫ്, മറ്റുള്ള എല്ലാവർക്കും ഞാൻ നന്ദി രേഖപ്പെടുത്തുകയാണ്. Also, I would like to thank all the honorable guests who have taken time to be here, esteemed speakers and guests. A big thank to everyone who is attending the conclave, our sponsors, associates, staff, and residents at Bless. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jijo sir. Now we're swiftly moving on to a presentation on quality pillar of senior care industry. For that, I request Mr. Mansoor Dalal, Founder and Chairman Emeritus Association of Senior Living India and Vice Chairman Common Age, to please come on stage. And we're also joined online by Mr. David Stevens, Founder, Standard Wise International from Australia.
first slide. No, I'm saying there's the first slide. No, this is not, okay, now you friends, again, I'm back. I promise you I won't be back too often. But I want to speak on something which I'm very passionate about and something that we just discussed and we just saw, quality. I firmly believe that quality is the pillar for a good industry to develop. And for quality to be implemented, to have to raise the bar on senior and living care, it can be done through standards and accreditation. There is no other way. Standards are a key pillar of a thriving industry, as I said. They help industry to self-regulate, and they introduce a preliminary standard of operations. This creates an environment and a development of consistent benchmarking quality across all locations and communities within your organization and other organizations. And all these qualities are aligned with global best practices. The standards that we have at the moment, which was like today accredited by to Bless, earlier accredited to Travancore Foundation, are based on these global best practices. They drive efficiencies and cost saving for senior providers like you. And it reduces inefficient practices and promotes a very proactive approach to problem solving, rather than doing it in spurts and bits. And it also helps you justify a value creation. It promotes innovation, and a continuous improvement path is lined out, which in its own way helps to improve the product and its function. The benefits from standards and accreditation, friends, move forward to facilitate and promote respect and for empowerment of others, elders. They enhance and improve the resident experience. Today, what you saw in the film was all about resident experience. Please understand that. Our entire game as elder care providers and caregivers is to enhance the resident experience. And how do you, and what is the proof of enhancing a resident experience is how you respect and you empower elders. And within the process, you do that through standards. They provide a robust framework. It helps you build your capabilities, your reputation, and it provides the confidence to consumers, in this case, the senior citizen. In fact, the senior citizens, the elders can rely on the fact that the community that they are in have been certified against best practice criteria. And it reduces the burden on government. In any case, government is a bit absconding in the picture at the moment, but it reduces the burden on the government and to regulate and monitor when it can be done by the industry itself. And remember, friends, as the industry evolves, as it has happened in other countries, the government will step in. They will. If we do not regulate ourselves as an industry, the government will step in, and that may not be too good for the industry. More advantages is improves quality and reduces costs. Now, they are sometimes seen as conflicting aims, but they are two sides of the same coin. There are many opportunities in the industry and in your day-to-day operations which you can improve and derive lower cost. Now, that can only happen when you have a system in place. When you have a system in place which identifies and logs in what are the results, what are the shortcomings. And this will help you reduce cost. It gives you positive reputation. It gives you, equitable understanding of your product, quality, and at the same time gives you a loyal consumer base, which again improves your market share. When you are improving quality and reducing cost, you reduce quality disparities. if everybody follows a certain path to deliver a certain product in a particular fashion, which is designed to give a resident experience at the end, and is done across all locations and geographies, you are reducing quality disparities between your own communities at different locations and between other people. The moment you do that, the industry as a whole grows, the pie becomes bigger. And it moves in the right direction. It doesn't get a bad name because of some person at some end and some geography location not providing the service that should have been done to the resident. It improves your quality of life for your seniors. They provide a proven framework, and it promotes innovation and continuous improvement in developing the resident experience. And more importantly, friends, as we go along in the future, as we catch up with the more developed industry in more developed countries, and I use the word developed only for this sector, it will reduce the risk of liability. In some sectors in other countries, and I know as part of common age, I know the liability criteria is very high. If a time will come in our industry, in our country too, where discerning elders who have traveled, who have seen other communities, and who can distinguish that this is not correct, would be open, could keep us open for liability. And this could have an adverse effect on the industry. So this would cost millions in the future. But if we have a plan, if we have a roadmap, if we have some sort of a system in place, this liability can be reduced or negligible or can be completely taken care of, because we can foresee. The standards gives you milestones by which you can see that there is a problem coming and take corrective action in time. An early adoption in the industry is needed, for obvious reasons, so that the whole industry moves forward, as I said earlier, than in pockets. Rather than pocket, the whole industry moves forward. If some pocket of this industry is not doing correct service, it will give a bad name to all of us. So, and this quality would also meet, and they do meet, legislator, regulatory, and industry mandates. So if we, as I said earlier, if we do not take the step now to self-regulate ourselves at our discretion, remember that, it's our discretion, it's a collective discretion. If we find that a particular part or a standard at this point of time is not achievable, it can be into the, not in the mandatory stage, it could be in a developmental category. But we can move in that direction. If we don't move, there would be a time, it has happened all across the world, where government steps in and then starts regulating us. Some of us feel that in this industry, we can bring in codes. They're fine, but they're complementary. Codes cannot replace standards. Codes provides a series of intent to do something, but they don't have any regulatory enforcement. Standards provide the approach and the technical way of achieving and fulfilling those codes. So they are on a higher plane, standards, than codes. And government does not look for codes. Government looks for standards in self-regulating markets. That is the way that they are viewed as a standard to self-regulate. Codes are not viewed as a self-regulating mechanism. And again, as I said, codes will not prevent any government from stepping in. Only standards will prevent. And an example of that, friends, is the ISO. I keep telling you this, that the ISO is a fantastic example. Remember ISO? It was not there earlier, 20, 25, 30 years back. Who wanted ISO? Nobody wanted to do all those forms and everything, and don't want to do all that. And people are saying garbage in, garbage out. That was ISO. What happened? People who did not come into the ISO category or various series left out from the industry momentum. So it's the same thing that's happened, and I'm just only trying to bring this across to you because I speak for the industry, and I can see that for it to grow correctly, standard is the way forward. So these standards now, coming back to specific that we have here as standardized international India, they are written in an outcome form. It reflects continuous quality improvement and embodies the accreditation program. It follows a system-based approach. It's a simple 4-level hierarchy. A quality standard is intent, followed by multiple criteria, and to achieve that intent. And those criteria are further broken up into indicators or objectives, and which is validated with an evidence. So it's a complete cascading step-down effect. My intent is to do a flooring, all right? So if my intent is to do a flooring, what type of floorings I have? I have multiple criteria. Then I find out, no, this is my objective is non-skid flooring. I put a non-skid flooring, and I evidence it that, yes, this is a non-skid flooring. So it's a complete step-down process. So if you do want to do a flooring, you're not going to do a very slippery, vitrified, glossy tile, which could be dangerous. So it's a very simple process. It happens in all aspects of it, of standards. And it features residents' perspective as the core, because that's what our consumer base is, that's what our aim is. And it distinguishes core or mandatory requirements from a development or optional one, as I said earlier. If there are some standards which we feel that good, but can do in a year's time, 2 years' time, fine. So that's a development standard that you are consciously taking part of. But there are some core standards which any senior living provider must do as per, tried and tested formulas across the globe. Those are come into core, and that is something which what my trust is all about at the moment. What we have done, friends, standards being a new subject, we have put up a parallel evidence guide. Now, we used to have guide in school. So subject, no idea, so we have a guide. So this is a guide. So for every standard, we have a parallel guide or an addendum to that standard, so that if you do not know how to create a particular policy or a particular register or a particular format, we have a ready guide which can help you create that, so that your pathway to fulfilling that particular criteria of that intent becomes easy. So the whole idea is to motivate and get people across the first threshold of buy-in to move forward. So the assessment is very simple. Once the evidence are in place, the assessment is done by triangulating, what is assessment on the desktop, what is on the documentary evidence, and what is on site. So there is a process of accreditation, and all evidences are collated, compared, assessed, and then validated for a 3-year term. What you just now saw was an accreditation certificate which was endorsed by SWI, Standardized International, of David Stevens, Usli, and Common Age. So as I said, there are about 8 basic standards that intent, governance, the main heading of governance, this could be local, community-wise, or corporate, management and personal, again both, design and construction, facilities management, home care, resident engagement experience, technology and information, and hygiene, safety, infection, which we got more enhanced during this COVID times. Now all these standards have got some accreditation metrics which I'll come to a bit later and explain to you. So this was, we as I told earlier, the standards was done through, we got a template courtesy Mr. David Stevens. We adapted that to Indian ethos and eccentricity and cultural sensitivity and best practices that we are aware of, and rolled out the India-centric standards. And as I said, it was to introduce a preliminary code standard for self-regulation. And we have got now developing 2 different type of standards, pre-operation and post-operation. What you witness now of phase 1 of BLESS was post-operation, that is phase 1. It could be pre-operation for phase 2 or 3, that's in the future. But if the standards are adopted at an early stage before a project is initiated, then the standards get embedded from day one into not only your construction, but into also your financial, structural, resources, human resources planning. So when the post-operation stage comes, you are far ahead and already gone through that process because you have already incorporated from day one and your staff and your resources are well versed and imbibed into the process of thinking. So as I was telling you, this is the accreditation matrix. Now the 8 standards have got different criteria, indicators and points. Some of the criteria are higher, some are lower. Like we would have a higher category for resident experience, but we would have a lesser points for, let us say, governance at the moment. Because we don't want to compromise on the resident experience, but at the same time, when we have to reach a certain level of points, governance can be compromised, it's your call. If you don't want to have a succession planning, if you don't want to have resource development, fine. But you cannot compromise on the resident experience and have higher governance and get those points. So what we have tried to do is have higher weightages in infection control, in governance, and in design and construction. Those are the 3 areas where we try to focus more, because those are long-term subjects and headings within the standards that would affect you in the future. So that's how it is structured. It's just not blind, just points and, without got any correlation. No, it's not that way. It works in this particular manner. And secondly, all those points that we have, design and construction, resident experience, and hygienic and pandemic control, we have tried to embed technology as one of the drivers, as one of the co-partners to achieve that standard. So that's again the future. If today we do not start embedding AI and technology versus pure human resource into achieving some of those standards, we will again be be left behind in the very, very near future. So this again is an attempt to slowly introduce even technology as de facto part of that standard. So the final outcome, friends, what happened? We rolled out the standards, and the pilot version was introduced on the 22nd of January 21, and the first certificate was given on the 16th of June 22, just after a year, and the certificate was given in New Delhi, and Travancore and Columbia were awarded those certificates, and the 3rd certificate that was awarded is what you see today. Another positive fallout that happened was the government sat up and took notice. Hey, these guys are doing something. So they invited me to be the chair of an empowered committee and to form the minimum baseline standards. Now remember, the standards that we have here, but which we are what was certified today to BLESS, is aspirational and higher. What we gave the government was, let us say, the bronze stage standards. What we got today, the certificate, was platinum stage. So you can imagine the difference. But the idea was that at least at the governmental level, at least at the baseline level, at least at all socioeconomic strata, because we have a different socioeconomic strata here, I understand, in this room that we are dealing with, but the government is dealing with a different set of games and rules. So for them, we introduced the common, absolutely baseline standards. And my only hope is that there's a lot of work that we did, and I have submitted my document to them. I'm told it's at the Parliament Committee stage before it reaches the Parliament. I'm told about that. I only hope that at least that baseline standard gets adopted, because these baseline standards that we have presented to government would give us the minimum threshold level to any player in the industry so that the industry does not suffer. Otherwise, if they were to introduce some standards and give it to us, and we have to follow it by default, then there might be some points in the government standards which we may not be able to follow. So to preempt that, this was done. And that's it. Thank you. I'm now going to ask David to present his work with SWI. What I have done is presented the work which we did here in India as SWII and as Asli and Common Age. Thank you, friends, for your understanding and time and patience. David, over to you.
Be part of the conclave on a very important subject around healthy aging. I was very privileged to visit your state last year and to visit great parts of India as well. And I must say how excited I am for the senior living industry in India.
Hello, David, can you hear me?
Oh yes, I can hear you, yes.
Oh, now we can hear you. You were on mute earlier. Thank you, David. Can you please start again?
Thank you. Thank you everyone for inviting me to be part of this important conclave on healthy aging. I was very privileged to visit your state last year and also other parts of India, and really felt excited by the passion for the resident experience and to provide a great service and product in the senior living environment. I did go to the places of Columbia Pacific and Travancore Foundation, but also importantly, I also went to Bless as well. What I really feel strongly about is that there is a commitment and a particularly important time in the industry to really make that difference, make that commitment stronger to great outcomes for elders in India, safe outcomes for elders in India, and to really provide not a ordinary experience, and where for various reasons people can no longer live with family or be supported by family, which is really important. There is this alternative in the provision of senior living housing and for people to thrive in that environment. Standards-wise was really created to pursue excellence for providers, to help them to create inclusive communities, better outcomes for people, and particularly for those people also who might be in the process of feeling less confident about their lives, less purposeful, but just need great support to then reignite and develop their later life. I mean, we saw some excellent stories of that in the Bless video, how people have felt that they were reinvigorated, and despite feeling at times quite perhaps unwell or feeling frail, there was certainly a feeling of energy and excitement about life again. Mr. Dalal has quite rightly pointed out that standards provide a very systemic structure and ongoing structure to really build quality and safety and great outcomes around, which is recognised by government, which is respected by the sector, but importantly is benefited from by residents and their families, to feel reassured that there is that consistent quality, safety and outcomes and focus on the individual person. And as Mr. Dalal also mentioned, our standards are developmental. They're not meant to be prescriptive, and they're meant to be looking at aspirations for what the industry can evolve into, for what experiences can be. And that's how we set our standards programs up around the globe. And what's important is in India is that the standards have been developed. There has been a basic template, but they've been developed in India by people from this industry in India, and certainly are reflective of the Indian culture and the aspirations and the experience that people want in India. Standards-wise, the accreditation part of the standards is an important process of the building, I suppose, a consistent process over time. And so standards-wise has a lot of experience in the development of quality systems and compliance systems. And that's something that we promote globally as something that there is rigor to and being monitored, not for looking for fault, but looking for opportunity for improvement. So that's continuous improvement. And that again gets back to the spirit of the standards. The spirit of the standards is developmental, to be self-regulatory for the best outcomes, for working on a continuous basis. And therefore, whilst there are some core mandatory basic requirements, there are developmental standards to work towards over a period of years. So it's a very inclusive sets of standards that we develop globally, and the ones in India are equally representative of that. Just on my, what we currently have offices in London and Sydney, but we do operate in various continents and have presence in India, Australia, United Kingdom, Europe, America. We've starting to do some work in Africa and the Eastern Europe bloc. We have very strong international links with Common Age. Common Age is an excellent network of very passionate, committed people to the better outcomes for older people globally across the Commonwealth. The Global Ageing Network, which also represents the research and the rigour of trying to look at the best possible modalities or approaches to ageing. And ISQA, which is the International Society of Quality in Health and Services. And we also have in-country links with peak representative bodies around senior living and ageing. We really want to encourage providers in India to embrace the standards and accreditation framework to really drive quality and continuous improvement and work towards a sector and industry that the world looks at and learns from. And that's what I see as a great vision and an excellent possibility for the sector in India, and it's particularly some very exciting providers, and I think more providers to come forward to really take that leadership role. The very positive feeling that I've got from this conclave is a real hunger to try and make a difference, to really embrace what healthy ageing could be, and to ensure that the sector grows. And as Mr. Dalal mentioned it, but it grows in the right direction, in a positive way that's constructive, that then can be a shining light to other sectors, but particularly build confidence in elders and their families in India in what their ageing experience can be as they grow in later life. I look forward to visiting India again. I look forward to seeing the growth of the industry. and very much hope that standards and the accreditation framework can be an important part of that process. So once again, thank you very much for me being present, but I wanted to be a witness to these important milestones in the development, and particularly congratulate Bless Homes today for the excellent experience they provided to residents, but also the rigour with which they went about the accreditation process and how the organisation grew and thrived from that. So once again, thank you. I look forward to seeing people there again, and very pleased to be involved today.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. That was very nice of you to have come across and well received here. And look forward to your visit back to India and especially to Kerala, like you did last time.
Yes.
And look forward to perhaps you initiating and igniting more communities to come on board for the standards. Thank you so much. And thank you, friends, again.
Thank you.
I would like to request Babu sir. Can I have Babu sir on stage, please? Just a second. Yeah, he's coming. I would like to call Babu sir to please come on stage to hand over a small memento to Mr. Mansoor Dalal as a token of our love and gratitude and for everything that you've done for the conclave. Thank you very much. And now we move on to the panel discussion on the topic Changing Scenarios and Existing Institutional Care. And for that, Babu sir, I need you once again on stage for the next panel. He will join us in a few minutes. I would also like to call on stage Dr. Karthik Narayanan R, Managing Director, Atulya Senior Care, Chennai. Please, Dr. Karthik Narayan, and along with him, Mrs. Lija Jijo, Executive Director, Blessed Retirement Living. And also Mr. Joseph Alex, Managing Trustee, Signature Homes, Kochi, to please join for the panel discussion. And I also request Mr. Mansoor Dalal, Founder and Chairman Emeritus, Association of Senior Living India, Vice Chairman Common Age, to please come on stage to moderate the panel. Thank you to all the panelists. As mentioned before, Mr. Babu will join us in a few minutes.
Thank you. Thank you once again for joining us. I don't know why I'm made to sit a bit far away. I'm trying my best to take my chair closer. But I have an hour session scheduled, but because we are running late by 45 minutes, I'm going to try and cover up at least 15 minutes. So it's going to be very rapid fire. So we'll try and make it instead of 1 hour, 45 minutes. Is that okay? All right, great. So we'll try and cover up as much as I can. And obviously, we have a lady on the panel. So my first question has to go to a lady. And it's not a question actually, Lijo. It's about your journey, very quickly. And you know, friends, Lijo always has fascinated me. Because, madam, I remember once, there was no cook that was there in Bliss. Madam went and made the chapatis herself. It's a fact. Over to you.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here today. As you all know, this topic is very close to me. Public speaking is not my expertise, but I am very passionate what I do at Bless, and I would like to share with you my journey with Bless and what I have learned. These are my real-time experience in last 10 years with Bless. Let me first tell you a bit about how we got started. A decade ago, the concept of retirement homes in India was rare. The challenges we faced from stigma in society, there was no model to replicate, financial institutions not willing to take care the risk in supporting an untested business model, and lack of experienced staff to hire. I have the privilege to take care of my own parents and my in-laws. And that was my only prior experience in this field of taking care of elderly. Managing the needs of two sets of parents taught me a lot, and I believe that prepared me for the challenges that were ahead of me. Yeah, in 2013, there were so many elderly people, who would have moved to a retirement home. But at that moment, in Kerala, we had only old age homes where the, active, thriving community was not available. That is how we really thought about an active retirement facility here in Kochi.
I'm going to come back to you a bit later, madam. I'm going to ask you a specific example. But at this point of time, Dr. Karthik, I mean, you are one of the very prominent operator, and now you have been validated by Morgan Stanley. So what more can the industry ask? What are your major challenges that you envisage in the future? And what's your vision, and how do we address those challenges?
Firstly, thank you to Mr. Babu sir and Mansoor for having us here. It's been quite a journey, I would say, for the sector, especially for us. See, for a sector to start, especially a senior living or a senior care sector, the first thing is the infrastructure. I think at this point, today infrastructure cost is very high. That contributes ultimately to the burden of an elderly. How is he going to contribute towards that? I think first step is how do we zone senior care, senior living spaces within city premises. Today we are forced to go outside the city, one, for a peaceful environment. Second is also the cost of land. So if government can look at how we can zone within cities, like how healthcare zones are there. If we can keep premium land at affordable cost for the purpose of senior care or senior living, that would be a first challenge that we have to overcome for the expansion of this sector. Second is to operate it, which is the compliance and policies. Today, I feel it's very fragmented. Each state, there are different standards that are put out by the government.
Or lack of it.
Or lack of it. It's under different pockets. Just to give examples, in Tamil Nadu, I have to go to the Ministry of Social Welfare. In Karnataka, it's the Ministry of Mining and Senior Citizens. So it's two different type of groups that we're dealing with, especially if you want to expand in this space. We want to standardize at some point, but it's very difficult when you try to expand from one state to the other because of the lack of awareness, the lack of a standard policy framework to govern this sector. So other than this, of course, like any other service sector, staffing is a challenge because it doesn't have a glam of working in a hospital or any other industry. While none of the sectors are operators like us are underpaying any of our staff, we are probably better than what you would get in a hospital, and the respect too. But I think a lot of awareness has to come that this is an option, career path for nurses, doctors, caregivers, social workers to pick. I think it all comes back to awareness and advocacy for the sector.
I agree. And just to take that forward, at the central level, we are under the Ministry of Social Justice, along with juvenile delinquents. So, yes, we do have strange bedfellows, as you have senior citizen and mining as one of the ministries. Mr. Alex, taking the cue from what Dr. Karthik said about challenges in terms of human resources, infrastructure, and changing goalposts of whom to approach, I believe you are into a more defined and dedicated care segment of end-of-life care too. What do you feel are the challenges? And this is a subject which is also very much close to my heart. And how do you feel this relates to the passive euthanasia bill that was just recently passed by the Supreme Court? And we still don't have active euthanasia as like other countries. So keeping that whole package in mind of passive euthanasia, active euthanasia, challenges for from the ministry, no government support, and end-of-life care. What are your challenges as compared to Dr. Wat Karthik's?
Well, am I audible? Yeah. See, the age today is you and me tomorrow. The self-realization of that answers every question. Meaning, none of us are prepared to die. If I ask in this gathering, who wants to go to heaven? Everybody wants to go to heaven, but who wants to go first? I'm sure nobody is going to raise their hands. Okay, now, the biggest challenge for us is none of us are prepared for it. Life can change any moment. How many of us are prepared for it? We never talk about that, we talk about goodies in life. We're all happy talking about it. Now, the reality is, with the youth, leaving Kerala for greener pastures, leaving the country, empathy is something which we find it extremely difficult to find in the younger generation. I'm talking about people who have probably born from 95 onwards, if you would look at. And that is one big chunk of people whom we would rely on for taking care of elders. Now, with the advancement of medical facilities around, corporate hospitals, mushrooming and all that, the longevity of life has gone up. But the problem is, we are good for nothing. There's no frugality. You breathe, but you don't leave. That's the kind of situation that many of us go through during the last stages of life. So the importance, the necessity for an end-of-life care planning is very, very, very important. See, when you lose your body-mind coordination, and that is where the problems start. Every successful person, whoever one is, everybody has to have an ending. And that ending, if it is not peaceful, then how are we going to rest in peace? You're getting my point? Because, everybody, I'm just, putting this thought into everybody's mind. It's not to fear you, but to make you prepared. That, the last stages of life is where we need somebody's help. It is where somebody's care is required. Now, that is where institutional care comes into place. Now, there is a limitation for all of us to take care of our parents, our dear ones, in our residence. I always keep using this example. Now, if I have a complaint with my mobile or with my car, I don't give it to a mechanic who is not known to me or to a technician who is not known to me. But whereas when it comes to our own loved ones, many of us, fearing society, fearing our own relatives, would try an adventure on putting our parents at home, being taken care by somebody who is absolutely known to us. There is a change of guard every 25 to 30 days that happens. Imagine a person with dementia or a person who's bedridden who has to get adjusted and used to a person who is visiting or rather changing every 30 days. It's not an easy task. Whereas if it is an institutional care, people know what they are doing. Simple things, like let's assume somebody has urine retention. Now, probably a nurse at home who is not qualified may not be able to identify what the problem is. Or probably, constipation is a common problem when it comes to old age. So small things like that, when it is in an institutionalized care with medical supervision, the quality of life will definitely improve. And that's my take on it.
So what you're trying to say is that longevity with quality of life can be synonymous. That's what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
But it's not necessarily that longevity with a decreased quality of life, that is what is evident today, can be changed.
It can be changed with professionals working behind it.
But here's the poser, Alex. The model for a hospital, and I'm not talking about your specialized community, you are doing it on a dedicated level. But a model for a hospital is the longer the patient lives, the better it is for them, without understanding the quality of life.
Very true.
So,
death today is a very, very expensive affair. Many a times, the whole life savings may have to be coughed up at the end of the life if you have to head for your eternal journey. That's a sad reality.
So do you feel that, Alex, in your case, people like you who are into a very particular segment should move forward for passive euthanasia and implementations of it?
Yeah. See, today we have a living will concept, which can, probably touch up, though it doesn't touch upon everything, you can, see, what happens is towards the last stages of your life, it is not you who decide for yourself. It is people around. And that around, meaning, it could be your spouse, it could be your children, it could be your relatives, but always it is an emotional decision, not a rational decision. Now, ask any person who is on a ventilator, ask any person who is on Ryle's tube or catheter and all that, who wants to live like that? But the basic truth is, there's nobody to take that initiative of pulling the plug or taking a call, because they fear society, they fear family, and that is why many of us extend the agony of our dear ones, and we will be there in that shoes at some point of time in our lives. So that's where I keep on saying there should be an end of life care plan where we predict or we say that this is what I want. Hey, listen, I don't want to be put on all this. Everybody will say that, but ultimately we don't have a choice. When it comes to the end of our life, Decisions are not
So
ours.
how do you walk that tightrope, Alex, of end of life care plan, explaining that to the next of kin, the loved ones, and at the same time, the social stigma that is going to be connected by taking a step towards passive euthanasia by the next of kin. How do you walk that fine line?
See, I will explain it through a small example. Now, I had a 90-year-old person living in my facility, okay? He was diagnosed with brain tumor. He was there for 3 years. He was diagnosed with brain tumor. All the 3 years he had been telling me, I have 3 children, all are educated, but they are not practical. But if something happens to me, Alex, be very clear, you take care of me here, not to a hospital, okay? Now, finally, once when he was diagnosed with brain tumor, I had to inform his children accordingly, so I did inform him. The immediate response was, let's hospitalize him. Okay. I said, fair enough. You all come down. So they came down, they consulted a lot of doctors, and then finally they were mentally prepared to go in for a surgery. Now, the difference between doing at the age of 90 and not doing it, probably the extension is about 6 to 8 months, not beyond that. So once when you give them confidence, no, you are doing the right thing, your dad's wish was this. It's basically, the decision-taking capacity at that point, being rational than being emotional. Taking the family into confidence. Many a times what happens is if, the siblings, if they are not in the same page, somebody will say, let's take him to the hospital, let's put him for surgery. The others might not agree. So this is where, that family stress, that tension comes in, and that is where, many a times you are on the table.
All right, interesting. I understand that you need to leave because you have to attend.
I have time till 1:30, 1:40 I can.
You're okay till 1:30?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Because I got a note, that's the reason
Yeah.
why. Okay, fair enough. Thank you so much. So, Babu Sahib, you. I'm going to ask you a question which now everybody is going to, get very angry with me because I keep repeating this. How has the standards improved your working, if at all? Or you felt, since you have started it, because, I kept on pushing it, but you feel that, no, it could have been done without it? Or has it really, honestly helped you? Because the subject also is changing scenarios and looking forward.
Thank you, Mansoor ji. In fact, we all accept the fact that there should be some standards, not only for the care homes, wherever we live. Otherwise, there are chances to abuse it for the personal gains. So it is a must. So in our case, fortunately, we were aware of the requirement, so that from the very beginning, as you mentioned in your award certification ceremony, we have applied for the post-constructed, post-operational accreditation. So very beginning, from the conceptualization of an active retirement home, we thought of the quality, benchmarks, all these things. So it was rather easier for us to attain this level because of the help of SWII. So almost all your pre-requirements, the quality standards were met by us. So there was a small gap to be attained after the quality standards intervention. So as you rightly said in your earlier mention, if the quality standards have been conceived and introduced from the very beginning, it would be useful and effective for the newcomers. Certainly it will be a useful tool to be implemented.
All right, thank you for that vote of confidence. Because I wanted you to be as candid as possible, and that's why I took took this step of asking this question. Thank you. And I believe that, yes, that's the right way to go. Enough of standards for today. Now, Dr. Karthik, you're a member, long-standing member of the National Human Rights Commission. Am I right? So, as a member of the National Human Rights Commission, what do you feel should be the initiatives for us towards senior care, senior living, end-of-life care?
Thanks for the question. But before that, I just want to comment on palliative care, end-of-life, which was kind of bothering me. See, today our health systems, just quick comment on that. Today our health systems are designed to do more because of defensive medicine. Because there is fear among hospital players, because the legal compliance have gone very high. There are very tight legal groups out there trying to find, out of the best interest, but at the same time, so physicians and clinicians are very worried about doing things. Maybe it's probably right, but what if it ends up being a misdiagnosis? So they end up practicing defensive medicine. At some point that will change. And also second, healthcare also is designed in such a way that you can continue to bill and you're forced to pay. I think soon health plans will come into play where there will be a cap, very similar to how it is in the US. With more health insurance penetration, I think the incentive to do more will be less. They'll be penalized for doing more and unnecessary things. I think it's going to be very interesting to see in the coming days. But going back to my involvement in the National Human Rights Commission for the elderly, broadly there is a constant push for sensitizing our population at various levels for the elderly. At a broader level, there are a lot of smart cities coming out in various states. The environments around us have to be designed to be elder friendly while we are all working on within our own premises. But is our city around elder friendly, right from public transportations to parks to any common public areas? I think there is a big challenge that we're keeping out elders and the differently abled in mind. So that's the first push, sensitizing governments and private agencies to look at creating infrastructure, keeping the elders in mind.
No, I'm just wanted to go on to thought. Is there an agenda in the National Commission for this?
Yeah, there was a recent meeting. The points I'm going to be speaking is about after the last meeting, the summary of the last discussion. It's for public circulation, so I'm okay to share that. So one is that. So there is conversations with different departments on what are the senior-friendly initiatives taken at various departments within the government, mainly the urban planning. There's conversations going on. The second is with the rise in the senior care providers, there is a push from the National Human Rights Commission with various departments to implement the minimum standards. Since there is already various groups are talking about it, but the National Human Rights Commission is going to be pushing it very hard. But also they're going to keep in mind that with legislative policies, these guys should not shut down. There are a lot of small operators. If hard regulations are put on them, they will close down. So a fine balance between access and compliance has to be done. So there is a thought. So that's why minimum standards are so minimum, because you don't want to close down some of the smaller operators. And the third piece is security of seniors. I think you would have read the news, several locations where elderly living alone, where bad things happen to them because of being the vulnerable population. So there is a conversation that's put forth between the Home Ministry to look at how the community policing can be gotten better. Because today we don't even, gone are the days where you know your neighbors. Today it's no more the days, people don't know who their neighbors are to even have a look at them. So I think it's important for community policing to start happening, to have a check on where are the elders living, have a current data. The local police station should have updated data of the senior citizens in the community so that a regular beat is done so that safety is protected. So these are the some of the main themes.
Just to tell you this, Dr. Karthik, you had a very valid point about in our rush for standards and quality and stuff like that, shouldn't close down certain operators which are doing a great job anyway, because it has to be at all socio-economic level. Point taken. Just for your information, Dr. Karthik, is that even the minimum standards that this empowered committee submitted to the government, we bifurcated the minimum standards into two parts. Even the minimum. We made it minimum mandatory and preferred mandatory. So within the minimum standards also we bifurcated and watered down to what we feel is core minimum and then preferred minimum. So point taken about
Sorry, just one point since you mentioned about standards. I think hats off to all the operators who are getting accredited. I think we should be mentors for the newer guys. I think it's important to open your offices and be willing to reach out or maybe publish these informations in various forums as possible, because there are players out there not knowing what to do. They're afraid, thinking it's impossible. But it can be done if the right group of people get together.
Right.
It's basically that we are not running through a beaten track. We are not running through a beaten track in the sense we are creating our own path, because there's no regulations as such, and it's formative days even today.
Absolutely, and Alex, in all this conversation that we have, right from what Madam said, that how we started the industry and so on, we are on an evolution curve. Now we are on an evolution curve, and if we wait for this evolution curve to take its own course as the other countries have taken, we don't have that time. At today, 110 million seniors and counting, you don't have the time for that evolution curve to take its own course. You need to shorten that curve. You need to leapfrog the learning curve. Unless you do that, we will be nowhere. And fortunately, today with the advent of technology and information sharing globally available for us, it's very easy for us to do. It's a matter of adapting, not direct adopting. We can adapt, but we have to do it. So, yeah, you're right. So, tell me one thing, Babu Sir. According to you, we were discussing, from what Dr. Karthik left off, what is a correct model for our changing institutional care? And is a ownership model correct? Is a lease model correct? Is a lease deposit deferred fee model correct? Is a combination of ownership and a lease model correct? What would be the right model, not from the provider's point of view, but from the elder's point of view?
As you said, there are different models existing right now in India. The most popular model is the outright sales. They can own with all rights. They can own the property and they can leave and they can avail the services from the provider. For that matter, there are again different models incorporated by the different players. But in our case, even 2011, we decided to go for in fact, we were not very sure about the response from the community. So we offered both models, outright model as well as the refundable model. So of late, we found that unless and until the management is capable or decided to run that organization, then only it can run it effectively. If you transfer the ownership to the buyer, and they are not ordinary citizens, they are retired people, no? They don't have quality time to run it properly. So that it is not primary intention to run a dwelling. They wanted to take rest, and their priorities are different once they get retired. So we finally identified that a model which will be more suitable will be the refundable model. The live-in license, they can avail the live-in license. The refunds, there are different models again, but we have decided to pay back after once they demise or they decided to relocate. That was our model.
Good.
But we cannot conclusively say that this is the best model. But various reasons but from the experience of various people, they are still believing that our model is.
But Babuji, that is the model that is now evolved across the world from ownership. Even across the world, it was earlier ownership. It's the stage where we are at the moment, and has evolved into what is called the deferred fee or the refundable model. So I'm happy that we are at least we are leapfrogged that part and we are coming closer to it. Madam Lijo, what do you feel would be your shortcomings to run this community in the future? I know you're so passionate, you're a hands-on person, but it is only this much that you can do. How do you propose to keep the momentum of, somebody used the word empathy, which is the key. Empathy is the key. In this whole room is full of people who are full of empathy. Otherwise they won't be in this room. That's for sure. How do you keep that quotient going? What are your plans for that?
Yeah, I think earlier I mentioned that initially in 2013 when we started the construction, along with that we decided to design the service also. Then we realized that there was no model to replicate. So we started thinking if it would be like for my own parents or anybody from my own family. So how are you going to provide that service? Yeah, I think from there, Bless started writing down the policies, even about when it comes to food. Yeah, we decided we serve only fresh food in our dining. Yeah, I think that experience, I got when I started, taking care of my parents in their old age. And then of course, I think already I mentioned that experienced geriatric care staff, they were not available here in Kerala. So we started recruiting staff with open mindedness and training after training, And when it comes to Bless, I think all our residents, they helped us a lot, right from Dr. Venu and Dr. Bud. Every resident who moved in, they were like very supportive and they all were contributing. So we do have training sessions for the employees from our own residents, the doctors, even the management consultants, they all give training. So they are on the receiving end as well, so they know exactly what they are expecting from a retirement facility. And I think in the school level itself, we should start teaching students, even the college students, how you could be passionate about elderly people, even in the road, when you meet somebody with a little bit of difficulty or disability, at least, they should offer some sort of help to them. And I think the schools and colleges, they should, give a chance for the youngsters to visit such facilities. So they can come and sit with, especially our residents. Most of them are, well qualified. They had rich experience throughout their life, 40 years, 50 years experience. So, spending time with them, And for us, that was a blessing actually. Any problem, any doubt, we could go to any of our residents. It was very well, shown in the film also.
Right. Now across the world, multi-generational communities are coming up rather than single standalone communities. This is exactly the reason why multi-generational communities are now coming up. So it's no longer viable to have only a standalone senior community. It's a multi-generational community where in a senior living oasis or a spot is created for specific needs, but they are part of a larger community to avoid just what you're trying to say, which is what is happening across at the moment. Everywhere I see this sort of a development taking place. Alex ji, you are coming from that human resource, road speed bumps that Lijo madam just said. Your particular segment must be having a high burnout rate.
Definitely yes, because once when we started off 8 years back, I used to have at least 3 rounds of interviews, written tests to recruit a nursing staff. Over the years, I've realized I'm wasting my time. Put 10 in, at the end of the day you will get 1. You're getting my point. You put 10, the second day 6 of them will not turn up for sure because they will realize this is not their cup of tea. When they come for an interview, they will definitely say, I am very passionate, I've taken care of so many people. But then when they start doing it, because most of the nurses have a feeling that nursing is basically giving medicines and injections and maybe changing a pad here and there. But when it comes to terminal stages, it is 24-hour job. Or rather, in shifts, but this is a routine that they have to change pads 8 times a day. So the first day itself, 6 people get filtered out. At the end of the week, I will get at least, if I'm lucky, I'll get 1 person to interview. So it is like living it the reverse way. Rather than doing the interview on day 1, I'll do it on the day 7 so the biggest challenge this industry is going to have is human talent. And as I said, with empathy. So how do we make a cultural change? Because today, my kid, including everybody's granddaughter sitting there, is addicted to this thing.
Mm-hmm.
The empathy is only to this, not to human beings. So we have to consciously work on it, otherwise trouble days are ahead.
Correct, that is true. Coming back, Babuji, to you on this institutional care, and your model, as you said, was you rightly identified the model as the refundable model, which is called a deferred fee model. But how many people can come? How many people can afford? How many elders can come? How many communities can you construct? How many numbers are huge? So you, like you said, you have reached from 2 to 130, and I'm sure you will reach to 1,300 shortly. But 1,300 will have challenges because they are staying with you. Do you feel a provider like you or other providers can have a community plus home care also as one of their services? And if so, will it cannibalize your business of community?
So we all accept that the requirements are increasing. So the institutional care alone is not the answer to this question. So the elderly community living in their standalone homes and all are also requires support and helps. How do you extend that? We can extend that only through the home-based care. There's definitely a quality-based, home-based care has got real requirement, need. So how do we address that? It's a different game. So there are qualified, so-called qualified nurses attached to home nursing institutions and all. But most of the time there will be very limited monitoring. Though they are covered under the CCTV and all, but it won't give you the required purpose, required results. So a home-based services provided with close monitoring and supervision is required, and if you can cultivate that, definitely there is a market for that.
Dr. Karthik, you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's if I have to be very candid about it, while institutional cares exists, not everybody wants to move into a facility, leave their homes and come in.
Correct.
Home care is a difficult space. 30% of our business is home care. But it's a conscious call. It's a very difficult space to be in, considering the staff turnout, safety issues, security issues, stuff, in spite of all the background checks. To step back, I think the first goes back to the staffing, right? The generation, how do we generate good quality manpower? That's the starting point. I think that doesn't exist here for the sector specific, because even at a doctor level, you're not sensitized towards geriatrics at an MBBS level. I mean, you want to be a surgeon or an intensivist or whatever, but you don't want to be a geriatrician. I mean, at least now it's picking up, now it's a different story. Same likewise nursing, until you move to an MSc, Masters in Nursing, at a bachelor's level, you're not sensitized towards geriatrics. At a social worker and at a GDA, a general duty assistant level also, there isn't. It's a very generic training. I think we have to start pushing for specific curriculum to be introduced, which is happening in few colleges. That's the first step. But moving on to the second part about home care, my take is tech has to come in. All said and done, home care is a people business, I agree. But tech can take some of the part of accurate monitoring, at least to some extent. We should start integrating tech to some of the important matters. Agreed, the companionship cannot be replaced by unless a staff comes in. But at least the key, we need to know if they're doing well or not. I think for that, if we can kickstart integrating technology for just basic vital monitoring, that would be a good step to scale that sector. If not, it's still a challenging space.
No, understood. But my point was that you feel as a community care provider, you can leverage whatever expertise you have and the resources that you have created for home care to meet a larger audience and a larger need that can be served. And if so, will that affect your community development?
Oh, not at all. It will be only an accelerate my growth, because staffing efficiency wise, if I'm having 5 facilities in different parts of town, my staffing efficiency will be much better to have this as a dispatch center for my nurses and doctors. And if unoccupied time, they can take care of my facility work. On the other day, when they're free, 2 hours, 3 hours in the afternoon, they can go for a home visit and come. I think that's how we've started to leverage.
And with tech, your community can be the center of that tech info coming from the surrounding neighborhood home care.
Very similar to a control room in traffic, where we can have the monitors centralized and staff going out to facilitate that, but the key metrics are available where highly experienced resources are governing it.
So the key takeaway is that this could be another business model for the...
It will only accelerate your institutional...
So that's what I'm trying to say, that this could be another business model for all providers, having already done the resources, the technical expertise, the investment, so to speak, in creating that platform of empathy and along with care can be taken care of. All right, so as promised, I'm trying to cut this, save time, but I'm going to allow 3 questions from the audience. There you go, Sri Kumar. Can somebody give Sri Kumar a mic, please, Sri Kumar ji? So, no, hold on. Sri Kumar ji, we need to hear your beautiful voice correctly.
Yeah, thanks. One very important question I wanted to address in the changing scenarios in existing institutional care amongst the various business models is today, how much are we planning for a succession? Because a Lijo ma'am's, passion or a...
Sri Kumar, it's an echo, we cannot hear. Can you put the mic a bit away, please? We cannot hear at this stage.
So I'm talking about a continuity factor in servicing, because how do we ensure that, because today people are at 75, 80 who are entering, but people at 55 are also entering into the senior dwellings. So how do we ensure that passion percolates down from, let's say, a Lijo ma'am or a Karthik or a Babu Joseph sir, in terms of continuity, because somebody is coming in to you to spend the next 25, 25, 30 years. So how do we ensure there's a continuity in terms of the quality of services within the organizational framework? Because most of them are proprietary-led organizations today. So do you see that as a challenge going forward?
Yeah, happy to answer that, Sri. Thanks for asking it. I think, yeah, you rightly said, not just many other industries too, but specific to our sector, I think it's very, very important to have a professional management team, and they have to feel the ownership right from day. If it's, I mean, I'm not a big fan of family-run businesses, but there are guys who do it well. But I think the interest of the company, the interest of the customer has to be the center of focus, and there has to be an independent governing board. If not, all this will come into place. I think it's important to constitute a very diverse board of directors, steering the company in the right direction. End of the day, if any issues happen, we should be solving it with the customer in mind. So that's how broadly I would like to answer at this point.
Absolutely, absolutely. Anybody wants to add, or can I have another question?
I think we have another question.
Yeah, please,
from there.
go ahead. This gentleman is from GSQ, is that GSK, am I right? Yeah, all right. I cannot hear.
Hello. Yeah. So first of all, a fantastic session. It was amazing listening to the diversity of perspectives and really trying to gauge the depth of the kind of work that's been done in this industry and what remains to be done. I think one of the key aspects which I picked out, and the question is related to that, is finances. Obviously, when you speak of elderly care, a lot is tied down to finances as well and financial planning in the whole process. How do we really see, and excuse me if I am ignorant of the current situation, but how do we really see us working closely with financing partners, with the finance industry, to really not just support elderly care, but probably help them invest and grow their money as well. Obviously, that also ties back to the fact that adds one more dimension to the whole aspect of making them independent, incrementally, if not so, but independent in that aspect as well.
Well, I think this question has to be answered again by the gentleman who has just received 100 crores from Morgan Stanley. That's the financial institution, Morgan Stanley. This gentleman has just received 100 crores for 25% of his company. So I think it has to be him.
Put me on the spot. But I'm glad the investment happened for the sector. Yeah, and many more is coming up. To talk about very specifically on the ability to pay, Singapore has a very nice model called the Health Savings Plan. Today, most of our seniors most of the citizens enter a senior citizen age more close to being bankrupt. Because we are a culture where we would give everything for our children, and that is the real truth. Time has come where seniors are going to be given guidance to plan their retirement better. I think it's starting to come as we speak. I think all of us together can put that together. Financial partners are ready to work because you're going to be putting money in their bank. But I think those conversations need to happen much early. We plan for retirement much later. It has to start at the age of 40 itself. Because that's when you can save for the next 10, 15, 20 years of your life to plan it. At the age of 60, you're going to plan what you're going to do. At 55, it's too late. So, yeah, if that helps.
Alexi, you want to add something? Babuji, you want to add?
See, I would put it this way. As parents, today we have children who are senior citizens. You're getting what I'm saying? Children are senior citizens, meaning, people in their 70s have their parents who are in their 90s. Now, I have come across cases where, most of the parents do it wrong by writing the will, giving everything at one go, being at the mercy of their children. Now, again, at the cost of reiteration, I would like to say that, will creation is something which is very, very, very important as far as senior citizens are concerned, because they need to do it the right way the first time they do it. Because relations today with nuclear families around, what happens is, if the will is not right, they will never ever get it right for the rest of their life, meaning for the children's perspective.
But again, fortunately for us, and correct me if I'm wrong, India is getting richer before getting older.
Yeah.
Fortunately for us, India is getting richer before getting older. So you're right, and when you said parents of 92, my father and mother are 92, and I am 65 plus, and yes, we are living together. So things are there, but you're right. The point that what he was trying to say was that institutional funding is a must for traction for his industry. This was his point, which I believe is the way forward. So I'm now going to take only the last question, please. So, okay, so
Hello.
we have two people.
Sir, I have a question. My name is Prakash. I am from Bangalore. I have quit my job and planning to start a new entrepreneurship thing in this old age care. So the question is, starting from my wife and my parents and relatives, everybody discouraged me, saying that it's a very risky thing, don't get into it, go for your normal salary job and, safeguard your family, your own family. So, but I'm not sure, maybe a divine intervention that I'm feeling, nothing else I'm thinking other than, starting it. So, but the thing is, what I'm saying is, a platform where I can get guidance, right? So, whoever, as you mentioned, everybody are empathetic. So, we need more people who are empathetic to get into this. So, is it possible to have a platform wherein all leaders, business leaders in this particular segment can collectively come out and, like what Dr. Karthik mentioned, a hub and spoke model, right? So bring in the staff in a hub model and provide to not only their own institutions, but to every new entrepreneurs who are coming into this field. That is my request. And if there is, will that work? Will that model work?
So what I think, as I understand, what you're looking for is an incubation facility, and point well taken for an incubation facility to be created. Tough job. We already have an association called ASLI, and I'm sure Dr. Charu there is going to reach out to you right now to make you a member. And so we do have an association, and all the best to you for this venture. It's extremely gratifying. And do visit as much conferences as you can, and do interact and network, which will get you the platform that you desire to take it forward. Friends, please catch all four of them when they come for lunch and for tea and for dinner for further questions. My time is up. And thank you, Madam Lijo. Thank you, Alex. So nice of you to come, even though I know you have a personal commitment. Thank you, Babuji. And of course, thank you, Karthik. So thank you, friends. And
Thank you. Thank you to the entire panel for a very insightful conversation. I think the number of questions that popped up truly show how engaged the audience was. Just before I leave all of you off stage, I would like to request Mr. Mache to please come on stage to hand over 2 mementos. We would like to hand over a memento to Mr. Joseph Alex, the Managing Trustee and Signature Homes in Kochi. Yes. And also to Dr. Karthik Narayan R., Managing Director, Atulya Senior Care, Chennai. So on that note, thank you to the entire panel. Yes, of course. Now we have the lunch is prepared and ready outside. I request all of you to please go ahead, have your lunch, and I'll see all of you back here in the hall in 45 minutes. Enjoy your lunch.
I'm leaving today afternoon, but let's stay in touch. You're not coming tonight?
No, because I have my funeral, like my mom's sister passed away.
Oh, no.
So I have to be there for just in time.
We'll have good things to do. We have a housewarming in Kunu, so here I'm driving all the way to Coimbatore and Kunu.
Wow, you have a house in Kunu?
We just built of course for my dad, he said you have to be there on, so that takes priority.
That's
to be around.
fantastic. Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, yesterday, I came in the evening.
So I'll catch you.
Yeah. Do that. You take care. But tomorrow what time? See you.
assisted living for the elderly. Based on the concept of harmonious community living, Atulya provides customized assisted living to its members. The homes are ergonomically designed, keeping in mind the needs of the elderly. Right from the carpet to the ceiling, the interior design has been crafted after conducting a thorough research on assisted living trends that are popular worldwide. The floors at Atulya are non-slippery. The state-of-the-art adjustable beds provide optimum comfort. Railings are provided wherever required, as we understand that even minor injuries may cause serious health complications. Emergency call buttons provided near the bedside ensures that precious time is not wasted in case of any medical emergency. Some of the unique features include round-the-clock medical care, providing healthy food options curated by dietitians. In addition, we at Atulya also provide rental ownership, where a person gets to choose his or her duration of stay. Atulya provides internet and video conferencing facilities to connect with their loved ones. Atulya is centrally located and one has easy access to the best hospitals and healthcare services which are at close proximity. We at Atulya ensure a cheerful and dignified living for the elderly by redefining the living standards and enhancing the quality of life. Autumn years in a person's life are equally to be cherished. Quite often, the hand that rocked the cradle is left clueless about how to live the rest of their lives. The reason may vary: the kin settling abroad, nuclear family preferences, or wanting personal space for them. These reasons contributed in the setting up of Atulya, a premium independent assisted living for the elderly. Based on the concept of harmonious community living, Atulya provides customized assisted living to its members. The homes are ergonomically designed, keeping in mind the needs of the elderly. Right from the carpet to the ceiling, the interior design has been crafted after conducting a thorough research on assisted living trends that are popular worldwide. The floors at Atulya are non-slippery. The state-of-the-art adjustable beds provide optimum comfort. Railings are provided wherever required, as we understand that even minor injuries may cause serious health complications. Emergency call buttons provided near the bedside ensures that precious time is not wasted in case of any medical emergency. Some of the unique features include round-the-clock medical care, providing healthy food options curated by dietitians. In addition, we at Atulya also provide rental ownership, where a person gets to choose his or her duration of stay. Atulya provides internet and video conferencing facilities to connect with their loved ones. Atulya is centrally located and one has
All right. So while everyone else is settling in, I'm going to go ahead and invite the next set of panelists. We're moving on with the panel discussion, the role of technology and evolving geriatric care. And for this panel, I would like to request on stage Dr. Rekha M. Ravindran, Assistant Director, DHS Trivandrum. Rekha ma'am, can I please have you on stage? Along with her, I would like to welcome Dr. V.B. Karta, former Senior Scientist, BARC, and resident of Blessed Retirement Living. Please give them a good round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And I would also like to request on stage Dr. Chandana Unithan, Chief R&D Officer, Lifeguard Digital Health Canada, who will be moderating this session as well.
Hello.
Me.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. So as we begin this panel, I am extremely honored to be in this panel with one of our most celebrated scientists, Dr. V.B. Karta and Dr. Rekha. Dr. Rekha Ravindran, Deputy DMO, Patnamthitta District, and me. As you all know. So I'm just going to start with some introductions. I'm starting with some introductions, and the most esteemed celebrated guest today is Dr. V.B. Karta, a scientist, academic, and an active resident of Blessed Retirement Living, a leading expert in spectroscopy, both at national and international levels, known as a great Indian knowledge asset for further development of Indian science and technology scenario. He was a postgraduate doctoral fellow, visiting scientist, and visiting research officer with several international universities and organizations. He had joined MIT, Cambridge as visiting and research scientist, where he has worked till 1997. Then joined the Manipal Academy of Higher Education, where he has established the Center for Laser Spectroscopy, for development of laser applications in biology and medicine. He is now advisor to Mahir Research for biomedical applications of spectroscopy for healthcare applications. Dr. Kartha has worked as a member of spectrographic analysis and advisor of Kerala State's Council of Science, Technology and Environment, served on numerous national committees, awarded multiple medals, gold medals, and recently he was awarded the ICHA Shastra Tejas Award in recognition of his personal expertise and exclusive contributions to the development of India's science and technology scenario. And he is a fellow of Indian National Science Academy and Indian Academy of Sciences. Welcome, Doctor. Now we have Dr. Rekha Rabindran, a medical graduate trained in public health. She's the Deputy DMO of Pathanamthitta District, currently working as a Deputy DMO. She has served as a Senior Research Officer at the State Health Systems Resource Center, Kerala for the last 6 years, served as a Medical Superintendent for General Hospital, Muvattupuzha for 3 months. She has experience as a medical officer in charge for the primary health center in Pathanamthitta. He worked as a project associate in non-communicable disease and risk factor prevention project at Chittilappilly Institute of Health Science Studies, Sri Chitra Tirunal Institute for Medical Sciences and Technology. Her area of interest and passion include health policy and systems research, geriatric health, injuries, and non-communicable diseases. Sorry, welcome, Dr. Rekha. So the last is my role, and also as a panel member and a moderator. Some of you, I think we have been introduced multiple times. But just to give my background in this particular panel, I am a medical and a biomedical engineering graduate, both medical doctor as well as a biomed with a PhD in digital health. Sure. I do have multiple positions. One of them is the Chief Scientific Officer for Lifeguard Digital Health. We make and use many digital health technologies, as you know, in senior care, and we've seen that already. And I'm also a representative for Australia in the UN and WHO for digital health in different type of committees. Having had some, my passion is public health and technology integration in public health. Obviously, my research and publications lead to the same area. That's my background. Thank you for listening. And now I would like to welcome our celebrated guest, Dr. Kartha, for sharing some of his insights with us. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. In the last session, we heard about the administrative, financial, and service part of the healthy aging. I will be mostly talking about the technical aspects of maintaining a healthy life and a healthy aging. As given there, it is the role of technology evolving for 3 p.m. geriatric care. According to the National Council on Aging, the 10 most common chronic conditions for adults greater than 65 plus are listed there: hypertension, high cholesterol, arthritis, ischemic heart diseases, diabetes, chronic kidney disease, and so on. Parkinson is not from that list. I have added that. Maybe they have omitted it because of the low percentage. But One thing which they have omitted is cancer. Many people think cancer is a common concern, not only old age people. But if you look at the numbers, the cancer incidence for people greater than 55 years, if you take all the cancer subjects in the world, 77% is after 55 years, detected after 55 years. So cancer is also a old age problem, not only for the youngsters. How do we now take care of the health of a program like healthy aging? See, our present trend in all medical assistance is reactive. Reactive means you wait until some symptoms come, then react to the symptoms. But that will not do, as we will see later. We have to have the 3 p.m. style, that is predictive. Before something happens, we have to predict. Preventive, we have to be preventive. Before it goes on increasing, prevent any further progress. And also personalized, especially for old age homes and healthy aging for old people. It has to be highly personalized because they cannot get an appointment in some big hospital and go to the hospital. After one test, they will say, come again tomorrow, come again day after tomorrow, so on. So we have to have a system which either can go to them or which is easily accessible and available to them. So that can be done because any disease, including even a small fever or viral infection, you start seeing the symptoms much after the disease has already started. A foreign material or invasion by a foreign material or malfunctioning of one of your internal parts starts much before the disease symptoms appear. So what is required is a technology which will give the provision of predictive approach. That is, you should be able to predict, even if there are no symptoms, you should be able to predict something is wrong with you, and most probably it is this. Then preventive measures. If you know something is wrong with you, and most probably it is some hypertension or diabetes or whatever it is, you have to suggest preventive methods so that it doesn't deteriorate further. And then, as I said, personalized treatment. The old man or old lady cannot every time go to the hospital for a simple blood test or something. So we can do this by one method. As I said, the disease starts not when you see the symptoms. The disease starts 1 week, 2 weeks, months, years, and in the case of Alzheimer's, I was shocked when I knew about it. Alzheimer's, it seems, you see Alzheimer when you are 60 or more. It takes 10 to 20 years for Alzheimer to be seen out. So you can imagine what type of predictivity and treatment and prevention is required. So how do we do this? The moment the invasion by a foreign material or malfunction of your body organ starts, the living system itself will react immediately. It knows something has happened, let me fight it. And to fight that, it carries out many biomolecular reactions in your body. All those biomolecular reactions change the biomolecular composition. If you can detect that biomolecular change, it can be detected much earlier and you can predict, okay, you are having this problem. This is especially true of problems like cancer, hypertension, diabetes. Diabetes, even now we have the glucose test, A1C test, and so many things. So that is how we are going to solve this problem. That is a preventive predictive, preventive, and personalized approach. And also, a major problem nowadays is, oh, you have hypertension? Okay, take some medicine for hypertension. Or you have heart disease? Take some medicine for heart disease. But that is not the proper way. Hypertension is connected with ischemic strokes, vascular dementia, Alzheimer's, coronary disease, and chronic kidney case, and even your ophthalmic diseases. Cardiovascular diseases are connected to Alzheimer's disease. Can you imagine that? And it is now suggested that a possible therapy of Alzheimer's disease will be coming from medicines for cardiovascular diseases. Diabetes causes all kinds of other diseases. Depression causes all kinds of diseases. And kidney diseases, chronic kidney diseases, you cannot even imagine how many problems will come out of it. So all these are interrelated. The current methods, if you test for diabetes, you know only whether diabetes is there or not. You will not see any of the associated parts. But in the method of looking for the markers, the changes that you have found, you will see changes and you will see the possible effect of those changes. So you can do all these things. They are correlated. So when you have hypertension, you can also find out what else is going to happen to you. So how do we do this? We do by developing technology for in vivo, ex vivo, periodic point of care screening of all subjects 55 years or above. In the last session, we heard that the old age home, if you want to go, you have to plan from the age of 40 years. It is not only for finance, for your health also, you have to plan from 50 years or below. And start screening. If not annually, maybe biannually, or maybe once in 5 years. But that screening will tell you what is going to happen in the immediate future. Then you have to know to treat for diseases like cancer or for that matter, any disease, you have to know at what stage the cancer is. So staging of the disease. Then to plan the therapy, you have to know what all things are wrong with you. For example, kidney stones can be formed from so many problems. Unless you know why your body creates kidney stones, you won't be able to treat. Same thing is there for other problems also. So what we have done is we have developed, tested, and adopted methods which can be predictive, preventive, and personalized technology, which can do regular routine screening. How do they do it? They do it by looking at the markers. As I said, the markers which are produced from the moment something happens to your body. I will show you a few examples. How do we measure the markers? One method is what kind of samples you require. Your markers, as I said, many reactions start as soon as something changes. All those reactions are taking place in your bloodstream or your cells. And the markers will be carried around by the blood. So a blood test. But whatever the blood is carrying, it will give to others also. It will give it to saliva, it will give it to even to your tear drops, it will give it to your urine, and it will also give it to your exhaled breath. So any of these can be used as a sample for early detection and planning your therapy and identifying your disease programs. I will give you examples of, just because of the limited time, I will just show you one or two examples from each category. The first one is blood. The method is very simple. A small HPLC system, which is in the corner, which may be about 2 feet by 1 foot dimension. The rest of the big system will be at the most 1 foot by 1 foot. So a 3 feet by 3 feet system, which can be mounted on a trolley table, or which can be taken anywhere, or which can be installed anywhere, for example, even in Lulu Mall or some other supermarket, that can be used for the blood test. What does it do? It separates out the proteins, because in all the interactions in the body, the proteins are the intermediaries. So they have to adjust, they have to change, and the disease itself will change some of the proteins. So those changes act as markers. Here it is for ischemic heart disease, a disease which is so dreadful and which accounts for a major fraction of our total deaths. As you can see, the top is normal blood and the bottom is ischemic heart disease person's blood. You see all those points, peaks marked with the star are additional. They have come new. And that peak, CPK, you see how much it is in the normal. There is practically nothing. So I used to frighten some of my colleagues who were smokers. In any smoker, it immediately shoots up a little bit within a week or two. If your smoking is continued, it goes on up, up, up. And at IHD system, it becomes like that. But that's only one marker. Never use one marker. Because the famous case is CA125 for ovarian cancer. CA125 can be changed for several reasons. So that is used only as a monitoring marker for testing the effect of treatment. So one marker is not enough. In this case, we have, if we want, we have 10 markers. So how do we make this simple? If you want to make it personalized, portable, and use it everywhere, the oncologist, the medical pathologist, they cannot go everywhere like that. We don't have that many numbers. Incidentally, this is just for information. For 10,000 subjects, population in India, we have 7 doctors. And just compare it with, I will give you another number, Sweden, 70 doctors. So in Sweden, one doctor can see at the most 140 patients in a year, even if he sees once a year. So that is the condition. So the method has to be such that the instrument system can be taken around by anybody. A technician can operate it. A nurse or somebody can just take a drop of blood and inject it into the instrumentation system. The result will immediately come out. The laptop will show it on the screen. Then comes the advances in artificial intelligence and machine learning. What we do is, we make, now when we present this result, either to you or to anybody else, you may immediately ask, how do I believe you? What we do is, we get this pattern, the IHD pattern, for 20 or 30 certified IHD patients. Patients who have been certified by pathologists and cardiologists as having IHD. And we create their profile, a profile bank. Any other profile, the machine, the computer will automatically compare with this and make a match, no match. And the computer will print out match or no match. Finished. You know, the technician knows. Of course, the technician doesn't have to do any of these things. He can send the data straight to the main lab and they can do it also. So that is the system and this is the result. As I said, it requires a calculation, data processing. This is the result of the data processing. The results are obvious. The IHD cases go into a separate group. The normal cases go into a separate group. So the machine does this, we don't have to do this. The machine does this, okay, the sample corresponds to the IHD group, match. That is for blood. We have done this for several cancers, and the right side, the green one is normal sample. The lowest one, the yellow one, is ovarian cancer. The red one is cervical cancer, and the blue one is oral cancer. You see how cleanly they separate out? So a single drop of blood, we have done it. We can include here breast cancer, we can include here colon cancer and other cancers. We have done it. So a single drop of blood can tell you whether you have cancer. Same thing applies for IHD or COPD or any other disease condition. Same thing applies for Alzheimer's. So a single, simple test. The blood passes it on to saliva, I said. This is the saliva of normal and pre-malignant, the earlier stage to malignancy, and malignant oral cancer. We have shown it for oral cancer, but it is valid for other cancers also. As you can see, all the pre-malignant conditions can be discriminated from one another as well as from the normal. This technology is, as I mentioned, as easy as breathe in, breathe out. You breathe in, you breathe out. We test the sample. We have several methods to test the sample. The instrumentation I will show you in the next slide. And again, the clusters you can see in the bottom panel. This is for asthma. The asthma can be immediately detected by comparison with the normal. We have done this for COPD. We have done it for recently for PCS, post-COVID syndrome. Relatively older people who get COVID, they develop a syndrome which resembles asthma even much later after getting the COVID. So how do we know it is not asthma? How do we know it is not just some other lung disease? We know because this will separate out all those cases. It will separate it out from COPD, asthma, PCS, post-COVID syndrome, everything. Okay, that is a exhaled breath, nothing else, as easy as breathe in, breathe out. This is just to show that another sample possible is your own tissue. Oral cancer, any organ which is accessible with a compact probe, fiber optic probe, can be screened for all diseases connected with that organ. Ovarian cancer, cervical cancer, oral cancer, colon cancer, all those things can be screened by this method. And again, you can easily separate it out. And what is this is the instrument. Just a technician is looking for oral cancer. The whole instrument is kept on a trolley so that it is portable. And recently, we have even modified the instrument in such a way, just the whole thing, that on the top of the trolley table, except the laptop, can be incorporated in a single small equipment. But the doctors didn't want this because it was relatively heavy and they had to hold it to probe. They don't want. And that cannot be used for other cancers like cervical cancer or ovarian cancer or esophageal cancer and other things. So a fiber optic probe, as can be seen, is sufficient. The other things can be kept separate. So technology for evolving geriatric care, these are the challenges. Mostly, their challenges have been solved now. Any disease, in fact, a single blood test can detect, at least it is proven now, established now, 17 diseases in one exhaled breath sample. Many of them cancers and many other diseases also. So technological challenges are mostly addressed and met. And the data processing also is already more or less completed. And what we require is gain acceptance from the medical community. I can say whatever I want about my method, but I have to prove it to the medical community. They have to get convinced. And it has to be extended. To do that, I have to standardize the protocols. I have to do a comprehensive study of extending it to multi-center, multi-subject trials. And I have to understand the health economics. Is it going to be useful? Is it possible? If I want to do it at 1,000 places, I have to have 1,000 small instruments. So can it be done? It can be done, but health economics. And lastly, most important, to do that, we require large-scale funding because any such approval comes only after clinical trials, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, which has to be a trial spread out all over the world, over many people, in many hospitals or many localities. So how do we do that? We can do that if we can get collaboration of all the stakeholders for many years. Research scientists, medical professionals, clinical practitioners, instrument manufacturers, and above all, the government. Nobody else can finance or encourage such a program. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kartha, for that call to action, as well as sharing your insights with us. We'll pick it up at the end for summarizing. Now I would like to invite Dr. Rekha.
Good afternoon, all. First of all, let me thank all the organizers for giving me this wonderful opportunity to be part of this great program. First, I will take a disclaimer. Even though the title of the session is Technology and Evolving Geriatric Care, I may be dealing more of evolving geriatric care and not much about technology. So, I would like to stress on the district I'm working now at present, because it's a coincidence, but still Pathanamthitta is a district with more number of older persons and more number of older persons living alone. So going on to my presentation, this will be the outline of my presentation. For setting the background, I will be narrating the objectives and briefing methodology and status update of the project I'm going to elaborate, and with the concluding remarks. So, the onset of the presentation, I would like to quote this important quote, like, "Blessed is a society that has oldies." So it's a quote by Laila Gifty Akita. It's the author of Think Great, Be Great. So she has a book full of quotes. So this is one of the quotes from that. And we are blessed. We have enough and more older persons. But the way we have to ensure that they are given a dignified life, we are actually responsible for that. So, fortunately, the previous speakers have set a clear background for my presentation. As all of you know, the epidemiologic and demographic transition that is happening globally, as a result of that, we have an aging population, and it has implications on the family, society, and government. The implications were well described by the earlier speakers. And the implications, the same have implications on the older persons. Their physical, psychological, and social well-being has a lot of implications on that. And we understand that there are several international and national initiatives that are acting as driving forces for interventions among aged. But lack of information hinders the proper interventions. We know that the older population is not just a homogeneous population. We have a range of people from the members, like the members who are in the blessed retirement home, to people who are nobody to take care of, and staying in the government old age homes. So we have a range of people, and not only that, there are different sections of people, coastal, tribal. We don't know their needs, their issues. And with the transition happening in all sectors, with the climate change and the disasters happening, pandemics, all that, the implications on older population, we actually don't know. So that's a concern. So we have, from 1999, we have a national policy on old age, and it was revised in 2011. And as part of that national policy, our state was one of the first states to have a state old age policy in 2006, which was revised in 2013. So with the context of this altering lives of older persons, it is time to revisit the policy as such. So the Sustainable Development Goals that is to be achieved by 2030, actually 7 out of the 17 goals is pertaining to old age population. So going into the problems, why we have problems, like we know that this developed countries had enough time to equip for the problem coming, that the booming older population. So you can see that when they got 100 or more years, India is getting 20 to 40 years to rise from 10% to 20% of older population when compared to the total population. So this time period has there was no time for our country to equip for the upcoming challenges of the growing older population. So we don't have a program. When we have programs for specifically for children and antenatal women, when we compare, we are actually crossing the proportion of children to with the older population. So we don't have, we have program for, national program for healthcare of elderly, but it's in rudimentary stage, but we have well-developed programs for children. And geriatrics is a upcoming specialty. We don't have, in our medical colleges there is no, PG courses for geriatrics specialty. So that's it. Everybody know what I mean by this. Kerala is going to have highest number of proportion of older persons in the country, and Kerala has its own problem. The higher proportion of older persons, they are not healthy, they are a morbid set of population. Chronic diseases are prevalent among older persons. The nuclear families, the migration of younger generation, the earlier speakers have reiterated the problems that we are facing for providing proper care for the older person. And more women entering into the working sector, the globalization, urbanization, modernization, transition in housing patterns, that's all have made the life of older person difficult, even in their own homes. The houses where they are staying, that's becoming hostile for them as they age. So here, coming on to my topic of interest, actually I will be describing a project that is ongoing in more than 100 panchayats of Kerala. So the name of the project is Age Friendly Local Self-Governments. So the objective, the overall aim of the project is to improve the quality of life of older persons in Kerala, to empower them to live a life of independence, participation, care, self-fulfillment and dignity, to generate a sense of responsibility among the community towards the older persons, ensuring their safety and security physically, mentally and socially. So this is jointly, it's a joint venture by Kerala Institute of Local Administration, providing the administrative support for the program. Health Action by People, it's an NGO, it's a group of like-minded public health professionals, doctors, coming together for a cause, doing public health research activities for advocating policy recommendations. So Health Action by People is providing the technical support for the project, and it is implemented through the local self-governments. So people from Kerala may be knowing the 40% of the total budget is given to local self-governments and as part of the decentralization we are having. Kerala is one of the most decentralized state, having decentralized governance. So as part of that, funds and functions and functionaries have been decentralized to the lower level. So as part of that, this local self-governments can actually submit projects. They can, as part of, with the help of these projects, they can implement this age-friendly projects. So this is the background. So this is implemented as a participatory action research. It's an ongoing project. So here you can see that this starts from the age of reflection, reflecting the issues, then analyzing the issues, planning, then acting on that plans, observing, and then again reflecting. So these cycles will go on and on till we achieve the intended results. So this is the strategy. So these are the areas identified for intervention: quality of life, loneliness, food insecurity, occupation or income, engagement. That's basically, so those who have some kind of income, they will be engaged. Access to services, palliative care, NCDs, depression, falls, dementia, chronic respiratory disease. So these are the areas identified for intervention after several iterations with older persons and local self-governments. So the project somehow strategized to develop activities to improve the 8 areas as depicted in the 8 petals of this framework, that is a WHO Age-Friendly Cities framework, that comes under, that can be categorized under physical environment, social environment and municipal service. So interventions will be focusing on these 3 areas to improve the intervention areas, those topics. So this is a plan how this project is being implemented. So first we will have different from what we were saying, that usually the international and national initiatives drive the programs or projects coming up in the state. But here, as envisaged in the decentralized process, we had actually inquiries from the grassroots. The local self-governments are coming to us for providing technical support for them to implement elderly programs in their panchayats. So when 1 or 2 panchayats came to us, then we sat with them, with their ideas and with discussion with older persons, we developed a project, and that, a concept, and that is even developing even now. And so whichever local self-government is approaching us, we will have preliminary discussion with the local governments. Then we'll have orient the local governments on this issues and the probable solutions, how to go forward. All these things, they will have a discussion with them. Then the participatory approach with the local governments and the older persons in that particular area, we will identify the issues and the resources within available locally, so that we can find locally available solution for their issues. We identify resource persons from that locality, we'll give training for that resource persons. Then ward level committees, panchayat level committees will be formed earlier, then ward level committees are formed. With the help of this ward level committees, we constitute neighborhood groups. Neighborhood groups are for every 20 households, we'll have 1 neighborhood group. So the resource persons with the, along with the technically experts, will give training to the neighborhood groups and equip them to identify the issues with the checklist. There's a questionnaire, baseline survey will be taken, and then interventions will be implemented. And finally, after the cycle, cycle of intervention, end-line survey is proposed. So we have not gone into the intervention phase yet. Most of the institution, the local governments are in the stage of collecting data and all. This is a plan for implementation. So the beauty of the project is the neighborhood group, we consider the older people we classify them into 3 groups, A, B and C. So A group will be bedridden persons who are not able to go out and interact much. B will be moving around their own houses. C will be people like Kartasar and other people who are here who are not at all different from people of younger age. So the idea is to get on board these people who are the category C, who are roaming around. They will be delivering the services for the other 2 categories. So it will be kind of peer group support with the support of younger people. So the strategies in general is to empower the LSG in providing support to older persons by highlighting their roles and responsibilities. Integrate all agencies, departments and organizations in providing support to older persons and ensure their needs are met. So what we found is, when we list the issues of older persons what we do is, when we go for discussions with the local self-government, we have 2 whiteboards side by side. In one whiteboard, we will list the issues, whatever they are saying. They will list the issues. In the other whiteboard, we will have the resources for addressing these issues. So what we found that there are a lot of issues, but there are solutions that can that can address these issues. So, but somehow there is a disconnect between this. So there are issues can be one-time issues or recurring issues. So maybe one getting a ration card. Some older person, they don't have a ration card. So that will be one-time issue. Getting a health card or something like that will be one-time issue. So getting pension. So many of them may not be knowing that there is social security pensions available. So somebody, if taking an initiative to get the applications process done, that can be solved. But there are some issues that are recurring, like healthcare needs, getting medicines every month. Care, bedridden patient, care of bedridden patient. Such issues can be addressed at by the panchayat with the support of the community. So, community participation and volunteerism has to be incorporated and improved with the help of this local self-government. So, and engage with the LSD to plan interventions with individual care and service delivery. So, we have a basket of interventions for each topic we have selected. So, we will have discussion with the panchayats and they select, with the neighborhood groups, when they list the issues of those people coming under that neighborhood, they will decide on what all interventions they are going to plan for that neighborhood. So that's how, with the resource person, the help of resource persons and the local self-government, they are going to plan interventions for that particular locality, community. That's how it's being planned. And we are also supporting the local self-government to transform the public facilities friendly for older persons by giving directions. So these are the organogram at different levels, and at all levels the health action by people is giving technical support. So these organizations and departments are on board with this project. They are helping us with this implementation. So what we expect, so with this implementation of this project, we intend to develop a working model for the provision of community-based services for improving quality of life of older persons. So, as I already was telling in the afternoon to somebody, bless is a choice, but it's not a solution. So, we will have to have different choices for different, category of people. So, the reality is wide majority of older persons in our community are dependent on someone. They physically as well as financially. So they have to be taken care of by the community. The family cannot be avoided, but by the community has to take some part of, share the responsibility with the families. And this will definitely bring out some information on interventions that are feasible in our city. And also it will strengthen the governance of the at the local self-government level. And we will have at the end of this, this project, we will have some policy recommendation for the state as well as for other states, because other states are also looking forward to Kerala to have some interventions for older persons. So I will give you the status update of the project. Till date, more than 100 panchayats have been enrolled into this program. Panchayats, Gram Panchayats, and Nilambur Municipality and Kozhikode Corporation is also part of this. So, as I already told, the different panchayats are at different stages of the program implementation. So, individual care plan, that's after the neighborhood group formation, after their training, after listing the issues, the baseline survey, individual care plan is being prepared for around 10 panchayats, sorry, not districts, 10 panchayats. And different services from different departments are being coordinated by the local government. and this community is supporting the family in caring for older persons. So concluding, the care of older persons, it's a joint responsibility of families that we have to realize that it's a joint responsibility of the families, government, civil society, international agencies, professionals, academia, the media, and the private sector. So concerted effort is required to work out indigenous solutions, efforts to be taken to improve the contribution of older, that's also important. They have to be, their resources, the skill sets have to be identified and utilized. Because people like Katsar and so many people over here, they are all talented, experienced. Their experience have to be known to the world. So these resources have to be utilized. And the advocacy for policy level interventions, welfare of older person has to be high up in the agenda. And more research is required to identify the needs of the people, the older people, and different sections of this group. So I will end with this quote from Nelson Mandela. A society that does not value its older people denies its roots and endangers its future. Let us strive to enhance their capacity to support themselves for as long as possible, and when they cannot do so anymore, to care for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rekha, for the concerted efforts that you're using for getting projects approved for seniors and for retaining their knowledge and talent. The last would be me. I have some insights to share. So thank you everyone for patiently listening to all of the efforts that we all are talking about, particularly starting with Dr. Karta. There are, I would like to start with awareness on technologies and what they can do at present. So Dr. Karta has pointed out there are several developments that are simplified, which are available to use without the low-cost interventions which have been developed. It needs acceptability. So while talking to him the other day, I found this example, which I thought was very familiar to everyone. Endoscopy is something that it's a method that is very interventional in most countries, which I hadn't realized. There is a new method for a non-interventional method with minimal costs. That is, swallowing a capsule with a miniature camera. It might sound very threatening, but it's not. It's as good as carrying a capsule that goes out of your system. How good that would be? It's been 2 decades that this method has been available, and it costs little or nothing. It's covered under the UHC Public Health. This kind of information across the globe, sharing of information across countries is not being done sufficiently. So methodologies, techniques, and technology that are capable of preventing disease and increasing longevity with quality. Personalization and customization is the key to adaptation of these technologies. So practitioners do need to embrace the technology as much as the health consumers and senior citizens. Resistance, even before you begin, does not help this situation. So government and all other stakeholders do need to be aware and integrate technologies into public health systems. So these are capable of helping build resilient societies, reduce future costs to any country. So I would like to briefly touch upon a few technology initiatives that many of you are familiar with. At the same time, the costs have significantly reduced over the period that the pandemic hit. Telemedicine. that allows seniors to receive medical care remotely through a video phone consultation with healthcare providers. It can be beneficial for seniors who have mobility issues or live in remote areas. However, this might be culturally not a concept that is familiar. It's a question of familiarizing this technology in the context. So how do you do that? The key is to include a closest relative, a son or daughter to a parent in consultations. In the simple matter, initial consultations in telemedicine include the person over a period of time. Once the trust develops, it will automatically occur without the other person being there. The impact is high. Wearable devices are another area that is very common today, such as fitness trackers, smartwatches. They do have the potential to track senior health and wellness and alert caregivers. However, a standalone wearable may not be the answer to any situation. We do have an example right here with Lifeguard, which is simplifying a wearable device by only having one or two things that the seniors can handle. The ability to have multiple things on a watch and an older person not able to handle it, it is very common. So, yes, wearable devices are extremely useful, but how do we simplify it for seniors and bring the cost down? Smart home technologies. So this is another area comes under artificial intelligence. Smart thermostats, smart home security systems. They help seniors live more independently while also providing caregivers with a greater peace of mind. I would like to take an example here of one of my colleagues from another country who's sharing a home with her father, who's a senior. They live on 2 levels, and this is a story of AI and motion sensors. So she installed motion sensors that are connected to artificial intelligence system, which on a 2-floor home. Sensors are at the top of the doors and some rooms to monitor movements. These are learned activity patterns over time. They send warning alerts to the daughter's phone if the normal behavior deviates. For instance, if the father's going outside and does not return quickly, or if he's up too early for some reason, and those alerts go out. The same alerts concept is being incorporated into Lifeguard's digital health systems for assisted living care and customizable for homes. Robotics is a technology that's being used in a variety of applications in elderly care, including assistive robots that can help in medication reminders and physical therapy, as well as social robots which can provide companionship and engagement. Virtual reality systems have been trained and used in many parts of Australia to simulate previous lived experience of a senior so that it refreshes the memory and elevates happiness. They feel that in that virtual reality space, they feel that they are in their previous role. They feel they're there, and this brings and stimulates memory back. This is a proven technology. It's been used in multiple parts of the world. Another very simple tool, medication management systems, which uses virtual assistants such as Alexa or Google. They help seniors stay connected and manage their daily tasks. But how if think about a reminder in your child's voice or a daughter or son's voice that is integrated, customized in those devices in your software that changes the adaptation of these technologies. Think about a senior listening to a nurse or a caregiver or a voice in a son or daughter saying that would make a lot more impact. So from the perspective of this panel, the call to action from a scientist perspective, the technology is there, it is low cost, the awareness is low, we do need to make that awareness. But technology requires customization to context, to geographies, to cultures. So all stakeholders do need to work together, as Dr. Kartha has pointed out, and the efforts, concerted efforts that Dr. Rekha has spoken to us about. All the stakeholders do need to work together to help healthy aging for seniors and to build resilient nations. So knowledge from people older and the wise should be sustainable, it should be retained, and the quality of life can be improved both ways. I would like to leave with this quote that is my favorite from Swami Vivekananda. Unfortunately, I cannot pronounce the translation, so I've chosen this. Arise, awake, learn from the experienced experts, our seniors, the wise. Stop not until the goal is reached. Thank you. So now I would like to invite any questions for our panel members or me, if we have the question time. Yes.
We have a question? All right.
Thank you. I think, again, wonderful sessions. I had a quick question for Dr. Kartha. Sir, amazing presentation and the kind of... not audible?
No. So you have a question for?
Dr. Kartha.
Yes.
Yeah. So, sir, amazing presentation. Was a pleasure listening to you. A few thoughts came to my mind which I thought I could share and get your views on. I think what you spoke about and the biggest hook and what caught my attention the most was one single drop of blood that can help you diagnose and detect 70 different diseases. And essentially what struck me was the story of Theranos and Elizabeth Holmes, and they were able to quickly kind of, it is so attractive that they could build a company with a valuation of $10 billion within a couple of years with the exact same value proposition. But I think where things went wrong on their end was where they couldn't really do enough trials and showcase the credibility of the results. I think with your presentation, what clearly came out was there's robust science behind it. There's a very strong science behind it. But obviously it needs a lot more work in terms of extensive, large-scale trials, which obviously involves investments as well. Now, one of the deterrents for heavy investments there, and obviously there were separate reasons because they were all money hungry on that side and they had Silicon Valley investments coming in. But trials are expensive and that kind of becomes a deterrent for credible results. Would love to know your views, sir, that how far do you feel, and traditionally trials have always been with the hospital institutional setups, and when you think of trials, you think of interventions, you think of complexities. But with your example, and in fact even with digital health examples, the way Lifeguard is doing today, there are many non-intrusive ways of doing trials on healthy individuals which can dramatically improve life of people, but are not necessarily complex and difficult to administer and not very cost intensive. So the thought is, can retirement living, elder care homes be the next area where you have the right kind of people who can participate in these trials for the betterment of technology and for health, while at the same time also reduce costs for the technology developers who are involved in those trials?
Okay. I think, if I may, I'm just articulating the question because Dr. Kartha could not make it clear. So his question was, would the senior living facilities or seniors would be the best participants in the trials that you're trying to do massive scale? Would that be something that you would think is possible? So for your trials, clinical trials that are on massive scale, would it be possible that the senior living facilities, like the blessed homes, or seniors themselves in communities, would they be the best participants?
As I said, the best participants are those who are in their middle ages, not very senior. But to correlate the middle age observations with the seniors, you require the participation of the seniors. And for the seniors as such now, we can straight away make use of the results because all these techniques, they do not involve any invasive procedure. A blood test or a breath test is a very, very harmless test. So the question of ethics is very little. The only thing is question of approval. For that, as I said, we require preclinical, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 trials. So if that can be done, it can be either senior citizens, or it can be middle-aged people, or it can be even younger people. Because the clinical trials only is testing the technology. So any partnership with any group will do. We did all this work in the hospital in collaboration with we were very lucky because the doctors were very adjustable to our needs, and we could get that oral cancer thing I showed. We took 400 subjects, 150 normal, 150 pre-malignant, and 100 actual oral cancer cases. That was possible because it was an institution associated with a hospital and a cancer hospital. And the physicians, oncologists, and pathologists worked with us. The cervical cancer, oral cancer, we did that for about 200 subjects because the subjects were available, as I said. But that can be done with any group. You don't have to have subjects. Subjects in the hospital. You can have a popular universal screening technology where such an instrument can be installed in any panchayat office or any small hospital or any clinic, and taking a blood or taking a breath sample, I don't think there will be any ethical opinion against it. So long as you can get informed consent, the test can be done.
I hope that answers your question. Do we have any more questions? Yes.
I have a doubt to Rega Madam. Madam, without addressing the social determinants of health.
Is it audible on stage? No. You have to hold the mic a little closer.
Hello? Am I audible?
Yes.
Rega Madam, without addressing the social determinants of health, that is drinking water, good air, good food, primary health care, will we be able to achieve or aim at healthy aging?
Am I audible? Yes, sir. Social determinants of health is very important. So the interventions will be addressing social determinants of health as well. So we have identified the areas for like, for example, if you are planning to intervene on loneliness, so or food insecurity, in that case, we will be dealing with the social determinants of health. All the, we will have to address nutrition as well as the other parameters. So, social determinants of health is one of the, determinants that will be addressed during the interventions. So, depending on the topic of interest.
Do we have any other questions? No. So on that note, I would like to thank all three panelists for your time and your insights. I would like to call on stage Jijo sir to please hand over the mementos to the panelists. Dr. Rekha M. Ravindran. Good round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, Dr. V.B. Karta. Thank you very much. Is your mic on? The mic's.
Thank you. Thanks everyone for listening to the panel, and thank you both for sharing sharing your insights.
Thank you, Dr. Chandana, for beautifully moderating the session. Now for the next panel discussion on the topic Inclusive Curriculum, a Social Work Perspective, I would like to call on stage Dr. C. Thomas Abraham, Chief Mentor, University of Third Age U3A, Mahatma Gandhi University. I would also like to invite Dr. Jose Anthony, HOD, Department of Social Work, SSUS, Kaladi, Kochi. Along with him, Dr. Anish K.R., Assistant Professor, Rajagiri College of Social Science, Kochi. And Dr. Dulari S.S., Associate Professor, SCMS School of Technology and Management, Kochi. I request all of the panelists to please come forward to the stage and take your seats.
Okay. So we will move to the next panel discussion on inclusive curriculum, a social work perspective. The very outset, I really acknowledge and appreciate Bless Retirement Homes for making this wonderful event, an international conclave on healthy aging, which is not a very common event in the Kerala cultural context or academic context. So it's a great initiative to come up with a blending of the international knowledge, models and practices and the contemporary concerns and requirements in the Kerala cultural context. So we had a series of panels as experts from different domains coming together, sharing their knowledge, expertise and experience so that we develop a new paradigm or a new framework in making our elderly population better placed, better lived, and with a quality of life and dignity they really deserve with them. So with that, a small introductory note. In this particular panel, we have 4 people. One is Dr. Thomas Abraham, sir. He's a very well-known trainer, speaker, and academician, and who has experienced and experimented very innovative strategies and ideas in the developmental sector. He was a professor of English literature. Later, he was the director of the Adult Education and National Service Scheme of MG University. And he was instrumental to the, not an instrumental person, I would say he was a pioneer in making the Saksharata mission, literacy mission in Kerala, because he has started that program in Kottayam district. I was associated with that program when I was a student. Later, he has taken up the adult education program, and now he has come up with a new, very innovative program. In between, he has really taken over with the TCI program, which was a training program came up from Germany. Now he is working with the third university or a third age university concept, and Mahatma Gandhi University has taken up that as an experimental program, and he is working on that. And he is presenting his views on third age universities, the best yet to come. So he'll be talking about that in the first slot. Second slot, we have Dr. Anish. He's a faculty from Rajagiri College. He's working as an assistant professor in the Department of Social Work over there, who has an expertise in research, specifically with the developmental issues, interpersonal concerns, because he has done his psychiatric social work MPhil from NIMANS after his post-graduation of social work from Sri Shankaracharya University of Sanskrit Kaladi. And currently, he is engaged with the developmental and well-being concerns of different age category people in the Kerala context, and also a good trainer and consultant in that field. He will be basically talking on the issue of geriatric people, the impediments they have for this healthy aging process in the Kerala context. We have Dr. Dulari, he is from SEMS College, Kalamassery. Basically, she is from management background, but she has also worked on various conferences in SEMS colleges on aging processes, and also she has done a work on specifically with the palliative processes and care systems of aged people in Kerala. And she will be talking about the basic process of silver hues and how the educational framework has to be there with the silver hues in Kerala context. And I myself is Dr. Jose from Sri Shankaracharya University of Sanskrit Kaladi. I am in social work education for last 28 years and is concerned about different aspects of development, geriatric people, adolescent community and training systems. Also passionate with my research processes. And also currently working as the president of the Association of Schools of Social Work in Kerala, which is a consortium of all social work colleges in Kerala. So I would like to give the appreciation and solidarity of Association of Schools of Social Work of Kerala to this international conclave on healthy aging, because the geriatric community, the services for the elderly, well-being of the elderly, and the quality life of this particular segment of our population is also a very genuine, serious concern of social work practitioners. It's a concern of social work as a discipline. It's a concern of social work as a practice. It's a concern of social work as a very significant developmental issue in our social context. So I will be talking basically on the contemporary models and how this can be brought into the social work education and curriculum specifically with. So this is the general pretext of this session we are handling with. So in the very beginning, we will have Professor Thamsabran sir will be talking about third age universities. The best is yet to come with this particular situation. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. U3A, University of the Third Age, is an upcoming social movement in Kerala. I have 4 of my colleagues. They are U3A activists. I request you to come forward and take front seats, because seeing you will be an inspiration for me, because we are working together. Okay? Jolly Paul, PJ Lewis, Abby Matthew, and Advocate Varghese Chako. Thank you very much. I would like to thank my friend, I would like to say now my student, Babu Joseph, who invited me to this program. And I'm very happy to be with Jose Anthony and Anish and Dr. Dulari. I'm meeting them Gulari I'm meeting for the first time. I think we'll have occasion to work together. Friends, I have 6 points to present before you in 10 minutes. Okay. The points are, first one, the concept of U3A. The full form of U3A is University of the Third Age. Second is the spirit of U3A. Third is the ethos of U3A. Fourth is the methodology of U3A. And fifth, synergy as a model for U3A, and how to form a U3A group, the last thing. So, the first point is U3A, or the University of Third Age, the concept. It originated in France in the 1970s. It reached India about 5 or 6 years ago. But Mahatma Gandhi University, Kottayam, is the first university in India to launch U3A, and this happened just 40 days ago on the 11th of March. Now, the concept is very simple. I don't have to talk much about it. The concept is taken from Mahatma Gandhi University. Live as if you might die tomorrow. Learn as if you might live forever. Learn as if you might live forever. So, University of the Third Age is a forum for continuous learning, integrated, holistic, continuing learning, that is the concept. And for that, collaboration between the university and the senior citizens. Okay. Second one is the spirit of U3A. The spirit of U3A is beautifully articulated by one of my favorite poets, Rabindranath Tagore. Geetanjali, hymn number 13. The song that I came to sing remains unsung to this day. I have spent my days stringing and unstringing my instrument. Time has not come true. Words have not been rightly set. There is only the agony of wishing in my heart. I am so much in love with this poem. I have translated not only this poem, the entire Geetanjali into Malayalam. and I am tempted to give you my Malayalam version of these lines which I just now presented before you. ഞാൻ പാടുവാൻ വന്ന പാട്ട് ഇനിയും പാടിത്തുടങ്ങിയിട്ടില്ല. എൻ്റെ തമ്പുരുവിൻ്റെ തന്ത്രികൾ മുറുക്കിയും അയച്ചും ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ സമയമത്രയും ചെലവഴിച്ചു. എന്നാൽ വാക്കുകൾ ഇനിയും ചിട്ടപ്പെടുത്തിയിട്ടില്ല. സമയം ഇനിയും സമാഗതമായിട്ടില്ല. പാടുവാനുള്ള ആഗ്രഹം ഒരു മധുരവ്യഥയായി ഞാനിപ്പോഴും കൊണ്ടു നടക്കുന്നു. I am 76 years old, but I firmly believe the song that I came to sing remains unsung to this day. And maybe this U3A, in which I am involved, will give me a forum to sing a song which I very much wanted to sing in my life, through my life. So this is the spirit of U3A. Now let me pass on to the ethos of TCI, of U3A. See, it's defined University of the Third Age. University has been defined by many people, but perhaps one of the most beautiful definitions of university came from Jawaharlal Nehru, and he said it in one of the convocation addresses he gave. I think it was in Kanpur University. He said, university is a place for humanism. University is a place for tolerance. University is a place for the adventure of ideas. Humanism, man is the measure of all things, is the definition of humanism. The university is a place where people of all categories, irrespective of their educational background and financial background, come together. At least that is how Mahatma Gandhi University has envisaged it. Tolerance is not a good word, because it's not just enough to tolerate people. Diversity is not to be tolerated. Diversity is something to be celebrated. Therefore, what is meant by tolerance is inclusiveness, including people from all walks of life. And third is the most beautiful phrase, adventure of ideas. So many things we can do through U3A. One of the things which I dream of is, why can't people above 70 be encouraged to write their life stories? ജീവിതം എന്നെ എന്ത് പഠിപ്പിച്ചു? What has life taught me? And print on demand is now available. It's not a big thing. Previously we thought unless it is 1,000 copies, printing is not viable and all that. Now printing is possible. It is viable. So such adventurous ideas. Robert Kennedy said, I love to dream wild. I dare to ask, why not realize them? Senior citizens should make this their credo. Number 4 is about the methodology. Mahatma Gandhi University has accepted or adopted TCI, Theme-Centered Interaction, as the methodology for U3A. Theme-Centered Interaction was formulated by a German psychologist, psychoanalyst by name Ruth Kohn. She was not only a psychoanalyst, she was a social analyst and a social activist also. She even said, we are co-creators of this world. If it gets ruined, we will be counted as co-accused, you see. നാമൊക്കെ ഈ ലോകത്തിൻ്റെ സൃഷ്ടിയിൽ സഹസ്രഷ്ടാക്കളാണ്. ഇത് നശിച്ചാൽ ഇതിൻ്റെ നാശത്തിൽ നമ്മളൊക്കെ കൂട്ടുപ്രതികളായി എണ്ണപ്പെടുമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ ഒരു മനഃശാസ്ത്രജ്ഞയാണ് മഹാത്മാഗാന്ധി യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയിലെ U3Aയുടെ മെത്തഡോളജി തന്നിരിക്കുന്നയാൾ. അതൊരു അപ്ലൈഡ് ഹ്യൂമനിസ്റ്റിക് സൈക്കോളജിയാണ്. TCI is applied humanistic psychology. I suppose this audience will be familiar with humanistic psychology, which is the promotive part of psychology. The father of humanistic psychology is Abraham Maslow. A beautiful sentence from him is very much relevant for U3A. It is, you must be what you can be. And we in Mahatma Gandhi University are encouraging senior citizens to ask this question to themselves. Where am I? Have I reached where I could have reached? Why not even now try to do that? So these are the things which comes under the methodology. And this methodology has 3 axioms. One is that we are all different, but we are all the same. We are all alike. That is the uniqueness axiom. But even though we are unique, each person, there is an underlying universality. This is very important in U3A. Second one is the reverence axiom. It says reverence is due to every living thing. Only in an atmosphere of reverence, growth will happen. So we want to make sure that every senior person is revered, respected. And therefore, we attach a lot of importance to the conventional way of greeting one another with namaskaram. This is 4 o'clock time. Would you like me to tell you good evening or namaskaram? Which would you prefer? Good evening simply means, may this evening be good for you. Namaskaram means, I bow before the God I see in you. Thangalil njan kanunna Ishwarinte mumpil njan namikkunnu. May I request you, if you have a neighbor by your side, please turn to that person and say namaskaram. Okay. That is the reverence that our senior citizens deserve. All this is there in 2 minutes more. Okay. In TCI, which Mahatma Gandhi University has accepted at the methodology. The next thing is the Vice Chancellor of Mahatma Gandhi University is a very renowned scientist. He is one among the 2,000 top scientists in the world today. And he had this idea with him, and he had to keep it in cold storage for 2 years because neither he nor his colleagues knew how to implement it. Then he came across Synergy TCI Forum for Senior Citizens, a senior citizens forum which has been working in Kottayam for the last 8 years. And then he said, this is the model. So I don't want to go into the details of that. And the last point is how to organize a U3A unit, University of the Third Age. So I invited my 4 colleagues to be here because after this session there may be a tea break and you should interact with them. If you want to have a small U3A unit in your place, all these 4 colleagues of mine are from Ernakulam district. If you have an idea of forming a small group, bring together 15 to 20 people, seniors, together in the same locality, something like a neighborhood group. And once a month they meet and they sit in a circle, no stage, no so-called speechification. Nobody makes long speeches there. Senior citizens have enough life experience, so interaction, theme-centered interaction, which leads to their personal growth and to the growth of the others with whom they are interacting. So this is U3A. I invite all Ernakulam people who are here to know more about U3A during the tea break. Please come and we will give you more details because the time is limited. Thank you very much for patient listening.
Thank you, sir, for introducing a wonderful new initiative that have really come up as a wave in Kerala. Specifically blending TCI with U3A is a beautiful concept. Thank you for presenting that. Now we will move to the next presentation. That's by Dr. Anish. He will be presenting on the impediments, psychosocial impediments of elderly people in the process of healthy aging. Welcome, Anish.
എല്ലാവർക്കും നമസ്കാരം. I thought of starting with good evening, but then it was inspired by Thomas Abraham sir that I should address by Namaskaram. Thank you, Blessed Homes, for this opportunity to be with you all to discuss few things about healthy aging. Now, whenever we talk about elderly, we have always looked into that statistics. And this is statistics, world statistics talks about 2020, 1 in 7 is an elderly person. In 2030, it's going to be 1 in 6. And in 2050, it is 1 in 5. But I could see in Dr. Rekha's presentation that in Kerala, we have 20%. That is 1 in 5 already. So the issues of elderly, whatever we have been discussing here, is of utmost importance for all of us to ponder over to what way we can make these lives of elderly persons lived happily and with great quality of life. Initiatives such as the U3A all will make that changes. Now, you might have already been listening to the concepts of healthy aging in the yesterday's session and today's some of the sessions. But I thought I'll start with some concepts which will talk about psychosocial issues of elderly. You know, the healthy aging has been defined by World Health Organization basically on the concept of functional ability. How you develop functional ability, how you maintain functional ability, how that can lead to well-being. So whatever initiatives we do, either is at home or in the community or in a residential care facility, it is ultimately meant for enhancing the well-being of the persons who are older, who have lived much more life than the younger generation. Now looking at this, yesterday there was a session on UN Decade of Healthy Aging, so I will not talk much about it. But there are 3 dimensions which they have brought in the UN Decade of Healthy Aging, 2021, 2030. And 2023 is considered to be one of the very important first milestone in the movement towards the healthy aging. The 3 concepts which are, one is the functional ability, second is the intrinsic capacity, both physical and mental capacities, and also the environment where the person lives. So all these things will bring in changes in the life of elderly. Now when we talk about functional ability, we talk about physical capacities, the mental capacities, how they merge with the environment, how their physical capacities are taken care of by the environment. Now the first dimension in functional ability talks about dealing with the basic needs and standard of living, how we enhance standard of living through all these dimensions which is written on the slide, which I don't want to read through, especially the housing, healthcare, and long-term care services. The second dimension is on learning to grow and make decisions. Independence as an elderly person. We see children as dependent. When people grow to elderly position, we again see them as dependent. But are they able to live a life of freedom, autonomy, dignity, worth, and independence? Now the other 3 dimensions are being able to be mobile, ability to contribute to society, and also ability to build and maintain relationships. At the age of 76, Thomas Abraham sir is going to contribute to society. His expertise. I fondly sat in his classroom several times, listening to his oracious speech with beautiful language. So that has motivated me a lot. So there are a lot of things people, elderly person with in the elder years can contribute to society. Those all enhance the quality of life of those elderly persons as well as people around. We have a lot to learn from people who are elderly. Now, what are the factors which help people to have a healthy aging? So there are protective factors and there are detrimental factors. We have been discussing a lot about these dimensions. social support, mental health conditions, or community support, access to services, all can bring changes. We have heard about models. We have been discussing about age-friendly initiatives, age-friendly village local self-governments. Age-friendly local self-governments. We have been actively working in age-friendly Ernakulam with the district authorities. So there are a lot of initiatives which can make living happy. This is just to show a graph which talks about, this is like known as a violin graph, and the violin's lower part is in the lower side, it shows it's better in access. This actually talks about access to services for a person with elderly. Now, this is another important graph which I thought which talks about 2040. What will happen in 2040? What will be the old age dependency ratios? And you see something in the dark seems to be having high level of dependence, and those you see in the blue and other colors are showing of low level of dependency. Fortunately, our country is in that particular lower level of dependency. You could see that here. India is somewhere here in the below part, along with Malaysia and Ghana, South Africa, and Turkey and other countries. But when we consider Kerala, we don't need to see that here, because though we are part of India, we will fall somewhere among with the Sweden, Finland, or South Korea, or Singapore, or Japan. Those countries have a high concentration of elderly. So their needs are important. The psychosocial aspects are important. So this is actually a summary of psychosocial needs, basically physical, social, spiritual, and mental aspects required for people. So this is coming from a McKinsey report on healthy aging framework, which talks about what are the areas we need to address if we want to provide quality of life, healthy living, or healthy aging, or successful aging, or active aging, whatever may be the word we use. But we have to provide services, we have to take care of holistic aspects of the elderly, physical, psychological, social, and spiritual aspects. Now, we know that, some of the issues which we have been discussing all throughout, since this being a small session, I thought to just put down these dimensions. Access to health, social security, and welfare schemes. We have several programs for elderly. We are accessible to that. One of the major social concern or psychosocial concern we have. What is the health status and what is the perceived health status of elderly? That's more important than the actual health status, because recent documents on WHO documents on the decade of elderly healthy aging talks about it is not about not living with diseases. We cannot expect elderly person to live without having NCDs or such health conditions, but how qualitatively you live in that context. Those requires a lot of inputs. Now, mental health concerns are important. Those who experience loneliness, there have been a lot of research which talks about how loneliness is impacting depression and anxiety among the elderly population. We have done a study in 2017 among more than 2,400 elderly in Ernakulam. And among the 2,400 people surveyed in the beginning with a screening instrument, we could see that well-being scores is lower for among more than 34% of them. And we have tried assessing them for depression scores for the further levels. We could see that many of them were significantly depressed for requiring a medication support. So it is because of lack of psychosocial support. Now, how social engagement and leisure can help people living a good life. A lot of psychological theories, sociological theories have proven that people who are actively engaged are much more mentally healthy than people who are less engaged and tied up with their own homes. So facilities like bless homes make people's life much more easier. They'd be having a better life in these facilities compared to a life when they're alone in their own home, where they have money but no companionship. So those engagements are important. Now self-esteem, achievements, all are important. Now as a social work academician, I thought I'll just put one slide on social work. We know that social work as a profession is a practicing profession which focuses on well-being as the major goal. Whether it is talking about children, whether we are talking about elderly, whether we are talking about women, whichever population we are talking about, our ultimate concern is about well-being of people who are in the society. So, my time is up. I will just finish in 1 minute. Now, there is a lot of significant focus on elderly. We have specific courses in our curriculum which talks about gerontological social work and geriatric social work, both in medical social work in the context of medical social work as well as in psychosocial context. This is emerging as a field of practice. And we have competence in assessing both psychosocial aspects, competence in care coordination, counseling and therapy, advocacy and referrals. So social work as a profession can very well contribute to the enhancing the well-being of elderly. And there are a lot of senior care models evolved by social workers, like the healthy, age-friendly initiatives. So we also can have methodologies for resource-poor conditions as well as resourceful contexts. We have two contexts when we talk about elderly. Resource-poor conditions are much more higher than resourceful context. We have facilities and services for people who are resourceful, but what is there for resource-poor conditions? That is also there. So all these are something which social work can take forward, and we have specific courses in our own curriculum, and the skills and training we acquire the process of social work learning is actually tuned towards this. So that I'm really thankful that we can definitely contribute to this field of care of elderly and enhance the quality of life. These are some of the references. Thank you. And this is the message from the conference site. Let's make our elders evening brighter than ever before. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anish, for bringing out the impediments as well as the basic frame of social work in working with the elderly in all contexts, specifically referring to the Kerala context. So this is very insightful that you have brought out these issues with the support system. Now I invite Dr. Dulari to present on the role of education in navigating the challenges of silver hues. So she will be explaining on how the educational system can be contributory to this concern of elderly in managing with them.
Respected dignitaries on and off the dais, at the outset, I would like to thank the blessed group for having me on board and giving this beautiful opportunity to share my views on this ever-ending or ever-increasing global social phenomenon of aging. I am equally grateful to Dr. Radha P. Thevanur, who is our group director, SEMS Group of Educational Institutions, who in fact has introduced me to this fascinating world of social research. Now, she is a certified global aging researcher from Oxford University, and I am fortunate enough to work with her in a couple of social research projects. So in my presentation, I have divided into 3 areas. First, I will speak on the 2 research projects which I have done recently and which I think is very relevant in today's discussion. Now, I was fortunate again to be an academic guide of our previous sub-collector while she was doing her training, Mrs. Shikha Surendran, who was a sub-collector at Kollam, and while she was doing her IAS, she was doing her thesis, I was her academic guide, and together we did, and finally she could complete her thesis and submit for her public administration program. And in that study, we have personally visited 100 plus households who were seeking the help of palliative care in Kottayam district. We were visiting all the 5 panchayats entirely, and that too in the rural areas, so that we could get first-hand information regarding the people who have been availing the palliative care services. Now, the topic which she selected was, and the study was all about, to assess the effectiveness of Arogya Keralam project that was institutionalized by Kerala government years back, and how far it affects or how far it impacts the quality of life of people. So, and the study was conducted over a period of 2 months, and I want to share the outcome of the study. First of all, yesterday onwards, we have been discussing to doctors who were talking about palliative care. In nutshell, palliative care is giving a dignified life for those non-communicable, incurably ill people until death. So, the outcome of the study was that majority of the patients were satisfied with the nursing care, whereas other aspects of the palliative care, which even Anish sir was explaining, the social, psychological, spiritual aspects were not up to the expectation. Now, the major suggestion, one of the major suggestions put forward in that thesis also, the palliative care should be included in the medical as well as the nursing curriculum. Now, again, I will also share my second study, which is again related, in some way related to this topic. That is to identify, this is the scope of providing training to home caregivers. Now, there are certain objectives which we have taken for the study, and one of the most important objective was to identify the level of experience of the caregiving service among the beneficiaries, then also to identify whether there is a gap between the expectation of the beneficiaries as well as the actual experience. And the outcome was surprisingly positive, meaning there exists a gap between the expectation and the actual experience. The caregivers are more into technical nursing support, while the patients expected more of psychological support too. Then the third objective was to assess the need for training for caregivers. And in fact, we have considered, or I have taken that service quality parameters. Like there are 5 service quality parameters we normally take for management studies, and the same was taken here as well. Like tangibility, reliability, responsiveness, assurance, and empathy. And the result or the outcome of the study was that the 2 factors, which were empathy and responsiveness, influenced the level of satisfaction among the beneficiaries, and the rest of the factors are not that much as important as these 2 factors. And based on that, certain suggestions are also put forth. One is that, as like we already have been listening, there is a lack of standardized training prevailing in the paramedical staff or even the other home caregivers especially. And there should be an uniformity which definitely has to be noted on. Then second one, the study also throws light on the fact that the patients demand psychological support and cordial relationship, which is more or less related to the empathy, which we have been listening from the first session onwards. And the empathy includes adequate support from the caregiver to the patient, lending them an ear to their problems, treating the patient with courtesy and respect, showing the best interest at heart, and understanding almost all the needs, specific needs of the patient from time to time. Then finally, the next suggestion of the model is the importance given to responsiveness. So here the responsiveness includes how far the caregiver could effectively respond to all the queries, then whether they are in a position to extend their willingness to help the patients, and whether they are proactive in dealing with emergency situations, and responding appropriately to the specific needs of the patients as well. So that ultimately, one thing which has been evolved in that study is, again, training is a major lacune among the home caregivers. Even some agencies, they do give training, but whether it is standardized or whether the training is sufficient for the caregivers to take up the job in which they are need to provide empathy to the patients or the beneficiaries. And even in a personal discussion, we could infer that even the home caregivers also welcome this idea of getting trained so that ultimately it will boost their confidence and morale. Now, this is the first part which I thought I will share as my study. Now, second part I want to discuss about the phases challenged in a different perspective. Since I have been involved in the social research of quite a short period of time, even then I could understand the major challenges like the physical health problems, which I need not explain, because all these people are vulnerable to physical health problems like chronic diseases, mobility issues, and even cognitive decline. Then social isolation, which is again a major concern due to loss of friends or family members, and even ultimately resulting in loneliness, depression, and anxiety. Then ultimately comes the next major issue, financial difficulties. Since I have personally visited many households, that too in rural areas, I got first-hand personal information of how people were struggling and how money could be a matter of concern for those people who are really aged, and ultimately leading to loss of self-esteem and even well-being. Then next factor also is a point which we have been discussing, which we have been listening to in almost all the session, ageism and discrimination. And even one of the speakers in yesterday's talk was revealing how the discrimination was there. Even the COVID period, the preference was given only for the youngsters in giving COVID-related treatments. That itself shows the discrimination against the aged people. Then crime is again another area, and the legality related issues. Then one more topic which I want to bring here to have your attention is mattering, which is also, I think it's a new area to explore, and which we are starting to do some research work in that. Do I matter? This is a question which most of the aged people definitely will have after a period of time. Its meaning in life get lost as the person ages. So that is what mattering is all about. See, these are some of the challenges which I want to put across. And finally, coming to the topic as the role of education, I have 3 decades of experience in management, not in sociology. With my limited exposure with the social research projects which I have undertaken, I can very well say that there is no point in discussing or debating or deliberating. Definitely there is a lacunae of training in almost all areas which we could see and experience. So as I could firmly say that education should start at the elementary level, even in the school level, to sensitize students right from the childhood, the importance of aging, the importance of graceful aging, and how to be empathetic to those people who they require their help or assistance. Then in India, the status gerontology is confined only in sociology, and that too in a very limited or very insignificant manner. And even the doctors who are sitting here might definitely agree with me. The curriculum in medicine, even I was checking with my daughter who's doing her final year medicine. She said that geriatrics is only a small chapter in the 3rd year in the community medicine. Before and after that, nothing is being dealt with geriatrics or even gerontology. I hope Dr. Sara will agree with that. Then, now, what is the role of education? It will even develop interdisciplinary collaboration in combining, because even gerontology is combining knowledge from different areas, like as Anish sir has mentioned. It could be from sociology, from psychology, then economics, from management. So this interdisciplinary collaboration can happen if we, come up with solution by way of better education of gerontology and geriatrics not in complete form, at least in in a minuscule in all different types of educational sectors. Now, what is that we can do in the management stream? Even as I am really, at this juncture, I am really proud to inform you that under the stewardship of our group director Radha ma'am, we have been hosting an international conference on aging well, ICAW, since 2014, biennially. So I take this opportunity to welcome each one of you to the next edition of ICAW 2024, which is scheduled on January 5th and 6th. Now, as even for if you look at the scope of including this gerontology or as a specific topic, even the management students also could be benefited, because I could see some of the businesses even coming up in terms of the aging population, the requirement, the accessories, the products which are being there. Even I could see one of my students, previous students working with Synthite. Yesterday, I was so elated that he was explaining to me all the features and benefits of the products which they are offering for the aged. So that is the scope of introducing the education in different areas, like in management. And what about the engineers? They are also coming up with, products or accessories involving, required for the aged, AI related. In that case, are they able to understand the real necessities of the aged and their challenges? So this is a question. We should not confine the, the aging or the problems related to aging only in sociology, but in all streams of education as far as possible. So with this note, I am concluding. Thank you for your patient listening.
Thank you, Dr. Dulari, for giving up with your beautiful experiences in working with the research programs, as well as navigating the issues and concerns of aged, and the significance of management studies as well as education in general in the process. I may also share my views in this context. Namaskaram. It's really great to be here in this wonderful platform to share some of my views and perspectives on this beautiful theme we are working on, healthy aging. May I just begin with a very simple question to myself as well as to you. When aging begins? Can somebody answer me? When aging begins? Can somebody give me a louder answer? When it begins? At the age of 60? 65? 70? Then when? Yeah? 0? When this healthy aging process begins? That's my concern. From the point of conception. When the embryo was conceived in your mother's womb as a result of the fertilization of a spermatozoa and an ovum with 25 pairs of chromosome, the process of aging begins. And it has nothing to do with retirement. It's an ongoing process. I think the philosophy on aging has to be reflected while we think in terms of healthy aging. And aging is not a lifespan or a span of life where you have to limit our reflections on the care, the protection, the services we provide. It is something different, I really think. Dr. Thomas Abraham sir was talking about A3. University, A3 University. In that, he was emphasizing on the process of making every human being contributory. And what is the meaning of well-being in court? Can anybody say what is the meaning of the word well-being? Somebody? What is well-being? We all talk about well-being. We want well-being. We are giving well-being. All these facilities are made to give well-being or make these people being or well-being with. What is well-being? For me, my well-being is my experience and my confidence to contribute something which I can. Because that contribution make me dignified. That contribution make me significant. That contribution make me really revered, accepted, respected, and taken care in this social order. So that is my being of being well-being. So how we can make human being at every age contributory. Thomas Abraham was talking about a process through which the heroes, the silver hues, the geriatric, the old age, the senior citizens, whatever may be the terminologies we use, can really contribute to this social order. They may not be contributing that much with the economic system of the society. They may not be contributing that much with the administrative systems of the society. They may not be contributing that much to the political sphere of the society. They may not be contributing that much to the recreational systems of the society. But they will be, or we all will be, should be capable to contribute what we can to this social order. And if every human being at all levels of age is given with the opportunity and the facilitation and that impetus to bring out what is the best in them to contribute to this social order, I'm sure they are healthy. They are healthy. With all their physical ailments, all their maybe psychological ailments, social ailments, they will be healthy. Because these sort of ailments for me are normal, not abnormal. Getting our hair gray is normal. Getting wrinkles on my skin is normal. Getting my mobility a bit skewed or slowed down is normal. Losing my memory is normal. Losing my physical vigor is normal. Losing my reproductive ability is normal. Because that's a part of normal human life. It's not abnormal. But along with these experiences of normalities of this psychiatric, psychological, social, physiological features of getting older, I believe I have something to contribute. I have something to give to this community, which is accepted, which is respected, which is taken by this community. And I'm sure wisdom, which is greater than everything in this world, is the property of the aged people. Because wisdom is the result of knowledge experienced and learned with situations. They are the people who are experienced, who are the people who have got really learned from their knowledge. Learning knowledge is an experience. Acquiring knowledge is different. We all acquire knowledge from textbooks. We all acquire knowledge from gadgets. We all acquire knowledge from different sources of publication or knowledge generation devices. But do we really learn knowledge? Learning knowledge is wisdom. For me, there are only one category of people on this world who has really learned knowledge, and that is the senior citizens category. So, the social order, instead of providing n number of service facilities, I would say, help them to live in two situations. One, every person really in their inner soul likes to live in their space, in their place. So healthy aging for me is aging in place, which means I want to be aged in my place, where my roots are there, where my belongings are there, where my beloveds are there. So, can you really pluck somebody from the roots and put somewhere where in a cold storage? If you pluck a fruit from the normal system and put it in a cold storage with all facilities, I don't think they will have a healthy aging. Instead, the most beautiful process, if you really want to give a space for the aged in this social order and this global situation, I would say, allow them to age in their place, in their space. So aging in space, aging in place is the most beautiful, healthy aging for me.
because all of us in our inner core want to be back where we are born. Take a plant. A leaf comes on that plant. It grows, and there is a time when it really falls down. And it falls down to its roots. Every soul, every human being really want to fall down to its roots. So instead of bringing, I know it's a reality because of the social system. Migration is on one side, and people doesn't want to be there in the home because there is nobody to take care of them. Due to many other socio-cultural, political situations, I know people are being taken away from their habitat to these institutional facilities. I know. And it has really come up as a good industry, as a good business right now. That's all realities, agreed. But I would again recall our inner consciousnesses to take aging, healthy aging, as a process of aging in place, aging in space where they are born and brought up and really want to be. So many models are there. Sir was talking about a new model where these people can be gathered in a locality and they can live like. We have different models in the social order where people are having daycare centers, people are having their homes in the community. Nowadays, my age, my classmates are really thinking in terms of aging right now. What we are thinking is not making a big apartment or something. Rather, we are thinking, we were very, very comfortable and very dynamic in our colleges, and we are thinking in a space where can we spend our late life in a place where we live together. So we would like to have a piece of land where we make small houses, and we would like to live there as a team. So we all want to be back to our beloved, many ways. May not be our children, maybe our friends, maybe we're like-minded people. So we will think in that terms to come out with. And this session was basically on the curriculum considerations, or the considerations for the curriculum in social work. Anish has brought out some basic points on that. We have systems on that. In social work, we are working on 3 specific domains. One is in the micro level, addressing the specific individual concerns of the people. It's not only for the aged, it's for all ages. We can apply that method of social casework one-to-one, working with one individual by the social worker at a particular time, dealing with multi-dimensional issues of the human being. That's one concern. So we have a particular curricular investment in social casework as a one-to-one method. That's micro-level interventions with. Secondly, we work with the similar communities, similar groups, that is with the social group work processes we work with. If there is a group of people who are having similar problems, we can work with them using specific strategies, techniques, and tools with. Third is the context level. We have a context in which this demographic transition is happening, and the geriatric community is getting more and more visible and growing in numbers. You know, every 5 out of 100 may be a geriatric person in the coming system, like 20% is there as geriatric community. It may go up to 36%, that's the estimation coming up with. So we can work with the context. So we have the community organization strategies to work with. So working with the micro level, meso level, macro level, one-to-one, group, community, and we work this particular strategy, generalized addressing, focused addressing, and targeted addressing. These are the 3 strategies work with. Generally, we address the issues of the elderly community. Then we know there are certain people who are really vulnerable in that particular general, broad category of grown-up people like. That is focused system. Finally, we come across with really issues, people with real issues. We target on them and we work with. So generalized to focused to targeted, using social casework, social group work, and community organization as one-to-one, one-to-group, and one-to-context as a micro level, meso level, and macro level interventional process. This is basically what social workers can really offer to this particular community and concerns with. So my simple conclusion may be this. Healthy aging is a process of extending the able-bodied aged life and minimizing the assisted care lifespan. So let them enjoy this contributory processes instead of experiencing the benevolent services and care. Let them come out, let them be adventurous, let them feel dignified, respected, and contributory to this social system. And most important, I believe, aging become healthy when it is culture sensitive. When it is culture sensitive. I should be aged in my culture. What I believe, what I really practiced, my ethos, my concerns, my culture, my relations, my belongings, my beloveds, my passions, my behaviors, and my really, my wishes and desires. They should be taken into account when you really think about and talk about healthy aging. So I believe a reflection on the philosophy on healthy aging is really required, instead of going for providing high-end facilities and technologies to them. I believe technology will grow to a state where there will be more empathetic machines than human beings to them. So they will be happy. We also will be happy. But we need them to be dignified. They have to be getting aged with dignity, respect, and this feel of cultural sensitivity. Thank you. We can take 3 or 4 questions. I think you can make questions specifically to the speakers or in general. It's open to the platform.
Do we have any questions to the panel? Yes.
My question to Dr. Thomas, you mentioned about, okay, yeah, now am I audible? Yeah. So you mentioned about the senior clubs, 15 to 20 members. So if we were to, I run an elder care center here, and I've also been thinking about this concept, and I feel that elders in a particular community, if they come together, there can be a lot more interaction, and also what are the objectives of these clubs, like when they get together, is there any common agenda, or is there any like membership, or how does the clubs work? That is my question to you, and my question to Joe sir. I think, when it comes to what are our roots, you mentioned about cultural concept and all of that. But the reality is that our culture is also slowly being redefined by what is happening around us. And if you ask me, I am actually a daughter of a family who migrated to the Gulf way back in the 60s. I grew up my entire school and college, school time in a Gulf country. Came back here at that time. I like the freedom here, because today the Gulf kids have more freedom. But when we were there, it was very, very isolated. If you had to go to a tuition center, my father has to pick me and drop me. So I came here and realized this is king-sized life. We are living good lives here in Kerala. And when most of my classmates after medicine migrated, I decided to stay back, because I realized that the quality of life was much better here than I had seen abroad, in my perspective. I felt that we were living better lives here than people who were abroad. So in terms of that cultural context, we actually don't have roots, as many of us are from different backgrounds. We have come to settle in a city. And I look at my retirement life also, like you said, I would rather prefer an institutional care than my own house. So my question to you would be, what is the role of insurance in these sectors? Is there some perspective on that, that can we, like the Western countries, in those of us in our 40s, can we insure our future into a good institutional care? Is there a model like that? So these are my two varied questions to both of you.
The answer to your question regarding U3A is very simple. If you have a group of people who are interested, I mean, people, university has a definition above 55, but people above 50 are also welcome because they are also in the process of aging. They come together. It's very flexible. University has only some broad guidelines about how you should conduct yourself. University wants to give a recognition to such units, some kind of monitoring, but very loosely done. There is nothing restrictive about it. The details, we have developed a model in Kottayam Synergy, 8-year-old scenario. That is the model. So what we do is, on a fixed day, every second Tuesday of every month, from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. we are together. And we pay our for our expenses, for the food and the rent of the hall we pay. And then this kind of shared leadership, everybody gets a chance to come and speak. And there is a structure. There is a prayer song which is secular in nature. And we encourage people from all 3 communities of Kerala to be there. And men and women. And opportunity for all kinds of people with all tastes. So we have 10 areas. One is what we in Malayalam, Pattukootam. We have a readers forum. People who have never been out of touch with the reading habit, they have come back. People who never sang at the age of 70 sang before a group. So that's a synergy. And people start writing, manuscript magazine. And we brought out a book. The name of the book is Talam Kettada Jeevidam. And 32 of our people contributed articles about their own life, how they reached this condition and what are the challenges they face and how they are trying to face it. So all those things, I think I'll collect your number and give you lots of details. And I thank you for asking this question. And I was a little sad when you said in your question to Jose Anthony, you were saying that you would choose institutional life in preference to our U3A is against that. U3A wants to promote people to be there. You must blossom where you are planted. And one more thing, I don't know if I'm taking too much time. There are 81 members in Kottayam Synergy. Out of that, 30 of us, which means 15 families, decided to live together, what you mentioned, what your friends are going to do. In a place, Pala, Antyalam, we purchased 1.5 acres of land. And we have constructed houses. It will be inaugurated during Onam holidays. We'll be doing that. And no kitchen. In our private dwelling places, no kitchen. Only common kitchen. And we don't want a home nurse for every family. There will be a male nurse and a female nurse at the nursing station. Not everybody has to own a car. There will be 1 or 2 cars for the whole group. And there will be somebody to drive you. So we lived. I'm 76. In the day before yesterday in a meeting I was saying, after some time, Malayalathil paranjale, njan iripavum. Iripavum enikku nalla orappundu, avadeyulla 29 പേര് എന്നെ കാണാനായിട്ട് മാറി മാറി വരും. കാരണം we are all in the same area. See, the worst calamity that is awaiting senior citizens is loneliness. Mindan aruvilla. Nobody to make a call to you. So we want to defeat that prospect by living together. So it needs a lot of preparation. And it's not like people from It's not like people from different places coming together in one place and living together. No. We have been aging together. For the last 5 years, we were aging together, rolling together as like pebbles at the bottom of a river. And we are now very smooth. We can live together. We can adjust with each other. And after 5 years only, we ask the question, why don't we live together? And 30 people to 15 families came together. So we are projecting it as a model. So homes, where people come, invest some money and live together, that is a model to be discouraged in my thinking, and we should evolve a more human, you mentioned about culture sensitive and so many ideas you mentioned. Thank you very much. I have taken too much time to answer your question. Thank you.
Okay, I will respond to this question and then we will come to the next question. First thing, for me, culture is not a rigid, objective, conceptualized thing. Rather, culture is every day. And culture is my relationships. My culture is subjective, where what I believe, what is my passion, what is my ethos, my beliefs, my customs, my traditions, my relations, my dreams, my past, my hope, my future, all these make my culture. And I don't say the so-called Rishi culture of India. No, that is not what I meant. Every human being has got a personal culture, subjective feel culture. And that should be taken into account. And it's not that much connected or rolling along with the market or the trend. Now, old age is a trend. Old age homes are a trend. Because nobody is there to take care of them. It's not a problem of aging. It's a problem of social migration and transitions. Aging was there. Aging will be there. Aging is there. So, I very strongly believe I should hold with my own, I should really respect my culture in that process. As Sir was talking, we have to age together, only then we can live together in our old age. So a beautiful development in Kerala is the reunion meetings in colleges and schools and campuses. They come together, they start to talk about their good campus life. They become a bit nostalgic about the campus relationships. And a few may start to think in terms of coming together and aging together and living together. So you may have friends in Kerala, you may have friends in Gulf, you may have friends in different places. And if your friends are aging together, I very strongly believe you can come back into that and make this system working. Second concern was basically with the insurance. Insurance is the solution for the financial concerns provided right now. But I'm not very hopeful about that. Insurance is not insured. That's a problem. Because almost all insurance schemes where we are having these saving schemes are market linked. In Europe, we know, we have tremendous experience that the market linked insurance schemes are always on the verge of collapse. The banks are collapsing, insurance companies are collapsing, and the economic system of the world is really in trouble. So making our investment into that for our old age, maybe I would say a futile activity of investing our investment to own our children for our old age. Maybe equal. So what to do? It to be proven. The most important thing I believe, make very solid personal relationships during our youthfulness, which can be carried on to a state where we can grow and age together. That may be the best solution, I believe, and live in our places. That may be the best thing. That was our practice also. There are changes I agree with. Move to the next question.
Thank you so much. feeling so happy to listen to this specifically on social work perspective, much more than what the doctors were talking about. And I could recollect what Bobby ma'am was mentioning yesterday, that medical science, it can only improve the quantity of life, wherein the palliative care improves the quality of life. And what I can see is that MSW is, helps in improving that quality of life rather than the quantity of life. And I can relate to it very well. And I'm so happy to know that. So basically, as I mentioned earlier today, I'm starting a new entrepreneurship in the old age care. And I was asking yesterday to Dulari ma'am about some data on how family-based living together improves the quality of aging. And what Thomas sir was telling today aligns very well with that. And my thought of having a differentiation in this in my business, what I'm planning to have, is mainly about having a family-based community. And whatever you are talking about aligns very well with my thought process and my vision of my company. And I'm so happy with that. But my question here is to Jose sir, that you were mentioning that let seniors live in the place where they love to. Is that based on your view? I'm sure you should be having some kind of data related to that. So that kind of data, is it available for us to consume?
Yeah. As such, it is not an empirically proven or empirically studied concern. But when we really talk to people living in institutions, this is the most common response we get, that we would be really happy to be with our beloved people in our beloved place. But they are aware about the difficulties, so they adjust with. They are aware about the difficulties to go there to be with the beloveds because they are not there, to the place because it's very difficult for them to be there, but in their inner hearts they really want to be on their place as well as with their beloved people. That's the experience. It's not, I don't think we don't have a comprehensive data, but we have small studies on this.
Understood. Yeah. See, basically, the idea is to have a family-based community. That was my differentiation, and I was initially not willing to share it with anyone. But what I'm seeing is, even if I do that activity as an entrepreneur, I can only satisfy a small community. But we need more entrepreneurs like me coming in and following the same model. And only if I am able to make it a successful business model, not a social service, but a social entrepreneurship, right? A for-profit and not an NGO, right? So that is the model which I am looking at. And I need a lot of help from, specifically from this MSW community. And I will get back to you. And I also would like a lot of MSW students to take up this entrepreneurship approach. I can come and help if required with respect to the social entrepreneurship concepts.
Thank you for sharing this.
I think with that we'll have to wrap up the Q&A session for this panel.
Yeah.
But once again, I'm encouraging anybody from the audience, if you want to have questions asked to any of the panelists, please reach out.
I think we will continue with the discussions maybe in the break time. But I really appreciate Dr. Thomas Abraham sir for his wonderful experience as well as academic deliberations. Dr. Anish has come out with impediments of psychosocial issues, and Dr. Dilari, who has come out with the research experiences she had. And really thank all those who have really participated in this active deliberations also. I very strongly believe that there will be a time when we all will start to think about and practice communities of aged instead of institution for aged. We will very well come out with communities of aged than institutions for aged. This is a dream which I would like to share. Thank you.
Thank you to all the panelists for speaking with such clarity. And before I let you off the stage, I would like to call on stage really quickly Mr. Kurian Abraham, the editor of Dhanam magazine, to please hand over the mementos to all the panelists. Please give a good round of applause to all the panelists. Thank you to everyone, and thank you, Kurian sir, for handing over the mementos. So I'm going to make this really quick. I'm sending all of you out for a quick 15-minute tea break. പുറത്ത് ചായയും പഴംപൊരിയും എല്ലാം റെഡി ആയിട്ടുണ്ട്. 15 മിനിറ്റിനുള്ളിൽ I'm requesting all of you humbly to please come back to the hall so we can rapidly start to the next sessions. വേഗം എല്ലാവരും ചായയും പഴംപൊരിയും ഒക്കെ കഴിച്ചിട്ട് വരികയെന്ന് ഞാൻ റിക്വസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാണ്.
Good morning, DXN. Welcome to DXN, the world's largest Ganoderma producer. Started its journey in Jitra, a small town in Kedah, Malaysia in 1993. DXN today has more than 3,000 staff. DXN invests heavily in science and biotech research and development for the betterment of mankind in health and well-being and environmental sustainability. DXN is destined for global success and has sailed through continuous growth over the years. Owned by none other than Dato' Lim Xiao Jin, he is a trendsetter, the master of surprises, with 30 years of business excellence in multi-level marketing. DXN's primary business focus is in the marketing and distribution of Ganoderma, or commonly known as Lindsay or Reishi. Listed on Bursa Malaysia in 2003 and going private in 2011. DXN is ranked as one of the top MLM companies in the world and has more than 70 branches worldwide, servicing more than 13
I once again request everyone to please take your seats. We'll be starting the next panel discussion in a minute. എല്ലാവരോടും ദയവായി സീറ്റുകളിലേക്ക് ഇരിക്കാനായിട്ട് ഞാൻ റിക്വസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാണ്. So we'll be moving on with the next discussion that we have based on daycare for elderly, a social relief. And for that panel discussion, I would like to call on stage Dr. M.P. Anthony, Consultant Social Development, President, Kerala Association of Professional Social Workers, and along with him, Reverend Father Dr. Samuel T. Verghese, Administrator, Giri Deepthi Tribal Hostel. And അവരോടൊപ്പം ഒത്തിരി ബഹുമാനത്തോടെ സ്നേഹത്തോടെ ഞാൻ വേദിയിലേക്ക് സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യാണ് our former minister, former MLA, CDS fellow, financial expert, the one who during his term initiated People's Plan, promoted Kudumbasri, and now today will be talking to us about the future Kerala model of elderly healthcare. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to have among us Mr. Thomas Isaac. Thank you, sir, for gracing us with your presence today. Thomas Isaac, sir, I would like to request you to address the gathering first to talk about the future Kerala model of elderly care. Would you like me to give you a mic, or you want to come here? Whatever works for you.
Respected fellow panelists and dear friends, well, at the outset itself, let me clarify that the focus of my presentation will be slightly different from the mainstream discussion going on here. When I proceed with my presentation, you will understand this opening statement. Say, when the state of Kerala was formed in 1957, about 43% of the population were children, and number of aged above 60 was less than 5%. We had entered into that phase of demographic transition where there is a population explosion, where the number of children are rapidly rising. And we in Kerala addressed that phase of the demographic transition excellently. We have the best education for children, healthcare system, and also, I met the panel chairman is the Child Rights Health Commission, so rights of children. So much so today, in India, the Child Development Index, Kerala would be the top with a 0.85 grade. India, 5.5 and the lowest at 0.4. UNESCO rates Kerala as the most child-friendly region, one of the regions in the world. So we have handled it very well. But now we are in another phase of demographic transition where the percentage of the aged has increased by 3 times to nearly 15% today. And the number of children halved from 43% to slightly less than 20% now. So we are entering the age of aging, but we haven't thought about how to handle this phase of transition. Now this is a big challenge. How do you do it? Okay. One is certain institutional system, institutional care for the aged. I think most of the representatives who are participating are from this sector. This is absolutely no doubt necessary and required. There are people who demand such a service, and we should be able to provide that quality of service. Of course, there is institutional care of the traditional old age homes of Kerala, which now run by government mostly, or charity organizations, which do not have very much to recommend of. So I think this is a departure, this sector that we are discussing here. But I would say, it will not be financially, I'm an economist, to provide such services, institutionalized care for a significant proportion of our aged. Say the number of above 60 would be 45 lakh in Kerala. How many can be provided institutional care like this? I don't think any one of them would have saved enough through insurance or other method so that they have institutional care at the end of the, say, active period. Therefore, complementary to what is happening now, I am proposing a social support system of improving the quality of life for the aged in their own houses, in their own community. Just like children, child-friendly Kerala, Kerala would have become elder-friendly Kerala. Now, how do you do it? It's a big transformation. Well, those who doubt whether we can change fast enough and so, just think what happened since the late 1950s in Kerala, when all our approach to children have changed so much in terms of investment. Child care was the biggest investment in the state budget. So there has to be an attitudinal change, a budgetary change towards the new, say, the challenge that has come before the state. Now, I'll be brief in my presentation to the extent possible and would allow you to ask any questions. Please be devil's advocate and ask questions. So I feel challenged. See, besides being a politician, I'm also involved in a large number of developmental experiments all over the state. For example, sanitation was my passion, and now healthcare is becoming, not healthcare, elder care is becoming an important focus of my activity. So I work with a voluntary organization like Health Action by People, particularly, and with the local governments. So in Pathanamthitta district, we have started a program which within 1 year would provide such community support system for the entire age in the district. So it's not one small experiment, it's a big experiment. Now, why Pathanamthitta? Already, I think in Pathanamthitta, about 20% of the population is above the age of 60. If they had done the census, you would have already known, particularly because all young people are migrated out. So, big mansions and so on, only 2 people remain there. So it's a big issue, big social problem, felt need. So how is the approach involved? The elderly people can be divided into 3 segments, and the requirements of 3 segments are very different, or there are differences. One, those who are bedridden, for whom palliative care is the most important requirement. Second segment would be people above the age of 80, but they can move around, not immobile. They can move around in the house or in the immediate neighborhood. So that is one segment. And third would be the rest who are active elderly people. Kerala, we retire at the age of 60, but we have the highest life expectancy, and therefore very eminently employable people, elderly people in Kerala. And that's the target. Why the target? Well, a major segment of them can be used to support the first segment who are bedridden and so on. I'll come to that. So there are these segments. What are the big felt problems? One, a sense of isolation. Particularly in Pathanamthitta, which is life goes dead after 6, 7. So this isolation is very, very felt. Second, there are these healthcare problems, and also then very aged, they have got specific issues. So we start with isolation. To address isolation, how do you do that? Simplest would be to have a network of neighborhood groups. Neighborhood groups of elderly people. I say neighborhood, not because it has to be in the neighborhood. So that the second segment also can go for the meeting, you see. Okay, one segment, first segment is totally bedridden. Second segment, they can move in the house and the immediate neighborhood. So to accommodate them, you look for a neighborhood group system. And that is very simple in Kerala with the spread of Kudumbashree. And this is not synonymous with Kudumbashree. Kudumbashree covers only 60% of the population. But you know, that experience makes it easy to have neighborhood groups of elderly people. What does this neighborhood group mean? They can meet Thanalidam, under the shade, anywhere. In fact, we had to create a Thanalidam, a shade, in every neighborhood, where people can come and sit and chat. I think if you have more Thanalidams in Kerala, I think this dumping will be prevented. No, that's the instinct to dump can be prevented. So they can meet there, talk, exchange ideas, but they would be, the neighborhood group would be communicating about the problems of elderly people in the neighborhood. Some people may need some urgent health care, some special problems, domestic problems. All this neighborhood group meeting, developing trust with each other, they will provide a conduit for information to upward, for intervention. Okay, a string on neighborhood. 2, there would be a elder club in every ward. Elder club, local governments will be prohibited to build new buildings. Existing building, a library, you can rent a house where people can come even during the day, meet with each other, talk with each other. The budget I presented 3 years back had provided for a Kudumbasri person for every elder club. Clean up the place and so on, some games, recreation and all this. So I think this is a very one stream activity. Neighborhood groups, and then you have elder clubs in every ward. Second, and this is most important, talent bank. See, these are eminently employable people who have a lot of experience and many of them highly educated. Now, it's very difficult in our society to get integrated, you see. Particularly political society is very hierarchical. You have to stand in long queues. And therefore, only option for most of these people is to get into some temple committee or church committee and so on. That's the community activity that can get involved. So, I think the biggest contribution that we can make to the well-being would be to give a sense of being wanted. See, in the People's Plan campaign, at one stage, we gave advertisement in the newspaper saying, if you are above the age of 56 and happen to see this advertisement, and if you have a postgraduate degree, then we want you. That's the thing. Like Uncle Sam saying, we want you, we want you. I tell you, it is amazing. Around 20,000 persons apply. And we selected something like 10,000 persons, gave them training, and they did fantastic job in keeping up the decentralized planning with a breakdown. Because somebody had to read all these projects, 1.5 lakh projects written by local governments. These are not schemes. Therefore, before DPC approves them, somebody has to read it. It is voluntarily provided by these elder people. And interestingly, after some time, they began to work with the local governments, writing and helping them to write the projects and so on. You know, you'll be amazed. 20 chief engineers of Kerala were working at the local government. There were 3 vice chancellors, ex-vice chancellors of Kerala working. And there was even a major general, Kando. There was a railway board chairman. So you see, there is this big talent. People who are retired from abroad, coming back home and living there, not feeling bad. So we make a talent bank, identify which are the talents of everybody, and say, make them available to Kudumbasri units. Okay, a big executive of a multinational company would be advising our self-help group on how to run their enterprise. Well, there may be then what about other people? Say, elderly women. Look at the child care centers, Anganwadis. What kind of education are they providing? I think they should not teach them. Should be allowed to play. But that is also doesn't come spontaneously. That's a part of a pedagogic method. So you can have elder women, Mutashimaru, teams going from Anganwadi to Anganwadi, teaching songs and so on, storytelling groups. You can have, now COVID is over. The children have lost 2 years, but they're studying in standard. The guy knows only about the standard of cis-standard, the syllabus. So you need people. Now, these people, at this age, you don't want money and so on, but it's a sense of feeling wanted. Hey, we want you. You can do this. Respecting them. And this is going to be the big challenge. So that integrate them with the development process, community life around. Then there comes the whole health problems. I'm not going to details of how that is to be handled. Palliative, Kerala is very fortunate. The palliative networks in Kerala are the strongest in India, anywhere, some marvel. The biggest thing that has happened in the health sector in Kerala the last 30 years is the development of the palliative network. Every panchayat has 2-3 agencies. Fantastic, doing fantastic work. Not just providing healthcare, medicine, and tests and so on. In my constituency, we have been providing, now I am not an MLA, while I was there, for 5 years, nearly 1,000 families, bedridden people, food provided on the doorsteps every day, day after day. No fees, nothing. You motivate the community, all this can be done here. Or making the family aware of the problem, health problem, dementia. People don't understand, even the educated people don't understand. There is so much problem, psychological, mental health. So all these would have separate programs. This in nutshell is the elder people continue to be in the house. But community takes over the responsibility of caring for them. It's not the burden of the children, their own children, you see. And their own collective of elder people have a meaningful intervention in providing these services. You may doubt if it is possible. Let me say this is the only feasible alternative, first point. Can we ever provide institutional care for 45 lakh people? So this is only feasible thing. Then to make it possible is the big challenge. What does past experience say? Past experience definitely points out that this can be done. I told you about voluntary technical corps of elderly people in the People's Plan campaign. We have the experience of, say, Kudumbashree neighborhood groups in Kerala. We have the experience of palliative networks in Kerala. Well, we thought we'll do it in Pathanamthitta because of the situations are worst over there. And all services need not be given free. There was a bishop, Marcus Oster, of your church. So he called me once, I was a minister, and said, look here, these big houses, etc., they have enough money, but people don't get, inmates don't get food. They need good food, they don't get that. So what is to be done? So he started the meals on wheels. Okay. He made the list of the community who needed food. Okay, some fee, it's not given free. Those who can afford should give, but good food is provided. We were thinking of approaching the children in Europe and Gulf and abroad and say, okay, we will provide the following services to your parents. Diet food, that's the important thing. Diet food, not some food, standard food, diet food, housekeeping, everything, services. it will be provided you pay for the service. I am certain all the family abroad would be willing to spend. So it is not all free service given. It will be also certain services would be on payment to those who require. And for those who do not have the means, it should be provided free. So I will stop here. What I'm proposing is even healthcare. Kerala healthcare model has not been something which has been insurance driven or by, say, everybody paying for the service. Public service, okay, public health system. And not just government providing public health, people participating in the services. The entire, say, protection, health protection activity, Arogya Samrashana Pravartanagal. I mean, without community involvement, how would you ever make the vaccination success, family planning success? So, Kerala has this big tradition of participation of the people. So, we have to create another model where community participation will take care of the elderly in their homes, but not all the burden falls upon the family members. Thank you. I will stop here. I will take questions, but the chair pleases what.
Dr. Thomas Isaac sir gave a brief presentation but very meaningful and very thoughtful for all of us. We know, being a very experienced man in people's planning process, we all enjoying a lot of facilities today because of that people's planning campaign. And we have heard about his vision, his suggestion for a non-institutional model which we should replicate across the state. Now we have Dr. Samuel Thomas Verghese, father. He is the founder of Care India Pagalveedu. Presently he is the administrator of Giri Deepti Library for Boys at Ponasheri. And he will be talking about his experience of working on daycare center for the elderly. So let us listen to it.
Respected Paul sir, the chairman of the panel this evening, and our most respected honorable former minister, Dr. Thomas Isaac sir, and all the dear ones who have gathered this evening for this great thinking on aging, healthy aging, particularly for which I must personally appreciate the blessed retiring home family, the administration, dear Babu Joseph sir, Lija, Jijo, all their team for organizing such a wonderful international conclave on this healthy aging. Recently, a few days or few weeks back, I was going to take the Holy Communion in one of our churches in Fort Kochi, Marthoma Syrian churches. Usually, before we take the Mass, we have to be there 1 hour earlier or half an hour earlier. So I reached half an hour earlier inside the church. There was an Appachan, old grandpa, sitting inside. He was all alone, other than the sexton and a few other responsible persons. So I reached to him and asked him, Appachan, how are you doing? Why did you come so early to the church? He said, I'm so happy today because there is no one who is jealous of me. So I want to come and worship the Lord, thanking God for, especially in a situation like Kerala, that I don't have anybody who is jealous of me. Then again I asked him, why do you say this? Is jealousy a big part in the Kerala community context? He said, they all have died. That's the greatest joy I have. So at this age, if people can really be proactive and jovial and thinking and all that kind of things, I'm sure that this will result, our conclave of healthy aging, will result in a healthy result, some solutions, as our dear Thomas Isaacs has brought out, some meaningful form of resolutions or solutions will come out of this. And I pray that God will bless some of the new things to happen in Kerala. Because when someone asked me, how is your Kerala? I said, you may think that our Kerala is today an old age home, but it is not so. Though there are a lot of people out there, they are all with a lot of skills, lot of abilities. Though they are retired, but they will have something to contribute to our nation, to the society, to the community as such. So I was in Africa last 1 week in Rwanda, attending a spiritual renewal conference. Just now I came at 2:30. I was praying the plane will come on time, because there's a big issue now in the Church of England, Anglican Church. Nothing relevant to this context, but still I was thinking, it's only the same-sex marriage. How do we handle it? It's a very big issue now. So 500 bishops came together from all over the world, and we're discussing what is happening, how should we handle, what are the things. So something like that in our church, we get a transfer every 3 years. So I was in Nelambu side, working in a parish called Edakara, Chungatara, and from there, late, like Isaac said, Marcus Austin gave me a transfer to Trivandrum. So at that time, my wife just finished, going to join for the PG in Trivandrum Medical College. So we thought that is a double blessing. And we reached Trivandrum and kept everything in a home in Pongumud, because there was no parsonage for the churches they gave me. It's all in the Katakada, Balaramuram side, which, some of our churches are not at all rich, very poor economically, and they cannot afford a parsonage for their achans to stay. So the Tirumeni said, take a rented home in Pongumud and you go every day to those sites. And he gave me 7 churches, from Puvar to Puvachal side, all those areas. So one day when I was free, I thought I must visit a friend, grandpa and grandma, whom I used to meet them in Singapore, because though they come from Koranjeri, they were working in Singapore for many years, and they came and settled down in Trivandrum. So I thought I will go and visit them, because as a concern for the care for the elderly, this was happening in 1995. You can imagine, some 28 years back. So I pressed the calling bell, because they stay in a lane called MN Lane, and they have a huge home. So when I pressed the calling bell, one home nurse came out and opened and said, Father, why are you here? What do you want? I said, I want to meet the Appachan and Ammachi, the grandpa and grandma. She said, with a very, questionable note into my face like, you didn't hear about nothing about them? I said, no, I don't hear anything. Because for the 8 years, I have no contact with them. So she said, Ammachi fell down inside the bathroom and died 2 years back. Appachan is here, lying down. He is also 86. If you are interested, you can come and see him. So, kind of a notion created in me that why should she say all this? And out of all that, I went inside because the 3 children, all of them are doctors. One in Guy's Hospital, London. Other 2 are in Gulf countries. Very well off. And this Appachan was lying like this on the bed. 86-year-old grandpa. I went near and called him, but there was no sense, nothing. He couldn't respond. Something like that he was telling. Then I asked this lady, can I pray with him so that we can just put him a little bit upwards so that even if he says something, let that be clearer to me. She said, doctor said no to do that. He should always be like that. So finally, some spirit led me to keep him, hold him. And he was up on the bed. Then only I saw the whole backside of this Appachan was with full bed sore. How painful it would have been for him. And what are the things happening inside that home, I don't know. But I simply, again, kept him, left him on the bed, prayed with him, went down. On those days, 1995, I can only imagine of an international call like ISD in the Plymouth Junction. I got into that telephone booth, called his only son, who is the big physician in London, UK. And I said, doctor, this is the condition of your father. I just saw him. And the immediate reply was, I wouldn't blame him for that reply, but never I should do that. He said, Acha, I'm sorry, I have no time. Maybe my father is in this condition, but I have no time. I said, okay, doctor, let me go and discuss with some of our priests or some of the relatives, and we will try to do what we can do. Then I came and discussed with my wife, because she was doing her specialization at that time, physical medicine and rehab. So under the medical syllabus, geriatrics comes under that those days. Now there may be a special branch, geriatrics. Anyway, she said, we will start praying for him, and we'll start for the children to come at the earliest. Something like that. Then we started praying. That was the only solution, as a spiritual father I can do. We prayed and prayed. After a few weeks, we heard he died. Then all the children came, buried in the Patur church. Everything was fine. But I didn't get good sleep after that. What would be the future for our old parents or the elderly fathers and mothers in Kerala? Particularly in Trivandrum, I was thinking of that. So most of my concerns I used to go and share those days with Babu Paul sir. So I went straight to him. He said, Achan, why don't you call all the like-minded people? I knew Thomas Isaac would have been one of those who would think aloud for the people, you see, not just keeping to oneself. What we can do to the community, what we can do in the direst needs for solutions. So that time also Vice Chancellor was one A.B. Varghese sir or somebody, and some of us, 30 of us met together in Hotel Muscat, and I shared that I don't have a complete rest unless we do something for the elderly. Then suddenly they asked me, what is your idea, Father? Then I said, the Lord is showing me to bring them into a small place, a small home, where we can have a daycare facility, where I saw like the children going to the daycares with the water bottle, bags, everything. These old grandpas and grandmas coming with water bottles and bags into a small house and enjoying, playing, singing songs, everything. So I shared with them. So the concept was very clear, but how to implement, that was the next problem. So they all discussed several things. Then they asked me, what would be the name you would be suggesting? I said, I don't have any name as such for today, now, but I would recommend, because it is a day home, I would call it as a Pagalveed. So the very next day, all the media took that word, and in all the newspapers came. That next morning, I got a calling bell in my parsonage in Pongamode. And when I opened, there was an old lady, again, she was 83, asking me, Father, will you take me into your Pagalveed? I said, how did you know, Amachi, about this? She said, in all the newspapers it has come today. You didn't see. I said, I didn't really took time to read the newspapers, but what do you want, Amachi? Oh, she started crying, weeping like anything. She said, I have 4 girls as daughters God has given. 2 of them are in Trivandrum, and 2 of them are in the Gulf, but none of them are happily taking care of me. I would underline joyfully or happily. They would once in a while come and visit me or give me something, an apple or an orange or something, but I am all alone in a small home in Kesavalasapuram. I said, do you want to be a part of Pagalveed? She was Mrs. Tangamma George. And her husband was the headmaster in the Perumbavoor Ashram Marthoma school for many years, but he is no more. She was left alone. The daughters are not there. And we started the Pagalveed right there with that only soul, only Amachi. That was the humble beginning of this whole story. Why I'm sharing is, always I thought, what is the alternative for this aging? A healthy alternative for this aging. Not just those days also, maybe in 90s, before 80s, 70s, maybe there are some few old age homes like those days as we call. But today, we call it as retirement homes, different names we put. But everything is fine. But what is the alternative? So, to my observation, all these years or those days, 3 things come in my mind that really faces the issue of an old generation. First, as we all mentioned, loneliness. Some of the social concerns when we are thinking, this is the greatest problem we face in our aging. How do we handle that? How do we answer to that loneliness? I find the best word in the Bible is koinonia. It's a simple Greek word, but that is the meaning of fellowship. Somebody has translated like fellows in a ship. Inside the ship, all are together. They care and share. They share their problems, difficulties. They have great joy. So with this one person, when we started this whole concept of Pagalveed, it really grew like 120. We can't accommodate everyone in a day, but we put a limit to 20 people a day. So the vans we bought, they will pick them. As I'm so happy that we have our Shanti Bhavan, a complete daycare center for the elderly, run by the Blessed Retirement Living Initiative. I was there also in that inaugural session. And I used to hear a lot of discussions those days happening in our Niyama Sabha, Constituent Assembly, that what is this whole daycare concept and how can we bring it to the panchayat level or the ward level or to the municipal level. That's all happening. I'm so happy and grateful to God that things are happening. But how do we remove this loneliness? Again, this is the simple word or simple action we must take is care. Those days I had an expansion for this acronym, which may not be that good, but as a father, I hope everybody will understand. I put it Caring India, and registered as a charitable society in Trivandrum, 1996, January 6th. So the expansion God gave us Christians aware of their responsibilities to those who are in need of grace. That is caring, C-A-R-I-N-G. Now maybe we can take away Christians, but we can accept all awareness to those who are responsible for the need we have the care we need to give to those who are in need of grace. Because people need grace, something which we do not deserve. It is God is giving us what we don't deserve, because that is God's grace we enjoy each day. So removing this loneliness, this fellowship has really became very meaningful. I still remember some of the Ammachis come to the Pagalvid with swollen legs. I don't know how it happens. Maybe medical doctors would understand, others may understand, but after a few days, this will disappear. And when I asked them what happened, they said, oh, the Kutaima here, the fellowship here we enjoy, this all have disappeared. So how much deep we need to care one another. So again, in Bible there's a greatest theme, a moral which we all have to learn is consider others greater than yourself. That is what Jesus did. So we have to consider, we have to care others greater than ourselves. We don't have to be a selfish community, or maybe we may blame some other communities outside, but we have to come back into a level of what others need, I need to replace in their needy situations. I must be available. So there is a social integration, a cultural integration. What is happening should be more strengthened. And I don't want to go into all the demographic statistics, because those days I was so crazy of, conducting seminars, TV interviews. Every day there was something or the other, 1995. And the whole research and study was happening in one of the centers where our Larry Baker uncle started, like Center for Development Studies. So he was also part of that. Though he was a foreigner, he always come to attend these daycare centers. Anyway, the second is about the problem is not only loneliness, we have this health issues, sickness. One of the greatest issue, because that's what, as Thomas Isaacs mentioned, we have beautiful palliative systems, centers coming up in Kerala. And I'm so grateful to God for more and more palliative centers which will take care of their last days or last hours, which gives more hope to be into, relying on God's hands and leaving this world and getting into the eternity. So the sickness part I leave for all the medical issues to handle, because this is basically a social daycare center. So that's why I said cultural, social, all that, which relates and comes together. Then the last is the financial difficulty. Oh, this whole last week also, looking into Rwanda, I was so astonished. See, if there was a genocide happened in 1994, with millions of people were killed, but what a place today. And somebody was telling me, one of the bishops said, This is the Singapore of Africa. We must go and see Rwanda today, the Kigali, the capital. We will be so surprised. What a change. So the Prime Minister was attending our meetings because there were 500 bishops from all over the world. And he was telling, our people are concerned of one another, especially when it came to the nation, they were willing to pay economically. Whatever they had, they are poor. They are so weak. They didn't have anything to eat, but still they brought for the nation building. I must see that, in Kerala or in India, elsewhere, we must learn some of these strategies, unknown strategies, where God gives into our hearts. We don't have to keep everything, amassing our wealth, but we should keep sharing it. So caring and sharing will solve this problem. Again, a big concern, always Thomas Isaac sir and a lot of other economists have put for, because we do not have a social security system. Yesterday also I was talking to the Archbishop of Sydney, Australia. How do you manage? He said, we all have social security because I'm getting retired, this is 30th, only 8 more days in the Marthoma Syrian Church, because when a priest becomes 65, we have to retire. So he was asking, Father, how are you going to do your retirement? I said, we have a small pension, 10,000 rupees. Somehow we'll manage, but I wish our country, our state will have a social security system, whereas none of us should be worried, at least to buy the medicines, day-to-day medicines, we will have some money, receivable. There are so many things happening today with our government, but still, there should be more planned area, more into the planning line. I'm not getting into it, but we can have and pray that one day our old people, those who are poor, those who are economically not capable of, having these medicines, will have a great system where they will get easily available for this health care ongoing acceptance. So may I conclude this with all my experiences. I know I'm so weak with traveling all these 24 hours, but thank God that I could be here and especially enjoying this wonderful fellowship, because I stay now very close to Bless family, and once in a while I keep visiting them. All my heart and mind, everything is for the elderly. I don't know how it came, why is it so, but I love to serve them, care them, and live my life for them. Thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you, Dr. for briefing us about Paragraph which he had initiated in 1995. So he talked to us in a very simple way how he was inspired and how he started the initiative in Chittilappilly. Now it's my turn to tell you about what my involvement in the area of daycare center for elders.
My respected Dr. Thomas Isaac sir and my fellow panelist, Dr. Samuel T. Varghese father, and participants of this international conference. Maybe Father Dr. Samuel is 3 years older than me, but in the field of Daycare Center for the Elderly concept, I am senior to him. That's my credit, I believe. I was a professional social worker working from Rajagiri College of Social Sciences in 1985 onwards. I was involved in child sponsorship program, which is very different from the programs that were being administered in the state by the other organizations. I was in charge of the child sponsorship program, which is very non-institutional. That means children belonging to weaker sections, children of underprivileged families, children of leprosy parents, children of TB patients, and like that. At that time, HIV, AIDS, or cancer were not known to the people. So that time, I was visiting families and finding out the way how to help them in continuing their education, instead of sending them to children's homes. That was the project given to me to be implemented in the state of Kerala by the management of Rajagiri College. While visiting children of physically challenged background or leprosy family background and all that, I was traveling across the state of Kerala by public transport system, by walk, by bicycle, and all that. Then I thought, instead of going everywhere, spending my time for travel, it is good to concentrate in some villages where more underprivileged people living in. We got invitation from Kadamakudi Panchayat, which is close to this Kochi city, which was at that time with 13 islands. And the people of Kodad, they invited us to work in that village. So I used a cycle to reach there from Kalamasheri. I walked through the village, the island. There are 3 islands, Korambadam, Kantanad, and Kodad. Looking into their living situations, I recommended to the management that we should do something for these people, because they are living in very poor environment. So we should undertake some projects. So the management approved me to implement this child sponsorship program for those children who belong to single parents or those children who are of financially weaker families. So I could select 90 children from that village, covered with 732 families in that area. So these children were gathered. They were given community tuition program. They were given support mechanisms for their studies and all that in collaboration with the school there. A lot of volunteers involved in. Then we put up the idea of a Grama Vikasana Samadi. That time, the neighborhood program, NHE initiatives were getting known to the people. So I shared the Ayalkutam concept to them. Then we collected data of all that 732 families. And from that families, we identified that there were more than 390 families having no sanitary latrine facilities there. So we approached a funding agency for support, and that agency supported us to construct latrines for them, sanitary latrines for them. And that village became the first village in the country of India to achieve 100% sanitary latrines in 1993. So after the fund received, there was some balance. Then the Grama Vikasana Samiti discussed what to do with that money. Then while walking through, I met one Mutashi, and I interacted with her, how is the toilet, constructor and all that. She said, Makale, നിങ്ങൾ കുട്ടികൾക്ക് സ്കീം കൊടുത്തു, ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് കക്കൂസ് ഉണ്ടാക്കി തന്നു, ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ഈ പ്രായമുള്ളവർക്ക് എന്താ ഉള്ളത്? So that inspired me, really. I discussed that point in the committee meeting, and then I suggested, can we think of a daycare center for the elderly? So in 1993, along with the inauguration of the commissioning of the sanitation scheme by the then Chief Minister Sri K. Karunakaran, he also laid the foundation stone for the daycare center in 1993. Then within 6 months, they completed the construction on a low-cost technology, using low-cost technology. and the people, they supported, they did Ramadan, and finally they had the structure there. Then they started thinking on how to run it. As a social worker, at that time I was a youth, so I could read from different books and understand the ways how to handle that day, every day there. I suggested, let us start with the 2 days initially. So they were discussing, these seniors were discussing which days. Then they were telling us, Sundays, Saturdays, we have our children at home. But after going there for work or schools, we get bored. So it is better to have it on Tuesday. Some of them suggested, let us have it this daycare activity on Friday, Thursday. Finally, they arrived at a consensus that this program will run on Tuesday and Friday. And there were 70 elderly people living from different backgrounds, rich or poor, whatever be. Those who need some happiness or some time to be spent along with their neighboring families, they wanted to be there. So these islands, 3 islands, they have to walk over there. So they sensed the advantage of walking, because while walking, they get a healthy physical exercise. So that was the concept on which they started coming over. Then later, some of the very senior people, they felt that it is quite difficult for us to walk in every Tuesday and Friday. Can you arrange some vehicle? There were no vehicle inside the island. So we approached the State Bank of India to support that, and the State Bank of India supported to sponsor an auto rickshaw. So one of the lady there itself, she got trained in auto rickshaw driving, and she collected these very senior people to this center on Tuesdays and Fridays. So that started. The day began with an exercise, with a little exercise of yoga and all that, a prayer song, then reading newspaper of that day. Then those people who are little healthy, they start cutting the vegetables and all that, and then they cook, they help in cooking. Then they have lunch together. Maybe after lunch, there is a doctor, there is a clinic attached with that daycare center. So that clinic, that doctor voluntarily supporting that clinic, that time Dr. Henry, and he examined these seniors around, on 10, maybe this week, maybe 10 people or 20 people, next week maybe another 20, like that he was examining, and he was prescribing medicines if required. Otherwise, he casually talks to them, giving them a mental relief to their life. So like that going on, and they have a TV sponsored by one youth club there, and the Vayanashala people, the Grama Vikasana Samiti, they people continuing supporting the scheme, and that program, they thought of traveling outside, and they were arranging boats for trips, and they were also joining together to have cinema shows in the theater in Kochi. Like that, they were having some fun programs and activities on intervals. They have receiving money not by cash. That time the Panchayat was supporting them by providing rice, and the remaining amount for the curry and all that, fish curry, sometimes meat and all that, they were getting funds from the public. എൻ്റെ വീട്ടിൽ ഒരു കല്യാണമുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ആ കല്യാണത്തിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് ചെറിയ എമൗണ്ട് ഈ സെൻറ്ററിലേക്ക് കൊടുക്കുക. എൻ്റെ വീട്ടിൽ ഒരു കൊച്ചിൻ്റെ മാമോദിസ ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അതിൻ്റെ പൈസ കൊടുക്കുക. എൻ്റെ വീട്ടിൽ ആരെങ്കിലും മരിച്ചതിൻ്റെ ആണ്ട് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ചടങ്ങുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അതിൽ നിന്ന് കുറച്ച് പൈസ കൊടുക്കുക. ആൻഡ് ദേ വർ ഗെറ്റിംഗ് ദാറ്റ് ടൈപ്പ് ഓഫ് കോൺട്രിബ്യൂഷൻസ് ഫ്രം പബ്ലിക്, ആൻഡ് ദേ വർ റണ്ണിങ് ഇറ്റ് ഫോർ ദി ലാസ്റ്റ് 30 years. And you see how these people are running it. I am not part of it now. I have retired in 2021. But still that program is running there under the guidance of the Rajgiri College of Social Sciences, and that project was again extended to the other islands there, Perla, then to Kadamakudi, then to other villages. Even the Red Cross Society here in Kakanad, they have a daycare center, and we were supporting them with guidance and consultation. Why I am telling this scheme, at that time was evolved because of the demand from the one Mutashi. But later on, this program continuing, and I was, much of my time I was spending on child rights and child related activities. But my interest didn't stop in that. Then I am a faculty member of KILA. So while I going there, I am in the part of the welfare and related programs. So one of the program in which I was invited, I could see that the KILA is initiating the age-friendly Panchayat program. So I was studying all that materials, I was listening to, I was a resource person. Later I found for Kerala, in the present Kerala, we need to have Vayojana Parkകൾ. വയോജന പാർക്കാണ് ഇന്ന് കേരളത്തിന് ആവശ്യമെന്നാണ് എൻ്റെ തിരിച്ചറിവ്. കാരണം പകൽ വീട് ഓൺലി വൺ കോൺസെപ്റ്റ്. വയോജന പാർക്ക് ഈസ് എ മിക്സ്ചർ ഓഫ് മൾട്ടിപ്പിൾ ആക്ടിവിറ്റീസ് ദെയർ. ലൈക്ക് ദാറ്റ് ഐ മീൻ നമ്മളുടെ വലിയ തറവാടുകളൊക്കെ പലത് ഇന്ന് കാട് പിടിച്ച് കിടക്കുന്നുണ്ടാകാം. മേ ബി ദാറ്റ് തറവാടുകളെയെല്ലാം നമുക്കൊരു പക്ഷേ ഒരു പകൽ വീടിൻ്റെ കോൺസെപ്റ്റിലല്ല, അതൊരു വയോജന പാർക്കിൻ്റെ കോൺസെപ്റ്റിലൊന്ന് വിഷ്വലൈസ് ചെയ്യാൻ സാധിച്ചാൽ അവിടെ 50 സെൻറ്റോ 60 സെൻറ്റോ 75 സെൻറ്റോ ഒരേക്കറോ ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ആ ഒരേക്കർ സ്ഥലം മൊത്തമായിട്ട് നമ്മൾ ലീസിനെടുക്കുകയോ സൗജന്യമായിട്ട് സ്വീകരിക്കുകയോ ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് പഞ്ചായത്തുകൾ വയോജന പാർക്കുകൾ വിഭാവനം ചെയ്യണമെന്നാണ് ഞാൻ സജസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുക. അണ്ടർ that project idea I was shared with the government, with the planning board, and ഈ 2022 14th 5-year plan മാർഗരേഖയിൽ വയോജന പാർക്കിനെ കുറിച്ച് വളരെ വ്യക്തമായ രൂപരേഖ വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. 1 കോടി രൂപ തുടങ്ങി 1.5 കോടി രൂപ വരെ സ്പെൻഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ ഇപ്പോൾ ചേർത്തലയിൽ ഈ കഴിഞ്ഞ എൻ്റെ മുമ്പത്തെ മാസമാണ് നമ്മുടെ മന്ത്രി പ്രസാദ് സാറിൻ്റെ അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ നിയോജനമണ്ഡലത്തിൽ 1.5 കോടി രൂപയുടെ വയോജന പാർക്കിൻ്റെ കൺസ്ട്രക്ഷൻ ആരംഭിച്ചിരിക്കുകയാണ്. അദ്ദേഹം 75 സെൻറ്റ് സ്ഥലത്ത് മുനിസിപ്പാലിറ്റിയിലാണ് അത് വിഭാവനം ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നത്. അവിടെ എല്ലാവിധ സേവനങ്ങളും അവിടെ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത് വ്യായാമ സൗകര്യം, പകൽ വിശ്രമ കേന്ദ്രം ഉണ്ടാകും, ഉല്ലാസത്തിനുള്ള സൗകര്യമുണ്ടാകും, ആൾക്കാർക്ക് വാക്ക് വേ ഉണ്ടാകും, നടപ്പാത അവിടെ നടന്ന എക്സസൈസിനുള്ളത്, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ചികിത്സാ സൗകര്യം, ഡോക്ടറുടെ സേവനം, കഫറ്റീരിയ, ക്യാൻറ്റീൻ, ഇപ്പോൾ ടേക്ക് അവേ, അതുപോലെ തന്നെയുള്ള മീൽസ് ഓൺ വീൽസ് പ്രോഗ്രാം, അതുപോലെ പരിശീലന പരിപാടികൾ, വരുമാന ഇപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ ബ്ലസ് ഹോമിൻ്റെ റിട്ടയർമെൻറ്റ് ലിവിങ്ങിൻ്റെ അവരുണ്ടാക്കുന്ന പോലത്തെയുള്ള വസ്തുക്കൾ ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയുള്ള പരിശീലനങ്ങൾ, അതുപോലെ ഇവരിവിടേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവരാനുള്ള വാഹന സൗകര്യം, ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ള വയോജന പാർക്കുകളുടെ കോൺസെപ്റ്റ് ഒരു പഞ്ചായത്തിൽ 4 or 5 സർക്കാർ ഗൈഡ് ലൈനിൽ പറയുന്നത് 3 വാർഡുകൾക്ക് ഒരു വയോജന പാർക്ക് വരെ ആകാമെന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെയാണെങ്കിൽ തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും നമ്മുടെ കേരളത്തിന് വി മേ റിക്വയർ ദിസ് ടൈപ്പ് ഓഫ് എ മോഡൽ വെയർ all the public, whether they belong to rich family or low income family, they can come in, they can take the service there, and it can be a facilitation center for central and state schemes. Like there are different pension schemes, support schemes for the elderly. This all can be facilitated through this Vayojana Park, as if we have a reception center. Maybe what I would suggest, being Thomas Isaacs are here, I am suggesting like the CDS, the Community Development Society, can be entrusted with running that Vayojana Park. There can be a this can be a startup. This can be an income generation for youth, and the manager, the care manager can be an MSW or MBA man. I would suggest an MSW because they know little more to the feelings of the people. So we can have that type of a model which will resolve many of the issues which we may face in future in the elderly, because now we are expecting that by 2030 we will have 23% of our population becoming elderly means senior citizens. So it should be a remedy. It would be maybe we can also think of these buildings. I mean government buildings and schools. ഇപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ പഠിച്ച സ്കൂളുകൾ പലതും നമുക്കറിയാം വിദ്യാർത്ഥികൾ ഇല്ലാതെ കെട്ടിടങ്ങൾ ഒഴിഞ്ഞു കിടക്കുന്നത് കാണാം. അങ്ങനത്തെ കെട്ടിടങ്ങളെയെല്ലാം ഒരു പാർക്ക് രീതിയിൽ ഒന്ന് വിഭാവനം ചെയ്യുകയാണെങ്കിൽ നല്ല മരത്തണലുണ്ടാകുക. Chittilappilly Square is the highly expensive model of which I am talking about. This is a wellness center. They have developed like a wellness center. ഇവിടെ എക്സസൈസിനുള്ള സൗകര്യങ്ങളുണ്ട്, ഇവിടെ ഇതുപോലുള്ള മീറ്റിംഗ് പ്ലേസുകളുണ്ട്, മറ്റുള്ള വിനോദ പരിപാടികൾക്ക് സൗകര്യങ്ങളുണ്ട്. വന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ കഫറ്റീരിയ, ക്യാൻറ്റീൻ ഇതെല്ലാം ഇവിടെ വിഭാവനം ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നു ഈ ചിറ്റിലപ്പള്ളി സ്ക്വയറിൽ. സംതിങ് സിമിലർ ടു എ miniature model of this one. Be in each panchayat, maybe 4, 5, 7 depending on the population, municipalities, corporations. So instead of children's park, along with the children's park, we can have this Vayojana Park. Or along with the turf courts. Turf courts may be a model. I mean, where there can be a turf court, these elderly can move around, they can play in the turf court, they can have a canteen there along with the turf court. This type of a model which will benefit our elderly population. That is my thinking on that. And when I involved in this daycare center program and all that, Dr. Villapin from University of Switzerland and Dr. Roswell from USA, they all came. And there are many interns coming from different parts of the world, coming and looking to the scheme, and they did researches, they did their social work activities in that center. Even the students of social work of Rajagiri College and other neighboring social work colleges, they were doing that. So they were experiencing that this will be a model which is less expensive, more enjoyable for the seniors. So I recommend and I suggest these MLA funds can be tapped for this Vayojana Park, and we can have this in all the 140 constituencies of Kerala initially, and then maybe in all the panchayats, maybe 1,200 plus panchayats and municipalities. So we can have that type of model, maybe later, maybe for 2-3 wards. So it becomes a model which can be replicable for other states to follow. So with these words, I conclude. Thank you.
Am I on? No, I was just quickly going to interfere and say that even though I am very sure that there are a lot of questions out there, including me in fact, I also had a couple of things to ask, but because we are extremely late on schedule and we have one more session that is waiting for us, I will have to make this a little quick. I'm really, really sorry. But for everybody sitting here, anybody who wants to ask, even Thomas Isaac sir, anything, I think he's going to be around for another hour, if I'm not wrong. He'll be here somewhere. You'll be here, no? Yeah, he'll be here for a little bit more, so if you want to catch hold of him or anybody else from the panel, please do. I would like to thank all the panelists for their time, and I would like to call on stage Babu sir to please hand over the memento to the speakers. Thomas Isaac sir, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. നല്ലൊരു കൈയടി കൊടുക്കാം അവർക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും. Dr. MP Anthony, thank you so much, sir, for your insightful presentation. And thank you, Reverend Father Dr. Samuel T. Varghese, for sharing your experience with us. Thank you to all the panelists for their thoughts that they shared with us. And I'm swiftly, really swiftly this time, moving on to the next session, which is a very interesting conversation, startups and new initiatives in elder care. And to that panel, I would like to call on stage Mr. Himanshu, founder and CEO of Khyal from Mumbai. Mr. Jeff L. Hardy, founder and CEO, Lifeguard Digital Health from Canada. And Mr. Tarun Kumar, Pharmalama Senior Business Development Lead. And to moderate this session, I call on stage Mrs. Limi. So the stage is all yours.
Hello. Thank you, Neetu. Good evening, Namaskaram, Eid Mubarak. And we are just getting on to the fun part of the evening after the session. So we would quickly go around, keep up the time and be very crisp. Neetu, you can indicate 10 minutes to go so that we can start Q&A then as and when. So we have here, we've been listening to a lot of perspectives from the morning. We have here a few of the young Turks who has attempted and successfully changed the game when it comes to new initiatives, startups, and this session is going to be all about listening to them. Let's begin. Let's begin with maybe Jeff. Yeah. So Jeff is somebody who needs no introduction. We've listened to him yesterday. You are a familiar face for the Conclave now. But let me just quickly go through. He's been a successful serial entrepreneur for the last 30 years, which is really big. He did his higher education at British Columbia Institute of Technology, inspired him to explore technologies that can transform lives. The untimely death of a friend in 2017 from an opioid overdose inspired him to create Lifeguard Digital Health Inc., an innovative SaaS firm. Lifeguard Digital Health combines the power of frontline technologies such as artificial intelligence, IoT, and blockchain technologies to create agile solutions that enable digital emergency support for people in crisis. As a visionary, Jeff Hardy focuses his efforts to the provision of real-time solutions that will accelerate prevention strategies for public health. The firm has partnered with University of British Columbia, Simon Fraser University, and have established its research arm, the Lifeguard Labs, to create futuristic innovations. So, Jeff, can you quickly summarize what do you do? And more importantly, why do you do it? The why is more important.
Just before I say that, though, there was some exciting comments in the audience today. And the gentleman, I forgot his name, the gentleman on the right there who stood up and he's given up everything to start a startup. And I wanted to tell you that it's been 7 years since I started mine, but boy, was I excited to hear that. Well, let's start a new startup again. But
okay.
Anyway, so thank you for those comments. They're great.
Yep.
So as I said in my introduction that you read, I had a good friend of mine that passed away, and it led me to start to think about how can we use technology to save people. And quite simply, most people have a cell phone, and how can we get a cell phone connected to emergency services? And through trials and errors and through lots of different research and dedicated people that were working with us, volunteers, we were able to come up with a platform and a patent that will send an alert from any smart device to an emergency services desk to bring emergency services to people that are in crisis. What we've done with our platform in seniors care, we've expanded that. Of course, it's not quite the same application, but what we've done is we've incorporated wearables and tablets to monitor things like fall detection, geofence, vitals. All of those will then cause alerts. Those alerts are then managed with a tablet at an admin desk or nurse's station. We are a unique solution in that we work only B2B. We don't work B2C. We specialize in seniors communities, and that's why we're here today. And we're happy to be here and happy to be supporting Bless. We've got a 1-year trial starting there, and they've been great to us. And exciting to be with my startup friends. They're a little younger than I am, but I'm young at heart. So.
Yeah. So young at heart, working, for the people.
Yeah.
I don't know if old is the right term, but yes, making life easy as it gets on.
Exactly.
Thank you, Jeff.
Absolutely.
Let me go across to Himanshu. For those who have not yet spoken to this bright person, Chashmish, all around interacting with all of us, Mr. Himanshu Jain is the founder and CEO of Khayal, which is a super app for the senior citizens. Khayal is over 3 lakh seniors on the platform, which is, by the way, superb. We all want to get tips on what do you do for customer acquisition. CAC is phenomenal. I don't know what you do there. And also won Google Play Award for the best app for good. Himanshu loves building in the space of impact. His last startup, Diabeto, was acquired by a US MNC, Livongo, which later merged with the latest telemedicine platform, Teladoc, for US $18.5 billion. Himanshu is also invested in 50+ startups in US and India and helps as advisor to many. He comes with an experience of 15 years in building products and scaling them. Who else do we want today? So Himanshu, we want to hear about the rest of the stories later, but quickly about Khayal. What do you do and why did you think about something like this?
Thank you for inviting me here, first of all. Is my mic on? Am I audible?
Yes. Yeah.
I'll just take this one, yeah. No, I would like to thank all of you for arranging, such a beautiful event here, especially Mr. Babu Joseph and the, team here at Bless. You guys have done a phenomenal job at hosting this event. So like, startup founders like me who give lightning pitches, I'll just go very quickly. I'm a second-hand founder, built and sold my last company, as you already mentioned. I like to build in the space of impact. The reason why I started Khayal is because when I was living abroad, when I was working in different countries, I could see that, all the struggles of my father who's aging, who's 75 plus, living with multiple chronic conditions, and I always used to get worried about him. What I realized is that the most simple thing that seniors demand from us as children is our time. And if you see the landscape in the startup world, people are building products either for the Gen Z or for the millennials, but nobody's actually building products for the senior population. But this is going to be a very, very huge problem. We need more innovators to come out and build in the space. And that is what actually set me on this path of building out some sort of a solution for senior citizens. So if I have to tell you what Khayal is, it's actually a digital-first club for senior citizens. The 3 C's of Khayal club that we follow is community, content, and commerce. And through this, we create awareness, we create a lot of interactions with seniors and give them the power to live independently. And that's the acquisition model, and that's how the loyalty curve forms, because we want the seniors to actually become more independent, and we want their children to be able to provide care from wherever they are. And that is what Khayal is trying to solve for.
Yeah, thank you. Great to hear that. And we have again the third Chashmish, all nerdy people with glasses over here, very young at heart. Mr. Tarun Kumar. He's a senior business development lead, Pharma Lama. Meet the healthcare sales superstar who never backs down from a challenge, with extensive experience in managing complex clients and implementing large-scale projects. The sales and management guru has proven track record of delivering consistent revenue growth. A master at relationship building, he knows how to connect with buyers, decision makers, influence to drive business success. Whether it's through proposal development or oral presentations, he always brings in A game to win over new clients. He's passionate about startups and helping businesses grow from ground up. This healthcare hero is ready to take on anything. That's Tarun. Llama is very unique and not familiar an animal. So what is Pharma Llama all about, and why do you do what you do?
Yeah, thank you so much for inviting us again. I feel I'm the newest guy over here. I won't say youngest because I remember a quote from somebody who introduced me to Asli Group, Colonel Achal Sridharan. When I was talking to him, I first talked to him, he told me that never call me old or senior. I am young at heart, And I am so young that I am counting my years starting how my age is growing. Basically, he's, I think 76, 78, he told me I'm just 8 years old. So I think I'm the newest guy in this community. But the kind of reception I've had here is amazing. And coming to your question about llama, yes, llama is a pretty odd animal to have. Our focus on creating llama as a mascot was that we wanted to have a very animal as a mascot which kind of represents calmness, it kind of represents neutrality, and because medical line in the senior living space, what we normally see is that people who are in this senior living space who are above like 50, 60 years old, we didn't want to have a mascot that introduces aggressiveness or something like that. And llama is actually a very calm animal to have. But the whole idea was to keep that calmness and care as a idea and move ahead with that. Since my founders are not here, so idea with what we started Pharma Llama was that one of my founders' parents, she takes around 15-20 medicines in a day. Now, taking 15 or 20 medicines in a day itself is a hassle, even for people like us.
Yes,
so
I have a lot of calendar which says take magnesium, take zinc.
Exactly. No matter how many reminders you have, no matter how much you create your schedule, you are bound to make some sort of error, or your medical adherence is always not up to par, which is very important. In fact, medical adherence is so important right now in the senior living space as well, that there have been reports, and in fact the government is also working on, I think there are cases coming up where one-dose packing and medical adherence is going to be researched on even in more depth. So what we wanted to do was to go the last mile, and normally when medicines are delivered to these seniors who are living in old age communities or they are living independently, we wanted to provide that extra, like an added service to them, where they don't have to make sure that they are taking their medicines on time, or they are missing out on a particular medicine, or they are taking the wrong medicine. So that was the idea behind Pharma Llama, and yes, we have been working with multiple old age communities across Bangalore and Karnataka, and then right now we are pan-India as well. Recently we did come on Shark Tank as well, and we won a 5-shark deal because the idea was pretty great. And I think, yeah, that sums up about Pharma Llama and me. So yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Tarun. So that's great. Somebody is into hardcore digital. This is a mix of it. Using digital to create compassion and care. And here it's all about medicines. Medicines, irrespective of our age, is a part of our, either medicines or supplements or probiotic. We are all used to having something regularly, and this is a solution for that consistency and discipline to come in. Now, because we touched upon, and by the way, I do clothes, adaptive clothing, inclusive clothing solution, which is also an altogether different one. Now, when we are speaking about different aspects of senior care, what quickly I want each of you to respond, if you can quickly tell, when we say startup, the image what we have is a few young kids writing computer codes on beanbag in colorful spaces. Startup എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോഴേ അതാണ് വരുന്നത്, വേറൊന്നും നമ്മുടെ മനസ്സിൽ വരുന്നില്ല. But startup, business ownership, entrepreneurship, what do you think are the sub areas when it comes to startup targeting elder care? You are working in some of the sub areas, but what do you think are the general sub areas where startups are coming up in elder care?
First of all, I can tell you that I wasn't in front of the computer. My computer skills are probably not as good as these two. I drew my first concept on napkins, so it was a little bit different. But, in the seniors care space, I think you see it right here. Like, I was so, I guess, pleased and kind of at awe at some of the things that my friends are doing here, to the point where I was thinking, maybe we could combine and collaborate and build something better. The space that we're in North America, it's a little bit different. Here in India, it's quite open. It's wide open, actually, which allows you to do more things and allows you to experiment a bit more, which is why we were fortunate to be invited here to start what we're doing with Bless. I think that, for us, what we focus on is it's an extension of our platform that we've already got. So we're building on something that we're already good at, and we like to partner with people that are doing good things in what they do. But there's so many different aspects in the seniors care because there's so many different levels of care. So each level of care has a different response, and you have to be cognizant of all the different needs and wants, and it's a tricky space. And it's when you come to a different country or continent, there's cultural impacts and monetary impacts, and a lot of things we talked about today. And I think that it's been brought up a lot is, how is the money affected here, and how do we deal with money? There's so much want and need for products, all products for the seniors care space, and everybody wants it. And we get up and we decide one day that we're going to roll the dice and see where we get, and some win and some don't, but we take the risk, and at that point, the seniors and people are struggling to be able to afford it. So we continue moving forward and never giving up and trying. And I think one of the keys to success is to really get more government intervention in regards to financing and to helping and make it part of or more broad in regards to what they offer under their health care plans. That is really the biggest challenge that we have. And I see that even the financing model that somebody talked about earlier today, that's a new space in the seniors care model, right? How are we going to be able to afford these things going forward? And you know what, as somebody else said today, if we wait for the government to get this fixed, I'm going to be even more senior than I am right now. So it's important that we as startups, people that have the initiative to get up, get things done, start planning and working on, hey, this is another challenge. And this is something that should be collaborated together, us companies together, because it's the same problem that we all have, no matter what product or service that we're trying to put together and to offer. That is the challenge, and seems to slow everybody down right there. So that's there's a lot of things. Okay. I'm just tipping on about 5 or 6, but I could go all day on it. So I'll give my friend a chance.
Yeah, Himanshu, if you can quickly touch upon the sub-service lines. Some of the aspects which Jeff just touched upon, we would want to come again and discuss this one, but if you can quickly say some of the sub-service delivery areas when it comes to startup for elder care.
Sure. So one of the things that I do other than running Khayal is that I work with a lot of investors, because now there is more awareness towards this problem. A lot of investors are wanting to bet on startups which are trying to build in this space. And it's not only just that, healthcare as a whole is very interesting because of my prior experience. So I help them evaluate deals. So there are a lot of deals which come my way. So what we have seen is that, people are building in healthcare, people are building a lot of new stuff around this, lives of seniors in the personal finance space. They're building digital platforms for seniors. For example, there's a new startup called Ivory, which is trying to build new courses as hobbies for startups, for seniors. And not only just that, there are new innovative hardware products which are coming out, which can actually save, just like Jeff's product. And like Pharma Llama has come up with something to remind with medicine. So there are a lot of new products and services which are coming, and we see that now, reaching out to seniors has become much more easier than how it used to be, because I feel pandemic has played a very important part in the lives of the elderly, because that pushed seniors to start evolving and to start using digital medium. It's a good thing and a bad thing as well, but I feel, what we have seen now, even in Khayal, is that a lot of seniors have evolved to such an extent that seniors are now asking us to teach them ChatGPT. Seniors have asked us to teach them, things like crypto, who would have
you're
thought?
saying that suddenly there's a lot of demand for learning also
Yes.
by seniors, which
Yes.
is quite surprising, quite refreshing, quite inspiring.
Right.
So we still have competition from them because they are becoming faster learners, and we think,
Yeah, and they have so much time, right? And they actually demand the time of the children, which they don't get. So if you see the landscape, Gen Z they depend on their parents. They demand their parents' time, who are millennials. Millennials don't have time because they are in the wealth creation mode. So they are, running after money. They don't have time for their parents. They don't have time for the children. But if you see the elderly, they have time, money, both, and they are waiting for someone to create a nice experience for them. So what we are trying to do is we are trying to create a very nice experience for them. At the same time, we are partnering up with everyone who's building in the space. So if I have to tell, what Kayal is doing is that we engage seniors into different content, and we partner up with everybody who's building in the space so that we can create distribution and, discovery for seniors to be able to consume that.
Yeah, thank you. So Tarun, you're not pure pharma, you're not, you're not medical pharma, but you're into pharma impact and, the experience. So what do you think are the other service, delivery streams which is coming up in the startup space for elder care?
I mean, a lot of areas have already been covered by Jeff and Himanshu. What we have seen personally is that a lot of work needs to be done in the insurance sector, especially for senior care. Earlier, there was a lady who was asking regarding this in the previous panel that should we be putting our money in the insurance for senior living. I think as soon as possible, the Indian scenario moves forward with the insurance sector, and insurance becomes a must for every single person in India to opt for medicines. The more it will be benefit for both the people and for startups like us to build in products which are like completely built around these senior living people, because the more insurance comes in, the more it will be easier for us and for the seniors as well to avail products that are already available in the market. Products that Jeff's product, Himanshu's product, all these products can be covered through insurance.
Insurance. So a quirky thought, I don't know if I should be spelling it out loud. So are we saying that if the insurance folks come up with better products and get that adopted, the entire senior care sector will grow a little more and mature and things would be easier?
Absolutely.
So should we be knocking the doors of government, or should we be getting all the insurance guys here to come up with more interesting products so that a peaceful life, a capable life, easy life, independent life is possible by the seniors? Is that the way forward? Is that a point that we should be hopping on?
I think Jeff will be better able to help in this.
I think that, well, if I could be honest, I think the answer is you look at the partners that will be motivated to get it done first. And I think that insurance companies being more private, publicly traded companies, what have you, but unfortunately are all focused what's on the bottom line. And what I mean for that in terms of how it would affect this is that they would be looking to find ways to invest to save. And I can see that in what we do and in some of our other products. We work with insurance companies to eliminate excess coverage on people that are off of work. So we find ways to be able to walk them through a post program to make sure that they're following through on their post care. So the insurance companies then follow that, and if they're not, well then they don't have to pay. So in regards to seniors care or in that space, if there's products, services that can help with better health and make a safer way for people to live, then that's going to affect the bottom line for insurance companies. First thing they're going to do is turn around and say, hey, you guys, well, let's invest and make sure we're partners and collaborate together to do this. Government may decide to do that someday, but probably after somebody else does it first. So, that's a very good way. Again, I think, as I said before, people move when there's more of a collective group pushing the rock. So we, as business leaders or startup leaders or what have you, get together, and it's a common problem for us, and it's something that we would all probably work together to solve that problem. And I think it's open to do that, and I think we should do it. But that's my input.
Yeah.
So, having worked in insurance both in India and in the US.
So you are one of the bad guys whom we don't like, and now suddenly we are liking.
Yeah. But the thing is, the reason why we went to the US in the first place, we tried our luck here in India when we were doing Diabito, but we failed miserably because the healthcare in India is cheap. Everybody can afford it from their own pockets. But it's not the same in the West. Everything is, people are dependent on insurance. And that is why they adhere. There's a much higher compliance to medical norms in the US versus here in India. Back in those days, in 2012, when we were building Diabito, which is a diabetes product, the most difficult challenge that we used to face was educating seniors or even people living with diabetes, because the awareness was poor here in India. The second challenge was distribution was a problem, because D2C is hard, direct to consumer is hard. If you want to do B2B business, you need partners, and that is where insurance companies come into factor. And having worked in an insurance company earlier in my life, I went to them. I tried, partnering up with them. But the thing is, for them, reduction in price is not a big problem to solve for, because they know that people can easily pay out of the pockets, versus what is in the US, that people have to have an insurance, otherwise they will not be able to afford. So distribution in US becomes easier. Distribution in India becomes tougher because of these problems. I think the way to solve this is not only just the insurance companies, but other people should also try to partner up with each other and try to grow this as an ecosystem in its own. And that is how things will innovate more innovation will thrive in this country.
Yeah. So taking off from one of the comments which Jeff said about the cultural contextualization of solution and cultural contextualization of elder care. I represent a sandwich generation. If my mother is around, if I have to go out, she'll be like, this is not an appropriate dressing, go change, get something looser, bigger. And when I come out, my kid will be, you have absolutely no sense of style. So I am a sandwich generation where I am still supposed to listen to my mother and still supposed to be at the receiving end of criticism from my kid. India, it's pretty common. We are used to still, there's this big quotes about we don't have to take an appointment to meet our parents or kids kind of a culture. So that there is a culture like that. While non-Indian or slightly Western or European societies are not that kind of a culture. So when you create startup solutions, digital especially, which is supposed to be the whole idea of digital, it is scalable, it's replicable and very fast. How do you see the cultural context, which is so important? If you look at infant care, you don't need that kind of contextualization. It's not a big deal. Right. While in elder care, when you come up designing solutions, when you take in inputs, your customer personas would differ. In India itself, the customer personas, if you want to track, it will be different. The Kerala archetype is definitely not, let's say, something which happens in UP or Gujarat or Nagaland. So how do you address and keep in mind the cultural contextualization of elder care when you look at solutions?
Well, first of all, I'll describe, which most people probably know, there's such a different cultural, cultural way that seniors are looked at and cared for, just say in North America and in India. And, India, and forgive me if I'm not saying it correctly, but India has always had a tradition of, as you get older, your children will take care of you, and in North America, not so much. as technology's changed and kids grow up and they want, and that, I don't want to say responsibility isn't there, but it's not so much weighted as it was maybe before. In North America, you know, if I have my mother-in-law living with me, and that's because my wife's European, and to be honest, and we kind of fall into the same sort of pattern, but that's not normal in North America. So there's two things then. So in India, you have a bigger market, but it's a tougher market because you haven't got a proof of concept yet. Not really. In North America, there's so many more competitors, but yet there is a proof of concept. So the cultural differences is that it's expected new products in North America. It's expected to have technology to help. The other thing is that technology is more adapted in North America than it is here. So you face a couple of challenges. You certainly can find a lot of people to try to work your product with, but you have to be very, very cognizant of the fact that technology can be scary. One of the things we do at Lifeguard is a lot of our products, we feel we're at the head of the game in technology. In our seniors care product, we don't work it that way. We include the very necessary pieces of technology and limit them to just a few and make them as simple as we can and make it as less scary as possible. And that is what really will try to, is really what will embrace people to use it. Because I'll be honest with you, like I'm 54 and I'm not great with technology. Technology still scares me. I'm a generation just one older than you are. But in North America, again, it's the opposite. You know, people are open to technology. So in Europe, same thing. We don't have our feet in China, but you know, China is you know, kind of the same thing as here. But what I do notice, and the world notices, is that even though it's quite culturally different here, wow, the younger generation so quickly has adapted to technology and has become such a world leader that in that way, it's kind of being forced into the whole community. So that helps the process, but it's still, it's to recognize what the unique challenges are in each market, call it cultural differences, and to adapt to those. And you know, that's part of what you do in business. You know, every single continent, every single country, every single community has different ways of looking at things, and you have to be able to adapt. And one of the things I was hoping I would get to mention is that if you want to talk about adapting, you know, last time we were here, our first time, which was in fall in October, and we, you know, we headed to the mall, the Lulu Mall, right? And we went to Starbucks. So you get your regular Starbucks, but then you get the culturally different Starbucks, which is awesome. And you know what? And the lineups were there. So there's a proof of culturally accepted, a company that's saying, hey, you know what? We're going to still keep our branding. We're going to still keep what we do as our main core business, but we're going to have products that are going to adapt to that culture. And Starbucks still keeps their name. And you know what? People probably are happier to go there because they do recognize those types of things. And that's what's important in a business. Recognize and adapt.
The user is able to relate and recognize, and that makes adoption easier.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah. So, Himanshu, the cultural contextualization, India in itself, every state is like a different country when it comes to culture. How do you design things when you think of India?
So, you know, frankly, India is a subcontinent in itself, and with so many different languages, so many different culture, you know, I think localization is a huge challenge. The good thing is that, you know, everybody now, I think for everyone, the first language has become English. So it is easier to reach with English as a language. But at the same time, I feel that, you know, localization is the key for India, because what we have seen from seniors and the interactions that we've had with our members on the platform is that the trust and bond is created more if it is in their own language. So, so that is definitely there. At the same time, when, you know, I've worked in the US, we've seen that there's a very big concept around, you know, inclusiveness and diversity, and people want to build out products for all cultures. including the Asian people, including, you know, the Hispanic and whatnot. So accessibility was a big part of our, you know, product creation when we were building our products. So with that in mind, I feel, you know, the product engineers and product managers are going to come up with products which are very inclusive in nature, and it will serve the entire country.
Access and inclusivity doesn't come very naturally to us.
Very true. Very true.
So though we are still having buildings which doesn't have ramps, and we have to do additional stuff, so everything becomes very, so I had, you know, worked as a CSR person in one of the huge corporations in a big region, and I thought I knew everything about access, and wherever there is no ramp, I would just go and say, get a ramp in here.
Right.
A week in Sling, I understood the world is right-handed.
Yeah.
Every single door knob is right-handed. Your shirt buttons are right-handed. A week in Sling just changed my perspectives about inclusion and ableism. Your water faucets are mostly wanting all 5 fingers to work together in the same power, while the ideal one should be one tap, and a tap is a tap opening. So it doesn't come always natural to us. So, you know, after that, I became an evangelist. Every time I get a forum, I speak about ableism, I speak about inclusion, I speak about ageism, etc. It doesn't come very natural to us. It is high time that we harp about. There's nothing called regular or normal. There is something called majority and maybe inclusive of that one.
So one of the interesting things that I would like to share is that I have an 8-year-old daughter, and they are being taught on design thinking as a concept.
Precisely.
So this is a new thing that, you know, people are being taught these days, and I feel, you know, so bad that we were never taught about this.
But there is hope. You know, they're coming out better.
Yeah, the new generation is going to be even more, you know, better than us, I think, because they're living in an information, a knowledge-based economy.
Precisely.
So,
yeah, so to you, I would come and ask you a different thing on Indian context. There are lots of startups. We have new movements like Bless, etc. Like I was sharing with them my agony that Amazon, if you look at the Indian platforms, Amazon even has a pet apparel category, but they don't have any special clothing category. Even after writing, none of the platforms ever responded to me. I mean, I'm so angst that, pet, childcare, everything is there. There is no special elder clothing. So how is, you come up with new ideas or a solution which works well, but you definitely need a supporting ecosystem to plug that into and then run it. There is no point in me or any of the clothing here to sell alongside Louis Philippe. It doesn't make any sense. We are not, Tommy Hilfiger is not definitely our peer. We need specific category where people knows, hey, there is a solution. So when we have big lacunae in the supporting ecosystem, what is your feeler about Indian scenario, both of you? And this question is only to them. I specifically want to know about the Indian scenario from both of them, where you've really felt gaps.
If I talk about the initial stages when we were going and talking to people, seniors who were living in old age communities, retirement homes and all. So when we started the product, when we started marketing it, and when we started going and talking to, showcasing our product to the seniors, yes, initially there was a bit of a gap when we had to explain the concept. The concept was amazing, and it was it was a book in itself, basically. The concept was self-explanatory, and all the seniors, they knew about this problem. The problem was always there, but nobody kind of looked into it because it had become a habit for everybody. Medicine management is a habit for every senior living person. Now, when we went with the product, at that time, there was an initial a pushback, but the major gap which I felt would be the communities that are taking care of these seniors. Because I have met more than 5,000, 6,000 seniors just personally and talked to them regarding my product. Because since the start of the company, I have been talking to seniors personally. Every single medicine box that goes out is a customized product and it goes through me first and then it goes to the seniors. So I know each and every customers of myself by name. Obviously, it's not humanly possible to do that, but I do remember every senior I have met personally. And when we talk to them personally on a one-to-one basis regarding the product, the acceptance is more in that sense. But when we go through a community or a channel, the acceptance is not as much because what happens is that a lot of filter comes in between. When you are explaining a product to a senior living person, a lot of filter happens because I personally know my product much better than anybody else. And it is not just me, the why you need to use this product has to be explained in detail to a senior living person. Then they are able to understand, okay, the importance of the product. But that why, kind of the explanation, the context, the feeling of that explanation goes away in between that filters.
So you find that there was a lack of openness there because of which you couldn't convey.
Yes, I mean, not openness I would say as such, but the kind of willingness.
Something was missing when
yeah,
it goes on.
the willingness to like explain the product in such a way, or the willingness to explain to the senior living person the necessity of that medical adherence. And I'm not talking about my product, but medical adherence is a must in the senior living space, and there is nothing being done about that in this space. I mean, startups like us, we have been working on to educate as much as seniors as possible, but I think that's it about adherence.
So Himanshu, your take on it?
So as a product builder, I see that every problem is an opportunity for you to build something new, right? So I like to categorize people into buckets. Either you are a problem solver or you are a problem piler. So I like to solve problems, right? And that is what keeps me going all the time. Throughout, the entrepreneurial journey in my last startup and this startup, we've faced a lot of problems. And adherence, as he mentioned, was one of the major problems. Distribution was a major problem. And that is what we are trying to solve with Khayal as well. So what we've understood is that, seniors are just like children at this, they love to play, they love to, have a very nice, fun time. And we want to create that for them. And what we want to do is gamify the whole experience for them to then be able to adhere. Because through awareness, I think you'll be able to create discovery. And that is where your loyalty curve will be, formed. So I feel it's going to take a while for solving the problem for adherence, but it is not, something which cannot be solved. Because I've seen this happening in the US. I remember back in the days when we were doing this for Livongo, every time a person living with diabetes used to have a blood sugar low or a, hypo or any of these things, the diabetes coaches would call them up and check upon them. And then they would be surprised that, you are really caring for us, right?
Yeah.
And that is the kind of personal touch that you can give to your customer. So you'll not believe that Livongo had about 95% of retention rate. So most of the startups try to follow a hyper growth model.
Yeah.
But through Livongo, I learned how to do an unscaled model where you slowly built out things for the people.
And the long time value was better.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So in Khayal, the thumb rule that we follow is that we don't go out and build out any feature without collecting data from seniors. So what we do is that seniors actually, we empower them to guide us in terms of what they want.
So it's a very user-centric
Exactly.
solutioning approach which is helping you to.
Yeah. For example, I'll give you an example. Seniors complained that, they struggle to find senior citizen offers. They deserve senior citizen offers, but they don't get senior citizen offers. They complained that there's a lot of cyber fraud which is happening to them. They complained that credit card companies are not offering them cards. and which is why we launched something called as a Khayal card. So the Khayal card is a product which basically bridges the gap between parent and children, because in India we have this tradition of sending money to our parents. So you can send money to your parents through Khayal card. You can also see, where they are making transactions, so at least, you are guiding them from wherever you are. The third is that, with this card you get a whole bunch of offers. We've partnered up with Visa, so Visa helps us get all the offers curated for senior citizens which they can consume.
That's cool.
And just like Amex has a concierge, we have a concierge. So it's like a full stack solution for seniors, right?
Yeah.
And this is something that we were told by seniors that, we want something like this, and which is why we went out and built out such a product for them.
Yeah. So before going on, Neetu, how many more minutes do we have? Okay. So one quick question to all of you. Every time we hear about AI, in Kerala, from yesterday onwards, we are driving clean because AIs are going to fine us. We always had the science fiction fantasy of robots helping us. It's a reality now. And it's humanoids. Individually, how long do you think it's time that humanoids would be your caregiver or companion, primary responder? Of course, beyond that, the tertiary call or a secondary call might go to an actual human being. So how long since that is going to happen?
I think it's going to be guided by the acceptance. That's that simple. I think that in today's generation, the seniors, they're not ready. I wouldn't be ready. I think that, to be honest, that the effectiveness of proper mental health is connection, and connecting to a robot isn't the answer. I know it makes things simpler. I know you can get things done faster. I know there's a lot of benefits on paper, and I know that there's applications out there that's a great thing. I just don't think, let me back up for a sec. There are certain aspects. We talked about medication dispensing, different game. That's a different thing altogether. With what we do when we're interacting with people, I just don't think that's a fit. And I think that the health of a senior, of anybody, is going to be affected if it's not human to human. So I would say that there would be more of a hybrid model, if that makes sense. And I think, will it happen in my time? Maybe. So, what are you talking, in the next 10 years? These younger guys are going to say 2 years, but something like that. But sorry, I think that in this market that we're talking about, I think it's going to take longer to be accepted.
So Jeff says, over my dead body, no medicines, no food from a humanoid, but you can speak, you can just spend some time and chill. That's all what you would allow it to do.
There you go.
Himanshu, how much?
So look, I feel that, every time a new tech comes, people get scared. Back in the days, I've obviously crossed 2000s when the 2K bubble happened, and everybody was like, our jobs are going to go away because of computers. And then a lot of new technology kept coming in, and now people are thinking that, even AI, humanoids are going to take away our jobs. But I feel that, these are going to be driven by humans, right? And as Jeff mentioned, the human touch is definitely very, very important. Like, for example, it's also a cultural thing, right? For me, for people like us, especially here in India, the acceptance toward taking care from a robot is going to be a very far-fetched idea.
Okay.
These kind of models exist already in Japan. There are senior living homes which have humanoids who are actually serving seniors. There are, these flower pots who talk to seniors, and they'll tell them when to water them, and it's like a pet having a talking flower pot at home.
Much like Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah. So these kind of concepts are a little scary for us. It's also cultural. And if you see in Japan, these things are very well accepted because of the culture. They love robots because it's a country full of machines. You'll find a vending machine for everything, right? Yeah. And they love the idea about having robots.
Yeah.
Okay. There's your cultural thing again.
Yeah.
Right? We talked Japan. it's accepted, it's working great. That's cultural. You said it's a world of machines. Again, you know, that's a culture, and I agree. And I would say that it'll be adapted faster in cultures where it's already adapted. And that was a good point. I guess I wanted to say that.
Yeah, what about the farmer people?
I won't say from the perspective of farmer. I'll say from a perspective of somebody who is reaching 30s now.
Okay.
So, I mean, between me and my friends, we keep discussing a lot of things like, hey, we are reaching 30s now. It's a benchmark now. And when we see, I personally, because I see a lot of people and meet a lot of people who are in the senior living space, so that's above 50, 60. So that's another benchmark. So I see the acceptance of new technology. You talk about VR, you talk about AI in our like generation or the benchmark below 30. And I see the acceptance above 60. So I see that, yes, right now, obviously people don't, I don't think people are going to accept AI taking care of them anytime soon. But even when my generation reaches that above 60 benchmark, I don't think even we are going to accept it unless VR develops to a stage where I think people can just live for days in their pods, virtual reality pods. I think by that time, maybe there might be acceptance where everything, your whole life can be connected to a virtual reality controlled central mind. Then there might be a time when seniors might want to spend their time who don't have somebody or a companion
You're
to
speaking
spend.
Matrix.
You can say that, you can say something like that, but I'll tell something that is not very far. Virtual reality, how it is developing in the foreign countries as well as in India as well. There is going to be a time where a central network can be communicating with a lot of people across virtual realities, and people will be going to spending days and months and hours just using virtual reality. So I think in that sense, then there might be a time when this senior living can become controlled by AI or VR, but not right now. Yeah.
Okay. So I guess, you know, I'm sure there are interesting questions. They are available tomorrow also, so we can catch up. Like Tarun said he got a scare when he hit his 30s, but my 40th birthday, I shared the same thing. First time somebody called me auntie, I am like, okay, I've crossed over. First time I had a bunch of white hairs, I was like, I am old. But the good part of aging right now is there are a lot of people like the three of them on stage developing solutions for us, which is going to make it easier. All we need to do is be open to what they want to do, because very clearly none of them are going fully robotic. All of them want a personal touch. All of them want a customized solution, which is going to make our lives easier, which is the best thing to be, you know, becoming old in this age, or, you know, aging well in this time. And I'm sure that more, you know, ecosystem collaboration events like this would help us all to synergize and then share and learn together, so that we solve all the problems. India this week has been declared as the biggest. So, you know, we need to solve solutions not just for us, but for the world also. So I'm hoping and counting on all the young Turks here to come up with more solutions and synchronize and then resonate with things like that. Thank you very much. Over to you, Neetu.
I hate having to come on stage and make people feel like they have to stop talking, but I'm so sorry, that's really the job that I have to do at this point. Thank you so much to all four of you for such an important conversation. I think this is the word forward, and so important. Before I ask you to step down from the dais, I would like to call on stage Mr. Mansoor Dalal and also Dr. Charu to please come on stage and hand over the mementos. And also, before they hand over the mementos, I just want to take a quick moment to especially say thank you to all four of them, because they waited so patiently till this time for their panel to come on. They were supposed to do it a little earlier. They were nice enough to actually switch it up. Thank you so much for your kindness.
And thank the audience, because they waited patiently to listen to them.
That, of course, that is the next thing on my agenda. Mr. Jeff, thank you very much. Mr. Himanshu. Mr. Tarun Kumar. And Ms. Limi Rose, who so efficiently and so beautifully moderated the entire session. Thank you very much. Thank you to all the panelists. Thank you, Mr. Mansur Dalal, and thank you, Mr. Charu. Thank you very much. So on that note, while they are catching up, എല്ലാവരും ചെറുതായിട്ടൊക്കെ മടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ടെന്ന് എനിക്കറിയാം 8 മണിയായി. But now is actually the fun part. So we have a little entertainment for you ready, just like yesterday. We have a lovely dance number and we have a lovely band ready to entertain all of you. So you'll have to give them a few minutes to set up on stage. ആ സമയത്ത് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് പുറത്ത് പോവാം, ജ്യൂസ് കുടിക്കാം, അങ്ങോട്ടും ഇങ്ങോട്ടൊക്കെ ഒന്ന് മീറ്റ് ചെയ്യാം. The fellowship is also started. And I hope all of you will be back in the hall as soon as you hear music going on and my voice as well. Thank you.
मामवदेव कृष्ण चाम्पेयनासाग्र लग्नसुमौक्तिक माधव मामवदेव कृष्ण माधव मामवदेव कृष्ण यादव कृष्ण यदुकुल कृष्ण माधव मामव देव कृष्ण कृष्ण
How gracefully both of them performed, am I right? Can I hear it once again? They already ran off, but no, they didn't. Can I have the dancers once again, please? Can I please have the dancers once again? കാണുന്ന അത്ര എളുപ്പമുള്ള പരിപാടിയേ അല്ല ഇത്. So please give them once more a loud round of applause to both of them. So beautifully, so gracefully performed. Now we have a band that is preparing for you, as you can see. I'm going to give them a couple of minutes to set up, and after that I'll introduce them before their first performance. We'll just give them a few minutes to set up on stage. Very special for me. This band is very, very close to my heart. I've known them for I don't even know how many years now. I think around 9 or 10 if I'm not wrong. And they have been very special and very close to me, to my friends, to our circles. So they are called the Ben Band, and all of these performers, and they're actually even bigger than this. They have a lot more artists who are part of the band. They all are also part of the Mother and Child Foundation in Todupuzha. Later on, I think Josh Chachan or Prince Chachan, somebody will be explaining to you a little bit more in detail what Mother and Child is. But for now, I'm going to just very happily welcome and introduce the band to you. The part of the band is Manish, Joel, Albichan, Ajay, Tumbi, Minnu, Jessu and Joshua. Very young, very talented artists who are ready to perform in front of you, who are ready to entertain you. So while you enjoy your food and your drinks, please lend them your ears as well and have a wonderful evening.
Hello, good evening everyone. We are the pen band from Mother and Child Foundation, Todupura, Kerala. We like to thank to the organizer to give us this opportunity here. And we are going to begin our song called Knock Knock Knocking on in Heaven's Door. Mama, take this badge from me. I can't use it anymore. It's getting dark to see. Feels like I'm knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, 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 knocking on heaven's door. Mama put my gowns in the ground. I can't shoot them anymore. That cold black cloud is coming down. Feels like I'm knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, 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 knocking on heaven's door.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for this great encouragement. Yes, we have Albiching coming up with the saxophone. A lovely Hindi song, Pehla Nasha. Yes, thank you, Albichan. Thank you so much for the beautiful song. നിങ്ങൾ കൊടുക്കുന്ന നല്ല കൈയടികൾക്ക് ഒത്തിരി സന്തോഷമുണ്ട്. ആൽബിച്ചൻ സാക്സ് പോലെ ഇവിടെയുള്ള എല്ലാ ഇൻസ്ട്രുമെൻറ്റും മിനിമം ഒരു 6 ഇൻസ്ട്രുമെൻറ്റ് ഇതുപോലെ പെർഫെക്റ്റ് ആയിട്ട് കൈകാര്യം ചെയ്യും. ഹി ഈസ് എ ബോൺ മ്യൂസീഷ്യൻ. വി ആർ റിയലി പ്രൗഡ് ഓഫ് ഹിം. ഇനി നമുക്ക് നമ്മുടെ കുഞ്ഞു തുമ്പി ഇവിടെ നിങ്ങളെയൊക്കെ ആസ്വദിപ്പിച്ച് ഇങ്ങനെ നടക്കുകയായിരുന്നു, തുമ്പിയായിട്ട് പറന്ന് നടക്കുകയായിരുന്നു. ഷി വുഡ് സിംഗ് എ ബ്യൂട്ടിഫുൾ സോങ്. വസീകര എന്ന ഗാനം തുമ്പി നമുക്ക് വേണ്ടി പാടും.
Hello.
मुश्किल
Thank you. കുഞ്ഞു തുമ്പിയെ കുറിച്ച് നമുക്ക് അഭിമാനിക്കാം. She was a guest singer in Top Singer. കോമഡി ഉത്സവത്തിൽ പോകാനും MG അങ്കിളിൻ്റെ പ്രത്യേക പരിഗണനയും സ്നേഹവും ലഭിക്കാനും ഭാഗ്യമുണ്ടായി. യെസ്, അതിനേക്കാളൊക്കെ ഉപരി I just wanted to say something about നീതു. നീതു പറഞ്ഞു മദർ ആൻഡ് ചൈൽഡ് ഫൗണ്ടേഷനെ കഴിഞ്ഞ 10 വർഷമായിട്ട് അറിയാം. You know, her presence, her very presence, you know how she handles things. And her presence for the children at Mother and Child Foundation is a big blessing. എൻ്റെ കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങൾ അവിടെ 145 പേരുണ്ട്. അവർക്കും ഒത്തിരി സ്വപ്നങ്ങളുണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ അവരുടെ എല്ലാ സ്വപ്നങ്ങൾ ചിറകൊടിഞ്ഞ സ്വപ്നങ്ങളായിരുന്നു. നീതുവിനെ കുറിച്ച് ഓർക്കുമ്പോൾ ഭയങ്കര അഭിമാനമുണ്ട്. നമ്മുടെ കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളുടെ ചെറിയ ചെറിയ സ്വപ്നങ്ങൾ പാലിച്ചു കൊടുക്കാൻ നീതു കാണിച്ച ഔത്സുക്യം, നീതു കാണിച്ച സ്നേഹം. ഷീ മെയ്ഡ് എ ബ്യൂട്ടിഫുൾ പ്ലാൻ ഫോർ ദം. എൻ്റെ പേരുമിട്ടോ എൻ്റെ സാങ്കേതികത്വം എനിക്കറിയത്തില്ല. സം ഡ്രീം പാഡ് ഓർ സംതിങ് ലൈക്ക് ദാറ്റ്. സൈക്കിൾ വേണ്ടവർക്ക് സൈക്കിൾ, ഒരു ഷൂ വേണ്ടവർക്ക് ഷൂ, ഒരു വാച്ച് വേണ്ടവർക്ക് ഒരു വാച്ച്. അങ്ങനെ എൻ്റെ 145 മക്കളെയും മാനിച്ച സ്നേഹമാണ് നീതു. നീതു ഞങ്ങളോട് പാടുമ്പോൾ വി ആർ സോ ഹാപ്പി. നീതു ഒരു നല്ല പാട്ടുകാരിയാണെന്ന് നിങ്ങൾക്കറിയാം. ഷീ ഈസ് എ പ്ലേബാക്ക് സിംഗർ ആൻഡ് നൗ ഷീ ഈസ് ഗോയിങ് ടു സിംഗ് എ ബ്യൂട്ടിഫുൾ സോങ് വിത്ത് Ben Band and we must really give big hands and big applause for Needu and Ben Band. ഗോദായിലെ പാട്ടാ പാടുന്ന. ഏത് പാട്ടെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു?
ഇതിൻ്റെ ഒന്നും ഒരു ആവശ്യമുണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല. ഇതൊക്കെയാണോ? ഓക്കെ. ദിസ് വാസ് നോട്ട് പാർട്ട് ഓഫ് ദ പ്ലാൻ. പക്ഷേ ബെൻ ബാൻഡും ജോഷ് ചാച്ചനൊക്കെ എവിടെ പരിപാടി അവതരിപ്പിച്ചാലും ദിസ് സംഹൗ ഹാപ്പൻസ്. ആൻഡ് ഇത് ഞാൻ തുമ്പീനെ ഇരുത്തി പറയാറില്ല സാധാരണ. പക്ഷെ തുമ്പിയെ പോലത്തെ ഒരു സിംഗറിനെ മുന്നിൽ പാടിയിട്ട് എനിക്ക് പാടാൻ സത്യസന്ധമായിട്ടും കുറച്ച് പേടിയുണ്ട്. ബിക്കോസ് ഷീ സച്ച് എ ടാലന്റഡ് സിംഗർ. If I was half as good as her when I was her age, such a blessed, and all these kids are very blessed. So I'll just sing a few lines because അല്ലെങ്കിൽ എന്നെ വിടത്തില്ല, അതുകൊണ്ടാട്ടോ.
തിങ്കൾ നാളമായിതാ മഴ തുള്ളിച്ചാടും പോകിനാവേ ചിരി തൂകി തൊടുത്തൊരു പൂവെള്ളേ പോയൊരു നാളുകളായിരം നോവ് നീന്തിയ മാനസമാകെയും നിന്ന് മാമയിലാടണ പൂവണിയാക്കി ആരുടെ പാട്ടിലെ മോഹന സാന്ത്വനമേ ആരോ നെഞ്ചിൽ മഞ്ഞായി പെയ്യുന്ന നേരം താനേ വീണ് മിന്നാനൊരുങ്ങുന്നു താരം ഒരു തൂവൽ തെന്നലുമെല്ലെ മനമാകെ വന്നണയുമ്പോൾ അറിയാതെ കണ്ണുകളെന്തേ തേടി പെൺമണിയാളെ തരരര തരരരരരര തരരരരരര തനന സാജന തനനന തരരരരരര തരരരരരര തനന സാജന തനനന തനനനരരര തരരരരരര തനന സാജന
Thank you very much, and I hand the mic over to Josh Chachan.
I must thank you, Needu. Thank you so much. നീതുവിന് പോകാൻ ധൃതിയുണ്ടെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ടാണ് നമുക്ക് പോയില്ലേ നമുക്ക് വീണ്ടും പാടിക്കണം കേട്ടോ. യെസ് വി ഹാവ് ഒരു നല്ല ഗൈഡിനെ കൂടെ കൊടുത്താൽ ഒരു നല്ല ഗൈഡിനെ കൂടെ കൊടുക്കാം. എന്തായാലും നമുക്ക് വേണ്ടി ഇത്രയും സേവനമൊക്കെ ചെയ്യണ വച്ചല്ലേ. യെസ് നമുക്ക് വേണ്ടി ആൽബിച്ചും പാടുന്നു മിഴിയോരം പഴയൊരു ഗാനം.
മിഴിയോരം പനിനീർമണിയോ കുളിരോ പറയൂ നീ ഇളം പൂവേ മിഴിയോരം നീനാവലയോ പനിനീർമണിയോ കുളിരോ മഞ്ഞിൽ വിരിഞ്ഞ പൂവേ പറയൂ നീ ഇളം പൂവേ. ശിശിരങ്ങൾ കടം വാങ്ങും ഓരോ രജനീയാമം ശിശിരങ്ങൾ കടം വാങ്ങും ഓരോ രജനീയാമം എങ്ങോ കുഴിയും നേരം എന്തേ ഹൃദയം തേങ്ങി മഞ്ഞിൽ വിരിഞ്ഞ പൂവേ പനിനീർമണിയോ കുളിരോ മഞ്ഞിൽ വിരിഞ്ഞ പൂവേ പറയൂ നീ ഇളം പൂവേ. ശലഭങ്ങൾ സ്വരം മൂടും ഏതോ മുരളി ഗാനം. ശലഭങ്ങൾ സ്വരം മൂളും ഏതോ മുരളി ഗാനം. നിറയും സുരഭി മാസം ഇനിയും വരുമോ നീണ്ടും. മഞ്ഞിൽ വിരിഞ്ഞ പൂവേ പറയൂ നീ ഇളം പൂവേ. മിഴിയോരം നിലാവലയോ പനിനീർമണിയോ കുളിരോ മഞ്ഞിൽ വിരിഞ്ഞ പൂവേ പറയൂ നീ ഇളം പൂവേ. മഞ്ഞിൽ വിരിഞ്ഞ പൂവേ പറയൂ നീ ഇളം പൂവേ.
Thank you, Albichan. Thank you for your great applause. Now we have another English song from Ajay, Blob Dog.
Oh, check. This song is basically very close to my heart, and this song is actually 3 languages, okay? Hindustani, Nepali, and English. Oh, the stars back in cold. Excuse for human, it's blow up door. She talks as well, but you don't need her at all. Nothing more than blow up door. She loving so much, so she complies. Can get a voice that grows out as she tries. She loves hers too, she never wants lie. Every night she cries. Every night she cries. Re sa ga re sa ni da ni sa re ga re ma pa ga re. Ni ni da pa ma pa da pa ga. Sa ni da pa ma pa da ma pa ga re. Re ga re ma sa ma ga re ma ga sa re ga re ma sa ma ga re ma sa. Scars down every wall, cuts into her skin. She bleeds and done it all, but is buried in further. He won't ever know how things could have been. Never try to understand, and that was his say. Scars down every wall, cuts into her skin. She bleeds and bleed it all, but is buried in further. He won't ever know how things could have been, and never try to understand, and never say. I never try to understand. Mona le hoina, chahera hoina, na chahera ne ho. Jahan mero timi sangai merne jiune thyo. Tar mero maya mero sahara timi kina na panik timi liti ek maya. Kura ajaponi mero mana icha. Man le hoina tamile nei tu ho. Jahan mero timi sange june merne thyo. Timile diye ka maya mito kura cho. Kura yo mona ma pitra fuli rakocho. Timile diye ka mero maya mito kuracho. Kune yo mona ma pitra fuli rakocho. Prayer samay ne gare tara hul sakki na timro mana go. Rojiku timi lai jivana go sati tara vakyan te namana go. Timi liti ka mero maya mito kurata. Kune yo mana pitra fuli rakuta. Timi liti ka mero maya mito kurata. Kurayo mana pitra fuli rakuta.
Thank you so much. Hey, thank you, Ajay. Thank you so much for the beautiful song. Albichan coming up again with his saxophone. നിങ്ങൾ പറഞ്ഞൊരു ഫാസ്റ്റ് നമ്പർ A.R. റഹ്മാന്റെ എക്കാലത്തെയും ഹിറ്റ് ഗാനം മുക്കാല മുക്കാബില. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Albichin. നിങ്ങളുടെ നല്ല പ്രോത്സാഹനത്തിന് നന്ദി. കുഞ്ഞു മിന്നു എന്നോട് ഞാൻ എപ്പോഴാണ് പാടുന്നത് ചോദിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ടൊന്ന് പാടിച്ചില്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇനി. യെസ്, മിന്നു ഈസ് ഗോയിങ് ടു സിംഗ് നെല്ല നക്ഷത്രത്തിലെ കദളി കൺകദളി എന്ന 50 വർഷത്തിലപ്പുറം പ്രായമുള്ളൊരു പാട്ടാണ് കുഞ്ഞു മിന്നു പാടുന്നത്. നമുക്കത് എൻജോയ് ചെയ്യാം. Yes, thank you. കുഞ്ഞു മിന്നുവിൻ്റെ പാട്ട് നമ്മൾ കേട്ടു. ഇനി വീണ്ടും coming up with another beautiful English song from Ajay, Stand By Me, and then few more Hindi items.
When the night has come and the land is dark and the moon is the only light we see, no, I won't be afraid. No, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand by me. Darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stay by me. Stand by, stand by, stand by me. Darling, darling, stand by me. Stay by me. Stand by, stand by, stand by me. If the sky that we look upon should tremble and fall, and the mountain should crumble to the sea, no, I won't cry. No, I won't shed a tear. Just as long as you stand by me. Darling, darling, stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by, stand by, stand by me. Whenever you're in trouble, won't you stand by me? Stand by me. Stand by, stand by, 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 stand by me.
Thank you, Ajay. Thank you for the beautiful song. Now we have Tumbi coming up again with another Hindi song, Kesariya. Tumbi, where are you?
Hello. मुझको इतना बताए कोई किसे तुझसे दिल ना लगाए कोई रब्बा ने तुझको बताने में कर दी है हुस्न की खाली तिजोरियां काजल की सिहाई से लिखी है तूने जाने कितनों की लव स्टोरियां केसरिया तेरा इश्क है पिया रंग जाऊं जो मैं हाथ लगाऊं दिन बीते सारे तेरी फिक्र में रहने सारी तेरी खैर मनाऊं केसरिया तेरा इश्क है पिया रंग जाऊं जो मैं हाथ लगाऊं दिन बीते सारे तेरी फिक्र में रहने सारी तेरी खैर मनाऊं पतझड़ के मौसम में भी रंगी शनारों जैसी सुन तो बातों है तू गहना के तारों जैसे हो सदियों से भी लंबी है मन की हवा से और तू भी सदियों वाले त्योहारों जैसी चंदा भी दीवाना है तेरा चलती है तुझसे सारी जगोरियां काजल की सिहाई से लिखी है तूने जाने कितनों की लव स्टोरियां केसरिया तेरा इश्क है पिया रंग जाऊं जो मैं हाथ लगाऊं दिन बीते सारे तेरे फिक्र में रहने सारी तेरी खैर मनाऊं केसरिया तेरा इश्क है पिया रंग जाऊं जो मैं हाथ लगाऊं दिन बीते सारे तेरे फिक्र में रहने सारी तेरी खैर मनाऊं केसरिया तेरा इश्क है पिया केसरिया तेरा इश्क है पिया केसरिया तेरा इश्क है पिया Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, now we have again another Hindi song from Ajay. Any fast number that you would like, Ajay? We would prefer if it is Mere Sapnon Ki.
मेरे सपनों की रानी कब आएगी तू, आए रुत मस्तानी कब आएगी तू, बीती जाए जिंदगानी कब आएगी तू, चलिया तू चलिया। मेरे सपनों की रानी कब आएगी तू, आए रुत मस्तानी कब आएगी तू, बीती जाए जिंदगानी कब आएगी तू, चलिया तू चलिया चलिया तू चलिया। प्यार की कलियां बाग की कलियां सब रंग रलिया पूछ रही है, प्यार की कलियां बाग की गलियां सब रंग रलिया पूछ रही, गीत बंघट पे किस दिन आएगी तू, मेरे सपनों की रानी कब आएगी तू, आए रुत मस्तानी कब आएगी तू, बीती जाए जिंदगानी कब आएगी तू, चलिया तू चलिया। मेरे सपनों की रानी कब आएगी तू, आए रुत मस्तानी कब आएगी तू, बीती जाए जिंदगानी कब आएगी तू, चलिया तू चलिया। फूल से खिल के पासा दिल के, दूर से मिल के चैन आए, फूल से खिल के पासा दिल के, दूर से मिल के चैन आए, और कब तक मुझे तड़ पाएगी तू, मेरे सपनों की रानी कब आएगी तू, आए रुत मस्तानी कब आएगी तू, बीती जाए जिंदगानी कब आएगी तू, चलिया तू चलिया। मेरे सपनों की रानी कब आएगी तू, आए रुत मस्तानी कब आएगी तू, बीती जाए जिंदगानी कब आएगी तू, चलिया तू चलिया चलिया तू चलिया चलिया तू चलिया चलिया तू चलिया।
Thank you Ajay, thank you for the beautiful song. ഇനിയിപ്പോൾ ആൽബിച്ച് നമുക്ക് വേണ്ടി ഒരു ഗാനം ആലപിക്കുകയാണ്. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ആർക്കെങ്കിലും ഒക്കെ ഇന്ന് ഇവിടെ മുമ്പോട്ട് വന്ന് ഒന്ന് ഇളകി ആടി ഡാൻസ് ചെയ്ത് എൻജോയ് ചെയ്യണമെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ യു ആർ മോസ്റ്റ് വെൽക്കം. ആൽബിച്ചൻ would sing a fast number and we will enjoy the beautiful song.
ചെക്കേലാടിക്കും മുമ്പേ ദയ്യം താരോ ചെമ്പട്ടു വീശു മുമ്പേ ദയ്യം താരോ ചെമ്പാവു പാടത്ത് ചാത്തനും നീലിയും തമ്പ്രാൻ പടിക്കെ ചെന്നേ ദയ്യം താര തകതാരതാരോ തകതാരതാരോ ചെക്കേലാടിക്കും മുമ്പേ ദയ്യം താരോ ചെമ്പട്ടു വീശു മുമ്പേ ദയ്യം താരോ ചെമ്പാവു പാടത്ത് ചാത്തനും നീലിയും തമ്പ്രാൻ പടിക്കെ ചെന്നേ ദയ്യം താര തകതാര തകതിമിതാര തകതിമിതാര തകതിമിതോ തകതാര തകതിമിതാര തകതിമിതാര തകതിമിതോ തകതാര തകതിമിതാര തകതിമിതാര തകതിമിതോ തകതാര തകതിമിതാര തകതിമിതാര തകതിമിതോ മാലിന്മാട മുറിഞ്ഞേ ദയ്യം താരോ ചെറികലം വെടിഞ്ഞേ ദയ്യം താരോ മാടത്തിൽ എന്തുണ്ട് കാച്ചിക്കൂടി കരായി അന്തിക്കോരി കിടത്തി ദയ്യം താരോ തകതാരതാരോ തകതാരതാരോ ഈ ആണ്ടി കാഴ്ചയില്ലേ ദയ്യം താരോ ഈ കൊല്ലം ഓണം വന്നേ ദയ്യം താരോ കാന്തിമാല തറ തമ്പ്രാൻ കൂടി മല കേരി നടക്കൊള്ളുന്നേ ദയ്യം താര തകതാര തകതിമിതാര തകതിമിതാര തകതിമിതോ തകതാര തകതിമിതാര തകതിമിതാര തകതിമിതോ തകതാര തകതിമിതാര തകതിമിതാര തകതിമിതോ തകതാര തകതിമിതാര തകതിമിതാര തകതിമിതോ കുട്ടിലോറും ഭരിച്ചേ ദയ്യം താരോ വട്ടിബലം വെടിഞ്ഞേ ദയ്യം താരോ കണ്ണോടു കണ്ണിലും ചുറ്റി നടന്നേ വെട്ടിബലം വെടിഞ്ഞേ ദയ്യം താരോ കുട്ടിലോറും ഭരിച്ചേ ദയ്യം താരോ വട്ടിബലം വെടിഞ്ഞേ ദയ്യം താരോ കണ്ണോടു കണ്ണിലും ചുറ്റി നടന്നേ വട്ടിബലം വെടിഞ്ഞേ ദയ്യം താരോ തകതാര തകതിമിതാര തകതിമിതാര തകതിമിതോ തകതാര തകതിമിതാര തകതിമിതാര തകതിമിതോ തകതാര തകതിമിതാര തകതിമിതാര തകതിമിതോ തകതാര തകതിമിതാര തകതിമിതാര തകതിമിതോ ചെക്കേലാടിക്കും മുമ്പേ ദയ്യം താരോ ചെമ്പട്ടു വീശു മുമ്പേ ദയ്യം താരോ ചെമ്പാവു പാടത്ത് ചാത്തനും നീലിയും തമ്പ്രാൻ പടിക്കെ ചെന്നേ ദയ്യം താരോ മാലിന്മാട മുറിഞ്ഞേ ദയ്യം താരോ ചെറികലം വെടിഞ്ഞേ ദയ്യം താരോ മാടത്തിൽ എന്തുണ്ട് കാച്ചിക്കൂടി കാണാൻ അന്തിക്കോരി കിടത്തി ദയ്യം താരോ തകതാര തകതിമിതാര തകതിമിതാര തകതിമിതോ തകതാര തകതിമിതാര തകതിമിതാര തകതിമിതോ തകതാര തകതിമിതാര തകതിമിതാര തകതിമിതോ തകതാര തകതിമിതാര തകതിമിതാര തകതിമിതോ Dagatara dagati vidara dagati vidara dagati vido. Dagatara dagati vidara dagati vidara dagati vido. Dagatara dagati vidara dagati vidara dagati vido. Dagatara dagati vidara dagati vidara dagati vido.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Albichin. And thank you for that spectacular drumming, Joel. Thank you. ഇനി നമുക്ക് വേണ്ടി ദേശി ബിന്ദാസ് സ്റ്റീവൻ ദേവസി എല്ലാ സ്റ്റേജിലും പെർഫോം ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു ഫാസ്റ്റ് നമ്പറാണ്. നമുക്ക് വേണ്ടി മനീഷ് അത് കീറ്റാൽ വായിക്കും. പ്ലീസ് ബി വിത്ത് us to enjoy this beautiful piece of music, ദേശി ബിന്ദാസ്. And that will be the end of the show. Then you should also come to sing with us. അവിടെ ഇരിക്കുന്ന എല്ലാവരും കൂടെ മുമ്പ് നിന്ന് ഡാൻസ് ചെയ്യുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ഇനിയും ഫാസ്റ്റ് നമ്പേഴ്സ് വരും. Thank you for your encouragement. Say once again. That's very amazing. Thank you. And I'm very happy to announce he was the pianist for the Top Singer Junior team. Now, a very humble, very lovely personality, Manish. He is doing his music production course in Music Launch in Chennai. അതിനിടയ്ക്ക് സമയം കിട്ടിയപ്പോൾ കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളുടെ കൂടെ കൂടി വായിക്കാനായിട്ട് വന്നതാണ്. And we must be really proud of Manish. Thank you so much. We will rise up together and sing Vande Mataram for India. എല്ലാവർക്കും എഴുന്നേറ്റ് നിന്ന് സ്നേഹത്തോടെ ഇന്ത്യക്ക് വേണ്ടി പ്രാർത്ഥിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് നമ്മുടെ മാതൃരാജ്യത്തിന് വേണ്ടി പ്രാർത്ഥിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് നമ്മളെല്ലാവരും ഏകോദര സഹോദരങ്ങളെ പോലെ സ്നേഹത്തിലും ഐക്യത്തിലും അഭിവൃദ്ധിയിലും സന്തോഷമായി ജീവിക്കുമെന്ന പ്രാർത്ഥനയോടെ ലെറ്റ്സ് സിംഗ് ടുഗദർ വന്ദേ മാതരം. Thank you so much. We bid farewell once again. We pray for mighty blessings on this international conclave on healthy aging. And I must really thank you for the blessed home management to invite us, give us an opportunity for this beautiful performance. I thank G's uncle and Liji and everybody. Thank you for the beautiful opportunity that we've got. Good night and God bless.